Chapter 1.9, Part 3 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 1, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1.9, Part 3. The three languages now most used in the provinces of Cumana and Barcelona are the Chema, the Cumana and the Caribbee. They have always been regarded in these different countries as different idioms, and a dictionary of each has been written for the use of the missions by Fathers Taust, Ruiz Blanco, and Breton. The Vocabulario y Arte de la Lengua de los Indios Chemas has become extremely scarce. The few American grammars, printed for the most part in the 17th century, passed into the missions and have been lost in the forests. The dampness of the air and the voracity of insects render the preservation of books almost impossible in those regions. Note: the termites, so well known in Spanish America under the name of comeguén, or devourer, is one of these destructive insects. End of note. They are destroyed in a short space of time, notwithstanding every precaution that may be employed. I had much difficulty to collect in the missions and in the convents those grammars of American language which, on my return to Europe, I placed in the hands of Severin Vater, professor and librarian at the University of Königsberg. They furnished him with useful materials for his great work on the idioms of the New World. I omitted, at the time, to transcribe from my journal and communicate to that learned general what I had collected in the Chema tongue. Since neither Father Gili nor the Abbé Hervas has mentioned this language, I shall here explain succinctly the result of my researches. On the right bank of the Orinoco, southeast of the mission of Encaramada, and at the distance of more than 100 leagues from the Chemas, live the Tamanacs (Tamanacu), whose language is divided into several dialects. This nation, formerly very powerful, is separated from the mountains of Caripe by the Orinoco, by the vast steppes of Caracas and of Cumana, and by a barrier far more difficult to surmount, the nations of Caribbean origin. But notwithstanding distance and the numerous obstacles in the way of intercourse, the language of the Chema Indians is a branch of the Tamanac tongue. The oldest missionaries of Caripe are ignorant of this curious fact, because the Capuchins of Aragon seldom visit the southern banks of the Orinoco, and scarcely know of the existence of the Tamanacs. I recognized the analogy between the idiom of this nation and that of the Chema Indians long after my return to Europe, in comparing the materials which I had collected with a sketch of a grammar published in Italy by an old missionary of the Orinoco. Without knowing the Chemas, the Abbé Gili conjectured that the language of the inhabitants of Paria must have some relation to the Tamanac. Note: Vater has also advanced some well-founded conjectures on the connection between the Tamanac and Caribbean tongues, and those spoken on the northeast coast of South America. I may acquaint the reader that I have written the words of the American languages according to the Spanish orthography, so that the U should be pronounced U, and the Ch like Ch in English, etc. Having during a number of years spoken no other language than the Castilian, I marked down the sounds according to the orthography of that language, and now I am afraid of changing the value of these signs by substituting others no less imperfect. It is a barbarous practice to express, like the greater part of the nations of Europe, the most simple and distinct sounds by many vowels or many united consonants, while they might be indicated by letters equally simple. What a chaos is exhibited by the vocabularies written according to the English, French, German, or Spanish notations! A new essay, which the illustrious author of the Travels in Egypt, M. Volney, is about to publish on the analysis of sounds found in different nations, and on the notation of those sounds according to a uniform system, will lead to great progress in the study of languages. End of note. I will prove this connection by two means, which serve to show the analogy of idioms, namely, the grammatical construction and the identity of words and roots. Following are the personal pronouns of the Chemas, which are at the same time possessive pronouns. Ure, I, me. Uri, thou, thee. Turi, he, him. In the Tamanac, uri, I, amari or anja, thou, ituja, he. The radical of the first and of the third person is in the Chema, u, and tu. Note. We must not wonder at those roots which reduce themselves to a single vowel. In a language of the old continent, the structure of which is so artificially complicated, (the Biscayan), the family name ugarte, (between the waters), contains the u of ura, (water), and arte between. The g is added for the sake of euphony. The same roots are found in the Tamanac. Table of Chema and Tamanac words compared. Column 1 English. Column 2 Chema. Column 3 Tamanac. I, uri, uri. Water, tuna, tuna. Rain, kanopo, kanopo. Note. The same word kanopo signifies rain and year. The years are counted by the number of winters or rainy seasons. They say in Chema, as in Sanskrit, quote, so many rains, end quote, meaning so many years. In the Basque language, the word urtia, year, is derived from urtin, to bring forth leaves in spring. End of note. To know, poturu, puturo. Fire, apoto, uapto, in Caribbean, uato, The moon, a month, nuna, nuna. Note. In the Tamanac and Caribbean languages, nono signifies the earth, nuna the moon, as in the Chema. This affinity appears to me very curious, and the Indians of the Rio Caura say that the moon is, quote, another earth, end quote. Among savage nations, amidst so many confused ideas, we find certain reminiscences well worthy of attention. Among the Greenlanders, nuna signifies the earth, and anoningat, the moon. End of note. A tree, gigi. A house, ata, aute. To you, uya, auya. To you, toya, ituya. Honey, guane, uane. He has said it. Nakaramere, nakaramai. A physician, a sorcerer. Piace, psiace. 1. Tibin, oben. Injaoi, tuin. 2. Ako, oko. In Caribbean, oko. 2. Oroa, orua. In Caribbean, oroa. Flesh, pun, punu. No, negation, pra. The verb to be is expressed in Chema by as. On adding to the verb the personal pronoun I, you, from you re, a g is placed for the sake of euphony, before the you, as in guaz, I am, properly guaz. As the first person is known by an u, the second is designated by an m, the third by an I. Mas, thou art. Mueripuec ara quapamas? Why art thou sad? Properly, what for sad art thou? Punpuec topuchamas, thou art fat in body. Properly flesh. Pun, for, puec, fat. Topuche, thou art. Mas. The possessive pronouns precede the substantive. Upate, in my house. Properly, my house in. All the prepositions and the negation pra are incorporated at the end, as in Tamanac. They say in Chema, apuec, with him, properly him with. Uya, to thee, or thee too. Epuec sharpaguaz, I am gay with thee. Properly, gay with thee I am. Eucarepra, not as I. Properly, I as not. Quen potupra quoguaz, I do not know him. Properly, him knowing not I am. Quenipra quoguaz, I have not seen him. Properly, him seeing not I am. In the Tamanac tongue, Akurivani means beautiful, and Akurivani pra, ugly, not beautiful. Autapra, there are no fish. Properly, fish, none. Utiripip pra, I will not go. Properly, I to go not will. Composed of utiri, to go, ipiri, to choose, and pra, not. Note. In Chema, uticheri, I will go also, properly I, u, to go. The radical ute, or, because of the preceding vowel, te, also, chere, or ere, or aire. In uticere, we find the Tamanac verb to go, uteri, of which ute is also the radical, and re, the termination of the infinitive. In order to show that in Chema, chiri, or ere, indicates the adverb also, I shall cite, from the fragment of a vocabulary in my possession, uchiri, I also. Nakarameri, he said so also. Guarazazeri, I carried also. Charecheri, to carry also. In the Tamanac, as in the Chema, chareri signifies to carry. End of note. Among the Caribbees, whose language also bears some relation to the Tamanac, though infinitely less than the Chema, the negation is expressed by an m placed before the verb. Amoyan lingati, it is very cold, and mamoyan lingati, it is not very cold. In an analogous manner, the particle mna, added to the Tamanac verb, not at the end but by intercalation, gives it a negative sense, as in taro, to say, taro mnar, not to say. The verb to be, very irregular in all languages, is as, or ats, in Chema, and urochiri, parenthesis, in composition uac, uacha, close parenthesis, in Tamanac. It serves not only to form the passive, but it is also added, as by agglutination, to the radical of attributive verbs in a number of tenses. Note. The presence in the Tamanac, jarer be uri, appears to mean nothing else than the verb back or uac, parenthesis, from uacshiri, to be, close parenthesis, added to the radical to carry, jare, in the infinitive, jariri, the result of which is carrying to be I. End of note. These agglutinations remind us of the employment in the Sanskrit of the auxiliary verbs as and bu, parenthesis, asti, and batavi. Note. In the branch of the Germanic languages, we find bu under the forms of bim, bist, as in the forms vas, vast, vesum, parenthesis, bop, page 138, close parenthesis, end of note. Note, hence fuero, amav isum, amav erum, posum, potsum, end of note. The Biscay of Izan, Equan, and Eguin. There are certain points in which idioms the most dissimilar concur one with another. That which is common in the intellectual organization of man is reflected in the general structure of language, and every idiom, however barbarous it may appear, discloses a regulating principle which has presided at its formation. The plural in Tamanac is indicated in 7 different ways, according to the termination of the substantive, or according as it designates an animate or inanimate object. Note, Tamanaku, or Tamanaku, a Tamanac, parenthesis plural, Tamanakimi, close parenthesis. Ponghemi, a Spaniard, parenthesis, properly a man clothed, close parenthesis. Pongamo, Spaniards or men clothed. The plural in Xni characterizes inanimate objects. For example, Sina, a thing, Sni, things. Gigi, a tree, Gigisni, trees, close parenthesis. End of note. In Chema, the plural is formed as in Caribbee, in on, tueri, himself, tueri con, themselves, tonorocon, those here, montaonocon, those below, supposing that the interlocutor is speaking of a place where he was himself present. Meonocon, those below, supposing he speaks of a place where he was not present. The Chemas also have the Castilian adverbs aquí and allá, shades of difference which can be expressed only by periphrasis in the idioms of Germanic and Latin origin. Some Indians, who were acquainted with Spanish, assured us that zis signified not only the sun, but also the deity. This appeared to me the more extraordinary, as among all other American nations we find distinct words for God and the sun. The Carib does not confound Tamusicabo, the ancient of heaven, with Villo, the sun. Even the Peruvian, though a worshipper of the sun, raises his mind to the idea of a being who regulates the movements of the stars. The sun, in the language of the Incas, bears the name of Inti. Note: in the Quechua, or language of the Indians, the sun is Inti, love Mune, great Vepul. In Sanskrit, the sun Indri, love Manya, great Vipulo. Vater Mithridates, tome 3, page 333, close parenthesis. These are the only examples of analogy of sound that have yet been noticed. The grammatical character of the two languages is totally different. End of note. Nearly the same as in Sanskrit, while God is called Vine Huena, the eternally young. Note: Vine, always, or eternal. Huena, in the flower of age. End of note. The arrangement of words in the Chema is similar to that found in all the languages of both continents, which have preserved a certain primitive character. The object is placed before the verb before the personal pronoun. The object, on which the attention should be principally fixed, precedes all the modifications of that object. The American would say, liberty complete, love we, instead of we love complete liberty. Thee with happy I am, instead of I am happy with thee. There is something direct, firm, demonstrative in these turns, the simplicity of which is augmented by the absence of the article. May it be presumed that, with advancing civilization, these nations, left to themselves, would have gradually changed the arrangement of their phrases? We are led to adopt this idea when we reflect on the changes which the syntax of the Romans has undergone in the precise, clear, but somewhat timid languages of Latin Europe. The Chema, like the Tamanac and most of the American languages, is entirely destitute of certain letters, as F, B, and D. No word begins with an L. The same observation has been made on the Mexican tongue, though it is overcharged with the syllables tli, tla, and itl, at the end or in the middle of words. The Chemas substitute R for L, a substitution that arises from a defect of pronunciation common in every zone. Note, for example, the substitution of R for L characterizes the Bashmuri dialect of the Coptic language. End of note. Thus the Caribbees of the Orinoco have been transformed into Galibi in French Guiana by confounding R with L, and softening the C. The Tamanac has made charoro and solalo of the Spanish word soldado, soldier. The disappearance of the F and B in so many American idioms arises out of that intimate connection between certain sounds, which is manifested in all languages of the same origin. The letters F, V, B, and P are substituted one for the other, for instance, in the Persian peder, father, pater, Bruder, note, whence the German Bruder, with the same consonants, brother, vater, Bihar, spring, ver, in Greek, forton, forton, a Bruthen, pus, a foot, fus, German. In the same manner with the Americans, F and B become P, and D becomes T. The Chema pronounces patre, tios, atani, arapucha for padre, dios, Aden, and arabus, harcabus. In spite of the relations just pointed out, I do not think that the Chema language can be regarded as a dialect of the Tamanac, as the Metano, Cuchivero, and Cratema undoubtedly are. There are many essential differences, and between the two languages there appears to me to exist merely the same connection as is found in the German, the Swedish, and the English. They belong to the same subdivision of the great family of the Tamanac, Caribbean, and Arawak tongues. As there exists no absolute measure of resemblance between idioms, the degrees of parentage can be indicated only by examples taken from known tongues. We consider those as being of the same family, which bear affinity one to the other, as the Greek, the German, the Persian, and the Sanskrit. Some philologists have imagined, on comparing languages, that they may all be divided into two classes, of which some, comparatively perfect in their organization, easy and rapid in their movements, indicate an interior development by inflection, while others, more rude and less susceptible of improvement, present only a crude assemblage of small forms or agglutinated particles, each preserving the physiognomy peculiar to itself, when it is separately employed. This very ingenious view would be deficient in accuracy were it supposed that there exist polysyllabic idioms without any inflection, or that those which are organically developed, as by interior germs, admit no external increase by means of suffixes and affixes. Note: even in the Sanskrit, several tenses are formed by aggregation. For example, in the first future, the substantive verb to be is added to the radical. In a similar manner we find in the Greek mach escho, if the s be not the effect of inflection, and in Latin pot iro (pop), pages 26 and 66. These are examples of incorporation and agglutination in the grammatical system of languages which are justly cited as models of an interior development by inflection. In the grammatical system of the American tongues, for example in the Tamanac, tareshchi, I will carry, is equally composed of the radical r, infinitive geriri, to carry, and of the verb eschi, infinitive nokchiri, to be. There hardly exists in the American languages a triple mode of aggregation, of which we cannot find a similar and analogous example in some other language that is supposed to develop itself only by inflection. End of note. An increase which we have already mentioned several times under the name of agglutination or incorporation. Many things which appear to us at present inflections of a radical have perhaps been in their origin affixes, of which there have barely remained one or two consonants. In languages, as in everything in nature that is organized, nothing is entirely isolated or unlike. The farther we penetrate into their internal structure, the more do contrasts and decided characters vanish. It may be said that they are like clouds, the outlines of which do not appear well defined except when viewed at a distance. But though we may not admit one simple and absolute principle in the classification of languages, yet it cannot be decided that in their present state some manifest a greater tendency to inflection, others to external aggregation. It is well known that the languages of the Indian, Pelasgic, and German branch belong to the first division, the American idioms, the Coptic or ancient Egyptian, and to a certain degree the Semitic languages and the Biscayan, to the second. The little we have made known of the idiom of the Chaymas of Caripe sufficiently proves that constant tendency toward the incorporation or aggregation of certain forms, which it is easy to separate, though from a somewhat refined sentiment of euphony some letters have been dropped and others have been added. Those affixes, by lengthening words, indicate the most varied relations of number, time, and motion. When we reflect on the peculiar structure of the American languages, we imagine we discover the source of the opinion generally entertained from the most remote time in the missions, that these languages have an analogy with the Hebrew and the Biscayan. At the convent of Caripe, as well as at the Orinoco, in Peru, as well as in Mexico, I heard this opinion expressed, particularly by monks who had some vague notions of the Semitic languages. Did motives, supposed to be favorable to religion, give rise to this extraordinary theory? In the north of America, among the Choctaws and the Chickasaws, travelers somewhat credulous have heard the strains of the Hallelujah of the Hebrews. Note: Lescarbot, Charlevoix, and even Adair, History of the American Indians, 1775, end of notes. As according to the pundits, the three sacred words of the mysteries of the Eleusis, conx om pax, resound still in the Indies. Note: Asiatic Research, Volume 5, Uvarov on the Eleusinian Mysteries, 1816. End of note. I do not mean to suggest that the nations of Latin Europe may have called whatever has a foreign physiognomy Hebrew or Biscayan, as for a long time all those monuments were called Egyptian, which were not in the Grecian or Roman style. I am rather disposed to think that the grammatical system of the American idioms has confirmed the missionaries of the 16th century in their ideas respecting the Asiatic origin of the nations of the New World. The tedious compilation of Father Garcia, Tratado del Origen de los Indios, note, Treatise on the Origin of the Indians, end of note, is a proof of this. The position of the possessive and personal pronouns at the end of the noun and the verb, as well as the numerous tenses of the latter, characterize the Hebrew and other Semitic languages. Some of the missionaries were struck at finding the same peculiarities in the American tongues. They did not reflect that the analogy of a few scattered features does not prove languages to belong to the same stock. It appears less astonishing that men who are well acquainted with only two languages extremely heterogeneous, the Castilian and the Biscayan, should have found in the latter a family resemblance to the American languages. The composition of words, the facility with which the partial elements are detected, the forms of the verbs, and their different modifications, may have caused and kept up this illusion. But we repeat, an equal tendency toward aggregation or incorporation does not constitute an identity of origin. The following are examples of the relations between the American and Biscayan languages, idioms totally different in their roots. In Chayma, quen potupra quoquas, I do not know, properly, knowing not I am. In Tamanac, gerere uec uri, bearing I am, I bear. Anarepra aichi, he will not bear, properly, bearing not will he. Pat Kirby, good. Pat Kutari, to make himself good. Tamanaku, a Tamanac. Tamana Kutari, to make himself a Tamanac. Ponghemi, a Spaniard. Ponghemtari, to Spaniardize himself. Tinechi, I will see. Teniekra, I will see again. Ticha, I go. Tekshere, I return. Maypurbutki, a little Maypure Indian. Ikabutki, a little woman. Maypuritaji, an ugly Maypure Indian. Ikataji, an ugly woman. Note: the diminutive of woman, Ika, or of Maypure Indian is formed by adding butke, which is the termination of kujuputki, little. Taje answers to the akio of the Italians. End of note. In the Biscayan, my tetundot, I love him, properly, I loving have him. Beguia, the eye, and beguitza, to see. Itagana, towards the father. By adding to, we form the verb itaguanatu, to go towards the father. Umi tsuna, soft and infantile ingenuity. Umi equeria, disagreeable childishness. I may add to these examples some descriptive compounds which call to mind the infancy of nations, and strike us equally in the American and Biscayan languages by a certain ingenuousness of expression. In Tamanac, the wasp, parenthesis, uane imu, close parenthesis, father, imd, of honey, uane. Note: it may not be unnecessary here to acquaint the reader that honey is produced by an insect of South America, belonging to or nearly allied to the wasp genus. This honey, however, possesses noxious qualities, which are by some naturalists attributed to the plant Paulinia australis, the juices of which are collected by the insect. The toes, Ptari mokuru, properly, the sons of the foot. The fingers, Amgana mokuru, the sons of the hand. Mushrooms, Gigi panari, properly, the ears, panari, of a tree, Gigi. The veins of the hand, Amgana miti, properly, the ramified roots. Leaves, Prutpi jariri, properly, the hair at the top of the tree. Puirini viju, properly, the sun, viju, straight or perpendicular. Lightning, Kinimiru uaptori, properly, the fire, uaptu, of the thunder or the storm. Parenthesis. I recognize in Kinimiru, thunder or storm, the root kinemi, black, close parenthesis. In Biscayan, becoquia, the forehead, what belongs to, co and quia, to the eye, beguia. Odotsa, the nose, otsa, of the cloud, odia. Or thunder, arabicia, an echo, properly, the animated stone from aria, stone, and bicia, life. The Chayma and Tamanac verbs have an enormous complication of tenses, 2 presents, 4 preterites, 3 futures. This multiplicity characterizes the rudest American languages. Astarloa reckons, in like manner, in the grammatical system of the Biscayan, 206 forms of the verb. Those languages, the principal tendency of which is inflection, are to the common observer less interesting than those which seem formed by aggregation. In the first, the elements of which words are composed, and which are generally reduced to a few letters, are no longer recognizable. These elements, when isolated, exhibit no meaning. The whole is assimilated and mingled together. The American languages, on the contrary, are like complicated machines, the wheels of which are exposed to view. The mechanism of their construction is visible. We seem to be present at their formation, and we should pronounce them to be of very recent origin, did we not recollect that the human mind steadily follows an impulse once given, that nations enlarge, improve, and repair the grammatical edifice of their languages, according to a plan already determined. Finally, that there are countries whose languages, institutions, and arts have remained unchanged, we might almost say stereotyped, during the lapse of ages. The highest degree of intellectual development has been hitherto found among the nations of the Indian and Pelasgic branch. The languages formed principally by aggregation seem themselves to oppose obstacles to the improvement of the mind. They are devoid of that rapid movement, that interior life, to which the inflection of the root is favourable, and which imparts such charms to works of imagination. Let us not, however, forget that a people celebrated in remote antiquity, a people from whom the Greeks themselves borrowed knowledge, had perhaps a language the construction of which recalls involuntarily that of the languages of America. What a structure of little monosyllabic and disyllabic forms is added to the verb and to the substantive in the Coptic language! The semi-barbarous Chema and Tamanac have tolerably short abstract words to express grandeur, envy, and lightness, cheactivate, uoite, and uonde. But in Coptic, the word malice, metroferipetu, is composed of 5 elements easy to be distinguished. Note. See on the incontestable identity of the ancient Egyptian and Coptic, and on the particular system of synthesis of the latter language, the ingenious reflections of M. Sylvestre de Sacy in the Notices des Recherches de M. Etienne Quatremer sur la littérature de l'Égypte. End of note. This compound signifies the quality, met, of a subject, ref, which makes, the thing which is, pet, evil, u. Nevertheless, the Coptic language has had its literature, like the Chinese, the roots of which, far from being aggregated, scarcely approach each other without immediate contact. We must admit that nations once roused from their lethargy, and tending towards civilization, find, in the most uncouth languages, the secret of expressing with clearness the conceptions of the mind, and of painting the emotions of the soul. Don Juan de la Ria, a highly estimable man, who perished in the sanguinary revolutions of Quito, imitated with graceful simplicity some idols of Theocrates in the language of the Incas; and I have been assured that, excepting treatises on science and philosophy, there is scarcely any work of modern literature that might not be translated into the Peruvian. The intimate connection established between the natives of the New World and the Spaniards since the conquest have introduced a certain number of American words into the Castilian language. Some of these words express things not unknown before the discovery of the New World, and scarcely recall to our minds at present their barbarous origin. Note, for example, savannah and cannibal. End of note. Almost all belong to the language of the Great Antilles, formerly termed the language of Haiti, of Quizqueja, or of Itis. Note, the word Itis for Haiti, or Saint Domingo, Hispaniolo, is found in the Itinerarium of Bishop Geraldini, Rome, 1631. Quote, cum colonis item insulam cernetum. End quote. I shall confine myself to citing the words maize, tobacco, canoa, batata, cacique, balsa, conuco, etc. When the Spaniards, after the year 1498, began to visit the mainland, they already had words to designate the vegetable productions most useful to man, and common both to the islands and to the coasts of Cumana and Paria. Note. The following are Haitian words in their real form, which have passed into the Castilian language since the end of the 15th century. Many of them are not uninteresting to descriptive botany. Ahi, capsicum baccatum, batata, convolvulus batatas, bihao, heliconia bihai, kaimito, chrysophyllum kaimito, cahoba, Sweetenia mahogany, yucca and casabi, Jatropha manihot, The word casabi or cassava is employed only for the bread made with the roots of the jatropha (the name of the plant yucca was also heard by Amerigo Vespucci on the coast of Paria), age or ages (Dioscorea alata), copi (Clusia alba), guayacan (Guaiacum officinale), guajaba (Psidium pyrrhiferum), guanavano (Annona muricata), mani (Arachis hypogea), guama (Inga), henequen was supposed from erroneous accounts of the first travellers to be an herb with which the Haytians used to cut metals. It means now every kind of strong thread. Hicaco Chrysobalanus icaco, Maggi Agave americana, Mahiz or maize Zea, maize, Mami Mamia americana, Mangle Rhizophora, Pitahaha Cactus pitahaha, Saiba Bombax, Tuna Cactus tuna, Hecatea a tortoise, Iguana Lacerta iguana, Manatee Trichicus manati, Nigua Pulex penetrans, Hamaca a hammock, Balsa a raft. However, balsa is an old Castilian word signifying a pool of water. Barbacoa a small bed of light wood or reeds. Canai arbujio a hut. Canoa a canoe. Cocujo a later noctilicus, the firefly. Chicha fermented liquor. Macana a large stick or club made with the petioles of a palm tree. Tobacco not the herb but the pipe through which it is smoked. Cacique a chief. Other American words, now as much in use among the Creoles as the Arabic words naturalized in the Spanish, do not belong to the Haytian tongue. For example, cayman, piragua, papaja (carica), aguacate (Prussian), tarabita, paramo. Abbe Gili thinks with some probability that they are derived from the tongue of some people who inhabited the temperate climate between Coro, the mountains of Merida, and the tableland of Bogota. Saggio volume 3, page 228. How many Celtic and German words would not Julius Caesar and Tacitus have handed down to us, had the productions of the northern countries visited by the Romans differed as much from the Italian and Roman as those of equinoctial America? Not satisfied with retaining these words borrowed from the Haytians, they helped also to spread them all over America. At a period when the language of Haiti was already a dead language, and to diffuse them among nations who were ignorant even of the existence of the West India Islands. Some words, which are in daily use in the Spanish colonies, are attributed erroneously to the Haytians. Banana is from the Caconese, the Mbaja language. Arepa (bread of manioc, or of the Jatropha manihot), and guayuco (apra, perizoma), are Caribbee. Curiara, a very long boat, is Tamanac. Chinchorro, a hammock, and tutuma, the fruit of the Crescentia cujete, or a vessel to contain wind, are Chayma words. End of section 1.9, part 3. Chapter 1.9, Part 4 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 1, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1.9, Part 4. I have dwelt thus long on considerations respecting the American tongues, because I am desirous of directing attention to the deep interest to this kind of research. This interest is analogous to that inspired by the monuments of semi-barbarous nations, which are examined not because they deserve to be ranked among works of art, but because the study of them throws light on the history of our species and the progressive development of our faculties. It now remains for me to speak of the other Indian nations inhabiting the provinces of Cumana and Barcelona. These I shall only succinctly enumerate. 1. The Pariagotos or Parias. It is thought that the terminations in goto, as Pariagoto, Purugoto, Avarigoto, Acherigoto, Cumanagoto, Arinagoto, Kirikirisgoto, note, the Kiriskirisgoto, or Kirikiripas, are of Dutch Guiana. It is very remarkable that among the small Brazilian tribes who do not speak the language of the Tupis, the Kiriris, notwithstanding the enormous distance of 650 leagues, have several Tamanac words, imply a Caribbean origin. Note. In the Tamanac tongue, which is of the same branch as the Caribbean, we find also the termination goto, as in Anakiamgoto, an animal. Often, an analogy in the termination of names, far from showing an identity of race, only indicates that the names of the nations are borrowed from one language. All these tribes, excepting the Purugotos of the Rio Caura, formerly occupied the country which has been so long under the dominion of the Caribbees, namely, the coasts of Berbice and of Essequibo, the peninsula of Paria, the plains of Piritu and Parima. By this last name, the little known country between the sources of the Cujuni, the Caroni, and the Mao is designated in the missions. The Paria Indians are mingled in part with the Chaymas of Cumana. Others have been settled by the Capuchins of Aragon in the missions of Caroni. For instance, at Cupapuy and Altagracia, where they still speak their own language, apparently a dialect between the Tamanac and the Caribbee. But it may be asked, is the name Parias, or Pariagotos, a name merely geographical? Did the Spaniards who frequented these coasts from their first establishment in the island of Cubagua and in Macarapana give the name of the promontory of Paria to the tribe by which it was inhabited? Note. Paria, Uraparia, even Huriaparia, and Peura are the ancient names of the country, written as the first navigators thought they heard them pronounced. It appears to me by no means probable that the promontory of Paria should derive its name from that of the cacique Uriapari, celebrated for the manner in which he resisted Diego Ordaz in 1530, 32 years after Columbus had heard the name of Paria from the mouths of the natives themselves. The Orinoco at its mouth had also the name of Uriapari, Uyapari, or Iupari. In all these denominations of a great river, of a shore, and of a rainy country, I think I recognize the radical par, signifying water, not only in the languages of these countries, but also in those of nations very distant from one another on the eastern and western coasts of America. The sea, or great water, is in the Caribbean Maypure, and Brazilian languages Parana, in the Tamanac Parava. In Upper Guyana also the Orinoco is called Parava. In the Peruvian or Quechua I find rain, para, to rain, parani. Besides, there is a lake in Peru that has been very anciently called Paria. Garcia, Origin de los Indios, page 292. I have entered into these minute details concerning the word Paria, because it has recently been supposed that some connection might be traced between this word and the country of the Hindu caste called the Parias. This we will not positively affirm, for the Caribbees themselves give the name of Caribana to a country which they occupied, and which extended from the Rio Sino to the Gulf of Darien. This is a striking example of identity of name between an American nation and the territory it possessed. we may conceive that in a state of society where residence is not long fixed, such instances must be very rare. 2. The Guaraons, or Gu-Arauna, are almost all free and independent, are dispersed in the delta of the Orinoco, with the various ramified channels of which they alone are well acquainted. The Caribbees call the Guaraons U-Arau. They owe their independence to the nature of their country, for the missionaries, in spite of their zeal, have not been tempted to follow them to the treetops. The Guaraons, in order to raise their abodes above the surface of the waters, at the period of the great inundations, support them on the hewn trunks of the mangrove tree and of the Mauritia palm tree. Note: their manners have been the same from time immemorial. Cardinal Bembo described them at the beginning of the 16th century. Quibustum, in locus propter paludis, in coli domus, in arboribus edificant, Hist. Finet, 1551, Sir Walter Raleigh, in 1595, speaks of the Guaraons under the name of Araots, Trivitivas, and Waterwhites. These were perhaps the names of some tribes, into which the great Guaraonese nation was divided. Barrère essai sur l'histoire naturelle de la France Equinoctial. They make bread of the medullary flower of this palm tree, which is the sago of America. The flower bears the name of Yuruma. I have eaten it at the town of St. Thomas, in Guyana, and it was very agreeable to the taste, resembling rather the cassava bread than the sago of India. Note: M. Kunth has combined together 3 genera of the palms, Calamus, Sigus, and Mauritia, in a new section, the Calami. The Indians assured me that the trunks of the Mauritia, the tree of life so much vaunted by Father Gumilla, do not yield meal in any abundance, unless the palm tree is cut down just before the flowers appear. Thus, too, the maguey. Note: Agave americana, the aloe of our gardens, cultivated in New Spain, furnishes a saccharine liquor, the wine pulque of the Mexicans, only at the period when the plant shoots forth its long stem. By interrupting the blossoming, nature is obliged to carry elsewhere the saccharine or amylaceous matter, which would accumulate in the flowers of the maguey, and in the fruit of the Mauritia. Some families of Guarons, associated with the Chaymas, live far from their native land, in the missions of the plains or llanos of Cumana. For instance, at Santa Rosa de Ocopi. 500 or 600 of them voluntarily quitted their marshes a few years ago, and formed, on the northern and southern banks of the Orinoco, 25 leagues distant from Cape Barima, 2 considerable villages under the names of Zucapana and Imataca. When I made my journey in Caripe, these Indians were still without missionaries, and lived in complete independence. Their excellent qualities as boatmen, their perfect knowledge of the mouths of the Orinoco, and of the labyrinth of branches communicating with each other, give the Guaraons a certain political importance. They favour that clandestine commerce of which the island of Trinidad is the centre. The Guaraons run with extreme address on muddy lands, where the European, the Negro, or other Indians except themselves, would not dare to walk, and it is therefore commonly believed that they are of lighter weight than the rest of the natives. This is also the opinion that is held in Asia of the Burat Tartars. The few Guaraons whom I saw were of middle size, squat, and very muscular. The lightness with which they walk in places newly dried, without sinking in, when they have no planks tied to their feet, seemed to me to be the effect of long habit. Although I sailed a considerable time on the Orinoco, I never went so low as its mouth. Future travellers who may visit those marshy regions will rectify what I have advanced. 3. The Guayqueries, or Guayqueri, are the most able and most intrepid fishermen of these countries. These people alone are well acquainted with the bank, abounding with fish, which surrounds the islands of Coche, Margareta, Sola, and Testigos, a bank of more than 400 square leagues, extending east and west from Maniquarez to the Boca del Draco. The Guayqueries inhabit the island of Margareta, the peninsula of Araya, and that suburb of Cumana which bears their name. Their language is believed to be a dialect of that of the Guaraons. This would connect them with the great family of the Caribbee nations, and the missionary Gili is of opinion that the language of the Guayqueries is one of the numerous branches of the Caribbean tongue. Note: if the name of the port Pampatar, in the island of Margareta, be Guayquerian, as we have no reason to doubt, it exhibits a feature of analogy with the Cumana tongue, which approaches the Caribbean and Tamanac. In terra firma, in the Piritu missions, we find the village of Quegua-Patar, which signifies the house of Quegua. End of note. These affinities are interesting, because they lead us to perceive an ancient connection between nations dispersed over a vast extent of country, from the mouth of the Rio Caura and the sources of the Erevato in Parima, to French Guiana and the coasts of Paria. Note: are the Guayqueries, or Iqueres, now settled on the borders of Erevato, and formerly between the Rio Caura and the Cuchivero near the little town of Altagracia, of a different origin from the Guayqueries of Cumana? I know also in the interior of the country, in the missions of the Piritus, near the village of San Juan Evangelista de Guariva, a ravine very anciently called Guayquiricuar. These resemblances seem to prove migrations from the southwest towards the coast. The termination cuar, found so often in Cumanagoto and Caribbean names, means a ravine, as in Guaymacuar (ravine of lizards), Pirichucuar (a ravine overshadowed by pirichu or piritu, palm trees), Chiguatacuar (a ravine of land snails). Raleigh describes the Guayqueries under the name of Oiqueries. He calls the Chaymas Saymas, changing, according to the Caribbean pronunciation, the ch into s. 4. The Quaquas, who the Tamanacs call Mapoje, are a tribe formerly very warlike and allied to the Caribbees. It is a curious phenomenon to find the Quaquas mingled with the Chaymas in the missions of Cumana, for their language, as well as the Atura of the cataracts of the Orinoco, is a dialect of the Saliva tongue, and their original abode was on the banks of the Asivero, which the Spaniards call Cuchivero. They have extended their migrations 100 leagues to the northeast. I have often heard them mentioned on the Orinoco, above the mouth of the Meta, and, what is very remarkable, it is asserted that missionary Jesuits have found Quaquas as far distant as the Cordilleras of Popayan. Note: Vater tome 3, part 2, page 364. The name of Quaqua is found on the coast of Guinea. The Europeans apply it to a horde of negroes to the east of Cape Lahou. End of note. Raleigh enumerates, among the natives of the island of Trinidad, the Salivas, a people remarkable for their mild manners. They came from the Orinoco, and settled south of the Quaquas. Perhaps these two nations, which speak almost the same language, travelled together toward the coasts. 5. The Cumanagotos, or, according to the pronunciation of the Indians, Cumanacoto, are now settled westward of Cumana, in the missions of Piritu, where they live by cultivating the ground. They number more than 26,000. Their language, like that of the Palencas, or Palenques, and Guarivas, is between the Tamanac and the Caribbee, but nearer to the former. These are indeed idioms of the same family, but if we are to consider them as simple dialects, the Latin must also be called a dialect of the Greek, and the Swedish a dialect of the German. In considering the affinity of languages one with another, it must not be forgotten that these affinities may be very differently graduated, and that it would be a source of confusion not to distinguish between simple dialects and languages of the same family. The Cumanagotos, the Tamanacs, the Chaymas, the Guaraons, and the Caribbees do not understand each other, in spite of the frequent analogy of words and of grammatical structure exhibited in their respective idioms. The Cumanagotos inhabited, at the beginning of the 16th century, the mountains of the Brigantine and of Parabolata. I am unable to determine whether the Piritus, Cochimas, Chacopatas, Tomuzas, and Topocuares, now confounded in the same villages with the Cumanagotos and speaking their language, were originally tribes of the same nation. The Piritus take their name from the ravine Pirichucuar, where the small thorny palm tree called piritu grows in abundance. Note: Caudicea gracili Aculeato folius pinnatus, possibly of the genus Aphanes of Wildenau.) The wood of this tree, which is excessively hard and little combustible, serves to make pipes. On this spot the village of La Concepcion de Piritu was founded in 1556. It is the chief settlement of the Cumana missions, known by the name of the Misiones de Piritu. 6. The Caribbees, Caribas. This name, which was given them by the first navigators, is retained throughout all Spanish America. The French and the Germans have transformed it, I know not why, into Caribas. The people call themselves Carina, Calina, and Calinago. I visited some Caribbean missions in the Llanos. I shall in future use the word Llanos, locoplana, suppressing the P, without adding the equivalent words pampas, savannas, meadows, steppes, or plains. The country between the mountains of the coast and the left bank of the Orinoco constitutes the Llanos of Cumana, Barcelona, and Caracas. On returning from my journey to the Orinoco. And I shall merely mention that the Galibas (Caribe of Cayenne), the Tuapocas, and the Cunaguaras, who originally inhabited the plains between the mountains of Caripe (Caribe), and the village of Maturin, the Haoi of the island of Trinidad and of the province of Cumana, and perhaps also the Guarivas, allies of the Palencas, are all tribes of the great Caribbee nation. With respect to the other nations, whose affinities of language with the Tamanac and Caribbee have been mentioned, they are not necessarily to be considered as of the same race. In Asia, the nations of Mongol origin differ totally in their physical organization from those of Tartar origin. Such has been, however, the intermixture of these nations, that, according to the able researches of Klaproth, the Tartar languages (branches of the ancient Uyghur) are spoken at present by hordes incontestably of the Mongol race. Neither the analogy nor the diversity of language suffice to solve the great problem of the filiation of nations. They merely serve to point out probabilities. The Caribbees, properly speaking, those who inhabit the missions of the Cari in the Llanos of Cumana, the banks of the Caura, and the plains to the northeast of the sources of the Orinoco, are distinguished by their almost gigantic size from all the other nations I have seen in the new continent. Must it on this account be admitted that the Caribbees are an entirely distinct race, and that the Guaraons and the Tamanacs, whose languages have an affinity with the Caribbee, have no bond of relationship with them? I think not. Among the nations of the same family, one branch may acquire an extraordinary development of organization. The mountaineers of the Tyrol and Salzburg are taller than the other German races. The Samoyeds of the Altai are not so little and squat as those of the sea coast. In like manner, it will be difficult to deny that the Galibis are really Caribbees, and yet, notwithstanding the identity of languages, how striking is the difference in their stature and physical constitution. Before Cortes entered the capital of Montezuma in 1521, the attention of Europe was fixed on the regions we have just traversed. In depicting the manners of the inhabitants of Paria and Cumana, it was thought that the manners of all the inhabitants of the new continent were described. This remark cannot escape those who have read the historians of the conquest, especially the letters of Peter Martyr of Angira, written at the court of Ferdinand the Catholic. These letters are full of ingenious observations upon Christopher Columbus, Leo X, and Luther, and are stamped by noble enthusiasm for the great discoveries of an age so rich in extraordinary events. Without entering into any detail on the manners of the nations which have been so long confounded one with another, under the vague denomination of Cumanians, Cumaneses, it appears to me important to clear up a fact which I have often heard discussed in Spanish America. The Pariagotos of the present time are of a brown-red colour, as are the Caribbees, the Chaymas, and almost all the nations of the New World. Why do the historians of the 16th century affirm that the first navigators saw white men with fair hair at the promontory of Paria? Were they of the same race as those Indians of a less tawny hue, whom M. Bonpland and myself saw at Esmeralda, near the sources of the Orinoco. But these Indians had hair as black as the Otomacs and other tribes, whose complexion is the darkest. Were they albinos, such as have been found heretofore in the Isthmus of Panama? But examples of that degeneration are very rare in the copper-coloured race, and Anghiera, as well as Gomara, speaks of the inhabitants of Paria in general, and not of a few individuals. Both describe them as if they were people of Germanic origin. Note: Aethiopis nigri, crispi lanati, Pariae in colle albi, capillis oblongus, protensis flavus. Pet. Martyr Ossian, Dec 50 lib. 6, edition 1574. Utriusque sexus indigene albi voluti nostrates, praeter eos qui sub soli versantur. Parenthesis. The natives of both sexes are as white as our people, Spaniards, except those who are exposed to the sun. Close parenthesis. Ibid. Gomara, speaking of the natives seen by Columbus at the mouth of the river of Cumana, says, Los doncellas eran amorsas, tenudas y blancas, las de la casa. Los indios que van al campo están negros del sol. Parenthesis. The young women are engaging in their manners. They wear no clothing, and those who live in the houses are white. The Indians, who are much in the open country, are black, from the effect of the sun. Close parenthesis. His de los Indios, cap 74. Los indios de Paria son blancos y rubios. Parenthesis. The Indians of Paria are white and red. Close parenthesis. Garcia, Origin de los Indios, 1729, lib 4, cap 9. End of note. They call them whites with light hair. They even add that they wore garments like those of the Turks. Note, they wear round their head a striped cotton handkerchief. Ferd Column, cap 71. Churchill, volume 2. Was this kind of headdress taken for a turban? Parenthesis. Garcia, Origin de los Ind, page 303. Close parenthesis. I am surprised that people of these regions should have worn a headdress, but, what is more curious still, Pinzon, in a voyage which he made alone to the coast of Paria, the particulars of which have been transmitted to us by Peter Martyr of Anghiera, professes to have seen natives who were clothed, in colos omnis genu tenus maris, feminas surarum tenus, gosam pinas vestibus, amictos simplicibus repererunt, sed viros mortuorum, in suto minutum gossipio, et bellum usum duplicibus. Parenthesis. The natives were clothed in thin cotton garments, the men's reaching to the knee and the women's to the calf of the leg. Their wardress was thicker and closely stitched with cotton, after the Turkish manner. Close parenthesis. Who were these people, described as being comparatively civilized and clothed with tunics, like those who lived on the summit of the Andes, and seen on a coast where, before and since the time of Pinzon, only naked men have ever been seen? End of note. Gomara and Anghiera wrote from such oral information as they had been able to collect. These marvels disappear if we examine the recital which Ferdinand Columbus drew up from his father's papers. There we find simply that, the admiral was surprised to see the inhabitants of Paria, and those of the island of Trinidad, better made, more civilized, de buena conversacion, and whiter than the natives whom he had previously seen. Note: Churchill's Collection, volume 2, Herrera, pages 80, 83, 84. Munoz, Historia del Nuevo Mundo, volume 1. El color era bajo como es regular en los indios, pero más clara que en las islas reconocidas. Parenthesis. Their color was dark, as is usual among the Indians, but lighter than that of the people of the islands previously known. Close parenthesis. The missionaries are accustomed to call those Indians who are less black, less tawny, whitish, and even almost white. Gumilla, Historonoque, volume 1, chapter 5, paragraph 2. Such incorrect expressions may mislead those who are not accustomed to the exaggerations in which travellers often indulge. This certainly did not mean that the Paragotos are white. The lighter colour of the skin of the natives, and the great coolness of the mornings on the coast of Paria, seem to confirm the fantastic hypothesis which that great man had framed, respecting the irregularity of the curvature of the earth, and the height of the plains in this region, which he regarded as the effect of an extraordinary swelling of the globe in the direction of the parallels of latitude. Amerigo Vespucci (in his pretended first voyage, apparently written from the narratives of other navigators), compares the natives to the Tartar nations. Vultum non multum speciosi sunt, quoniam latus facies Tartarias absimilatus habent. Their countenance are not handsome, their cheekbones being broad like those of the Tartars. Americi Vesputii, Navigatio prima in Grins Orbis Novus, 1555. Not in regard to their colour, but on account of the breadth of their faces, and the general expression of their physiognomy. But if it be certain that at the end of the 15th century there were on the coast of Cumana a few men of white skins, as there are in our days, it must not thence be concluded that the natives of the New World exhibit everywhere a similar organization of the dermoidal system. It is not less inaccurate to say that they are all copper-coloured, than to affirm that they would not have a tawny hue if they were not exposed to the heat of the sun, or tanned by the action of the air. The natives may be divided into two very unequal portions with respect to numbers. To the first belong the Eskimos of Greenland, of Labrador, and the north coast of Hudson's Bay, the inhabitants of Bering Straits, of the peninsula of Alaska, and of Prince William Sound. The eastern and western branches of this polar race, Vater in Mithridates, Volume 3, Egede, Krantz, Hearn, Mackenzie, Portlock, Chwostoff, Davidoff, Rezanoff, Merck, and Billing, have described the great family of the Tsugaz Eskimo. The Eskimo and the Tsugazes, though at the vast distance of 800 leagues apart, are united by the most intimate analogy of languages. This analogy extends even to the inhabitants of the northeast of Asia, for the idiom of the Tchuktches at the mouth of the Anadir, I mean here only the Tchuktches who have fixed dwelling places, for the wandering Tchuktches approach very near the Koryaks, has the same roots as the language of the Eskimo, who inhabit the coast of America opposite Europe. The Tchuktches are the Eskimos of Asia. Like the Malays, that Hyperborean race reside only on the sea coasts. They are almost all smaller in stature than the other Americans, and are quick, lively, and talkative. Their hair is almost straight and black, but their skin, and this is very characteristic of the race, which I shall designate under the name of Tsugaz Eskimo, is originally whitish. It is certain that the children of the Greenlanders are born white. Some retain that whiteness, and often in the brownest, the most tanned, the redness of the blood is seen to appear on their cheeks. Krantz, History of Greenland, 1667, Tome 1. Greenland does not seem to have been inhabited in the 11th century. At least the Eskimos appeared only in the 14th, coming in from the west. The second portion of the natives of America includes all those nations which are not Tsugaz Eskimo, beginning from Cook's River to the Straits of Magellan, from the Ugaljak Mooses and the Kanese of Mount St. Elias to the Pulchis and Twelhets of the southern hemisphere. The men who belong to this second branch are taller, stronger, more warlike, and more taciturn than the others. They present also very remarkable differences in the colour of their skin. In Mexico, Peru, New Granada, Quito, on the banks of the Orinoco and of the river Amazon, in every part of South America which I have explored, in the plains as well as on the coldest tablelands, the Indian children of 2 or 3 months old have the same bronze tint as is observed in adults. The idea that the natives may be whites tanned by the air and the sun could never have occurred to a Spanish inhabitant of Quito, or on the banks of the Orinoco. In the northeast of America, On the contrary, we meet with tribes among whom the children are white, and at the age of virility they acquire the bronze colour of the natives of Mexico and Peru. Michikinacoa, chief of the Miamis, had his arms and those parts of his body not exposed to the sun almost white. This difference of hue between the parts covered and not covered is never observed among the natives of Peru and Mexico, even in families who live much at their ease, and remain almost constantly within doors. To the west of the Miamis, on the coast opposite to Asia, among the Coluche and Chiquitans of Norfolk Sound, between 54 and 58 degrees of latitude, these white nations have been visited successively by Portlock, Marchand, Baranoff, and Davidoff. The Chiquitans, or Shinket, are the inhabitants of the island of Sitka. Vater Mithridates, volume 3, page 2. Marchand Voyages, volume 2. Grown-up girls, when they have gashed their skin, display the white hue of Europeans. This whiteness is found also, according to some accounts, among the mountaineers of Chile. Molina, Saggio sul Historia Nat. del Chile, edition 2, page 293. May we believe the existence of those blue eyes of the Boroas of Chile and Guyanas of Uruguay, represented to us as nations of the race of Odin? Azara Voyage, tome 2. These facts are very remarkable, and contrary to the opinion so generally spread of the extreme conformity of organization among the natives of America. If we divide them into Eskimo and non-Eskimo, we readily admit that this classification is not more philosophical than that of the ancients, who saw in the whole of the habitable world only Celts and Scythians, Greeks and barbarians. When, however, our purpose is to group numerous nations, we gain something by proceeding in the mode of exclusion. All we have sought to establish here is, that, in separating the whole race of Tsugaz Eskimo, there remains still, among the coppery brown Americans, other races, the children of which are born white, without our being able to prove, by going back as far as the history of the conquest, that they have been mingled with European blood. This fact deserves to be cleared up by travellers who may possess a knowledge of physiology, and may have opportunities of examining the brown children of the Mexicans at the age of 2 years, as well as the white children of the Miamis, and those hordes on the Orinoco. These whitish tribes are the Guaycas, the Ojos, and the Maquiritares, who, living in the most sultry regions, retain during their whole life, and in the fullness of their strength, the whitish skin of the mestizos. In man, the deviations from the common type of the whole race are apparent in the stature, the physiognomy, or the form of the body, rather than on the colour of the skin. The circumpolar nations of the 2 continents are small and squat, though of races entirely different. It is not so with animals, where varieties are found more in colour than in form. The hair of the mammiferous class of animals, the feathers of birds, and even the scales of fishes, change their hue according to the lengthened influence of light and darkness, and the intensity of heat and cold. In man, the colouring matter seems to be deposited in the epidermis by the roots or the bulbs of the hair. Adverting to the interesting researches of M. Gautier on the organization of the human skin, John Hunter observes that in several animals the coloration of the hair is independent of that of the skin. And all sound observations prove that the skin varies in colour from the action of external stimuli on individuals, and not hereditarily in the whole race. The Eskimos of Greenland and the Laplanders are tanned by the influence of the air, but their children are born white. We will not decide on the changes which nature may have produced in a space of time exceeding all historical tradition. Reason stops short in these matters, when no longer under the guidance of experience and analogy. All white-skinned nations begin their cosmogony by white men. They allege that the Negroes and all tawny people have been blackened or embrowned by the excessive heat of the sun. This theory, adopted by the Greeks, Strabo, lib. 15, though it did not pass without contradiction, Onesicritus apud Strabonum, lib. 15. Alexander's expedition appears to have contributed greatly to fix the attention of the Greeks on the great question of the influence of climates. They had learned from the accounts of travellers that in Hindostan the nations of the south were of darker colour than those of the north near the mountains, and they supposed that they were both of the same race.) has been propagated even to our own times. Buffon has repeated in prose what Theodectes had expressed in verse 2000 years before, "that nations wear the livery of the climate in which they live." If history had been written by black nations, they would have maintained what even Europeans have recently advanced, that man was originally black, or of a very tawny colour. See the work of Mr. Pritchard, abounding with curious research. "Researches into the Physical History of Man, 1813," page 239, and that mankind have become white in some races, from the effect of civilization and progressive debilitation, as animals in a state of domestication pass from dark to lighter colours. In plants and in animals, accidental varieties, formed under our own eyes, have become fixed and have been propagated. For example, the sheep with very short legs, called Ancon sheep in Connecticut, and examined by Sir Everard Home. This variety dates only from the year 1791. But nothing proves that in the present state of human organization, the different races of black, yellow, copper-coloured, and white men, when they remain unmixed, deviate considerably from their primitive type, by the influence of climate, of food, and other external agents. These opinions are founded on the authority of Ulloa. "The Indians (Americans) are of a copper colour, which by the action of the sun and the air grows darker. I must remark that neither heat nor cold produces any sensible change in the colour, so that the Indians of the Cordilleras of Peru are easily confounded with those of the hottest plains, and those who live under the line cannot be distinguished by their colour from those who inhabit the 40th degree of north and south latitude." Noticias Americanas. No ancient author has so clearly stated the two forms of reasoning by which we still explain in our days the differences of colour and features among neighbouring nations as Tacitus. He makes a just distinction between the influence of climate and hereditary dispositions, and like a philosopher persuaded of our profound ignorance of the origin of things, he leaves the question undecided. "Habitus corporum verii, atque ex eo augmenta, su durante originis vae, su procurrentibus in diversa terris, positio suili corporibus habitum dedit." Agricola, cap. 2. That learned writer saw the Indians of Chile, of the Andes of Peru, of the burning coasts of Panama, and those of Louisiana, situated in the northern temperate zone. He had the good fortune to live at a period when theories were less numerous, and, like me, he was struck by seeing the natives equally bronzed under the line, in the cold climate of the Cordilleras, and in the plains. Where differences of colour are observed, they depend on the race. We shall soon find on the burning banks of the Orinoco Indians with a whitish skin. Durans originis vis est. Chapter 1.9, Part 4. Chapter 1.10, Part 1. Of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 1, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1.10, Part 1. Second abode at Cumana. Earthquakes. Extraordinary meteors. We remained a month longer at Cumana, employing ourselves in the necessary preparations for our proposed visit to the Orinoco and the Rio Negro. We had to choose such instruments as could be easily transported in narrow boats, and to engage guides for an inland journey of 10 months across a country without communication with the coasts. The astronomical determination of places being the most important object of this undertaking, I felt desirous not to miss the observation of an eclipse of the sun, which was to be visible at the end of October, and in consequence I preferred remaining till that period at Cumana, where the sky is generally clear and serene. It was now too late to reach the banks of the Orinoco before October, and the high valleys of Caracas promised less favourable opportunities on account of the vapours which accumulate round the neighbouring mountains. I was, however, near being compelled by a deplorable occurrence to renounce, or at least to delay for a long time, my journey to the Orinoco. On the 27th of October, the day before the eclipse, we went as usual to take the air on the shore of the Gulf, and to observe the instant of high water, which in those parts is only 12 or 13 inches. It was 8 in the evening, and the breeze was not yet stirring. The sky was cloudy, and, during a dead calm, it was excessively hot. We crossed the beach which separates the suburb of the Guayqueria Indians from the embarcadero. I heard someone walking behind us, and on turning, I saw a tall man of the colour of the Zambos, naked to the waist. He held almost over my head a macana, which is a great stick of palm tree wood, enlarged to the end like a club. I avoided the stroke by leaping toward the left, but M. Bonpland, who walked on my right, was less fortunate. He did not see the Zambo so soon as I did, and received a stroke above the temple which levelled him with the ground. We were alone, without arms, half a league from any habitation, on a vast plain bounded by the sea. The Zambo, instead of attacking me, moved off slowly to pick up M. Bonpland's hat, which, having somewhat deadened the violence of the blow, had fallen off and lay at some distance. Alarmed at seeing my companion on the ground, and for some moments senseless, I thought of him only. I helped him to raise himself, and pain and anger doubled his strength. We ran toward the Zambo who, either from cowardice, common enough in people of this caste, or because he perceived at a distance some men on the beach, did not wait for us, but ran off in the direction of the Tunal, a little thicket of cactus and arborescent avicennia. He chanced to fall in running, and M. Bonpland, who reached him first, seized him round the body. The Zambo drew a long knife, and in this unequal struggle we should infallibly have been wounded, if some Biscayan merchants, who were taking the air on the beach, had not come to our assistance. The Zambo, seeing himself surrounded, thought no longer of defence. He again ran away, and we pursued him through the thorny cactuses. At length, tired out, he took shelter in a cow-house, whence he suffered himself to be quietly led to prison. M. Bonpland was seized with fever during the night, but being endowed with great energy and fortitude, and possessing that cheerful disposition which is one of the most precious gifts of nature, he continued his labours the next day. The stroke of the macana had extended to the top of his head, and he felt its effect for the space of 2 or 3 months, during the stay we made at Caracas. When stooping to collect plants, he was sometimes seized with giddiness, which led us to fear that an internal abscess was forming. Happily, these apprehensions were unfounded, and the symptoms, at first alarming, gradually disappeared. The inhabitants of Cumana showed us the kindest interest. It was ascertained that the Zambo was a native of one of the Indian villages which surrounded the great lake of Maracaibo. He had served on board a privateer belonging to the island of St. Domingo, and in consequence of a quarrel with the captain, he had been left on the coast of Cumana when the ship quitted the port. Having seen the signal which we had fixed up for the purpose of observing the height of the tides, he had watched the moment when he could attack us on the beach. But why, after having knocked one of us down, was he satisfied with simply stealing a hat? In an examination he underwent, his answers were so confused and stupid that it was impossible to clear up our doubts. Sometimes he maintained that his intention was not to rob us, but that, irritated by the bad treatment he had suffered on board the privateer of St. Domingo, he could not resist the desire of attacking us when he heard us speaking French. Justice is so tardy in this country that prisoners, of whom the jail is full, may remain 7 or 8 years without being brought to trial. We learnt therefore with some satisfaction that a few days after our departure from Cumana, the Zambo had succeeded in breaking out of the castle of San Antonio. On the day after this occurrence, the 28th of October, I was at 5 in the morning on the terrace of our house, making preparations for the observation of the eclipse. The weather was fine and serene. The crescent of Venus and the constellation of the ship, so splendid from the disposition of its immense nebulae, were lost in the rays of the rising sun. I had a complete observation of the progress and the close of the eclipse. I determined the distance of the horns, or the differences of altitude and azimuth, by the passage over the threads of the quadrant. The eclipse terminated at 2 hours 14 minutes 23.4 seconds mean time at Cumana. During a few days which preceded and followed the eclipse of the sun, very remarkable atmospherical phenomena were observed. It was what is called in those countries the season of winter, that is, of clouds and small electrical showers. From the 10th of October to the 3rd of November, at nightfall, a reddish vapour arose in the horizon, and covered, with a veil more or less thick, the azure vault of the sky. Saussure's hygrometer, far from indicating greater humidity, often went back from 90 to 83 degrees. The heat of the day was from 28 to 32 degrees, which for this part of the torrid zone is very considerable. Sometimes in the midst of the night the vapours disappeared in an instant, and at the moment when I had arranged my instruments, clouds of brilliant whiteness collected at the zenith and extended toward the horizon. On the 18th of October these clouds were so remarkably transparent that they did not hide stars even of the 4th magnitude. I could distinguish so perfectly the spots of the moon that it might have been supposed its disk was before the clouds. The latter were at a prodigious height, disposed in bands and at equal distances, as from the effect of electrical repulsions. These small masses of vapour, similar to those I saw above my head on the ridge of the highest Andes, are, in several languages, designated by the name of sheep. When the reddish vapour spreads lightly over the sky, the great stars, which in general at Cumana scarcely scintillate before 20 or 25 degrees, did not retain even at the zenith their steady and planetary light. They scintillated at all altitudes, as after a heavy storm of rain. Note: I have not observed any direct relation between the scintillation of the stars and the dryness of that part of the atmosphere open to our researches. I have often seen at Cumana a great scintillation of the stars of Orion and Sagittarius, when Saussure's hygrometer was at 85 degrees. At other times, these same stars, considerably elevated above the horizon, emitted a steady and planetary light, the hygrometer being at 90 or 93 degrees. Probably it is not the quantity of vapour, but the manner in which it is diffused, and more or less dissolved in the air, which determines the scintillation. The latter is invariably attended with a coloration of light. It is remarkable enough that, in northern countries, at a time when the atmosphere appears perfectly dry, the scintillation is most decided in very cold weather. End of note. It was curious that the vapour did not affect the hygrometer at the surface of the earth. I remained a part of the night seated in a balcony, from which I had a view of a great part of the horizon. In every climate I feel a peculiar interest in fixing my eyes, when the sky is serene, on some great constellation, and seeing groups of vesicular vapours appear and augment, as around a central nucleus, then disappearing, form themselves anew. After the 28th of October the reddish mist became thicker than it had been previously. The heat of the night seemed stifling, though the thermometer rose only to 26 degrees. The breeze, which generally refreshed the air from 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, was no longer felt. The atmosphere was burning hot, and the parched and dusty ground was cracked on every side. On the 4th of November, about 2 in the afternoon, large clouds of peculiar blackness enveloped the high mountains of the Brigantine and the Tartaraqual. They extended by degrees as far as the zenith. About 4 in the afternoon, thunder was heard over our heads, at an immense height, not regular rolling, but with a hollow and often interrupted sound. At the moment of the strongest electrical explosion, at 4 hours 12 minutes, there were 2 shocks of earthquake, which followed each other at interval of 15 seconds. The people ran into the streets, uttering loud cries. M. Bonpland, who was leaning over a table examining plants, was almost thrown on the floor. I felt the shock very strongly, though I was lying in a hammock. Its direction was from north to south, which is rare at Cumana. Slaves, who were drawing water from a well more than 18 or 20 feet deep, near the river Manzanares, heard a noise like the explosion of a strong charge of gunpowder. The noise seemed to come from the bottom of the well, a very curious phenomenon, though very common in most of the countries of America which are exposed to earthquakes. A few minutes before the first shock, there was a very violent blast of wind, followed by electrical rain falling in great drops. I immediately tried the atmospheric electricity by the electrometer of Volta. The small bowls separated 4 lines. The electricity often changed from positive to negative, as is the case during storms and, in the north of Europe, even sometimes in a fall of snow. The sky remained cloudy, and the blast of wind was followed by a dead calm, which lasted all night. The sunset presented a picture of extraordinary magnificence. The thick veil of clouds was rent asunder, as in shreds, quite near the horizon. The sun appeared at 12 degrees of altitude on a sky of indigo blue. Its disk was enormously enlarged, distorted, and undulated toward the edges. The clouds were gilded, and fascicles of divergent rays, reflecting the most brilliant rainbow hues, extended over the heavens. A great crowd of people assembled in the public square. This celestial phenomenon, the earthquake, the thunder which accompanied it, the red vapour seen during so many days, all were regarded as the effect of the eclipse. About 9 in the evening there was another shock, much slighter than the former, but attended with a subterraneous noise. The barometer was a little lower than usual, but the progress of the horary variations, or small atmospheric tides, was no way interrupted. The mercury was precisely at the minimum of height at the moment of the earthquake. It continued rising till 11 in the evening, and sank again till half after 4 in the morning, conformably to the law which regulates barometric variations. In the night, between the 3rd and 4th of November, the reddish vapour was so thick that I could not distinguish the situation of the moon, except by a beautiful halo of 20 degrees diameter. Scarcely 22 months had elapsed since the town of Cumana had been almost totally destroyed by an earthquake. The people regard vapours which obscure the horizon, and the subsidence of wind during the night, as infallible prognostics of disaster. We had frequent visits from persons who wished to know whether our instruments indicated new shocks for the next day, and alarm was great and general when, on the 5th of November, exactly at the same hour as on the preceding day, there was a violent gust of wind attended by thunder and a few drops of rain. No shock was felt. The wind and storm returned during 5 or 6 days at the same hour, almost at the same minute. The inhabitants of Cumana and many other places between the tropics have long since observed that atmospheric changes, which are to appearance the most accidental, succeed each other for whole weeks with astonishing regularity. The same phenomenon occurs in summer, in the temperate zone, nor has it escaped the perception of astronomers, who often observe in a serene sky, during 3 or 4 days successively, clouds which have collected at the same part of the firmament, take the same direction, and dissolve at the same height, sometimes before, sometimes after the passage of a star over the meridian, consequently within a few minutes of the same point of true time. Note. M. Arago and I paid a great deal of attention to this phenomenon during a long series of observations made in the year 1809 and 1810 at the Observatory of Paris, with the view of verifying the declination of the stars. End of note. The earthquake of the 4th of November, the first I had felt, made the greater impression on me, as it was accompanied with remarkable meteorological variations. It was, moreover, a positive movement upward and downward, and not a shock by undulation. I did not then imagine that after a long abode on the tablelands of Quito and the coasts of Peru, I should become almost as familiar with the abrupt movements of the ground as we are in Europe with the sound of thunder. In the city of Quito we never thought of rising from our beds when, during the night, subterraneous rumblings (bramidos), which seem always to come from the volcano of Pichincha, announced a shock, the force of which, however, is seldom in proportion to the intensity of the noise. The indifference of the inhabitants, who bear in mind that for 3 centuries past their city has not been destroyed, readily communicates itself to the least intrepid traveller. It is not so much the fear of the danger as the novelty of the sensation, which makes so forcible an impression when the effect of the slightest earthquake is felt for the first time. From our infancy, the idea of certain contrasts becomes fixed in our minds. Water appears to us an element that moves, earth a motionless and inert mass. These impressions are the result of daily experience. They are connected with everything that is transmitted to us by the senses. When the shock of an earthquake is felt, when the earth which we had deemed so stable is shaken on its old foundations, one instant suffices to destroy long-fixed illusions. It is like awakening from a dream, but a painful awakening. We feel that we have been deceived by the apparent stability of nature. We become observant of the least noise. We mistrust, for the first time, the soil we have so long trod with confidence. But if the shocks be repeated, if they become frequent during several successive days, the uncertainty quickly disappears. In 1784, the inhabitants of Mexico were accustomed to hear the thunder roll beneath their feet. Note: Los bramidos de Guanajuato. End of note. As it is heard by us in the region of the clouds. Confidence easily springs up in the human breast. On the coasts of Peru, we become accustomed to the undulations of the ground, as the sailor becomes accustomed to the tossing of the ship, caused by the motion of the waves. The reddish vapour, which at Cumana had spread a mist over the horizon a little before sunset, disappeared after the 7th of November. The atmosphere resumed its former purity, and the firmament appeared, at the zenith, of that deep blue tint peculiar to climates where heat, light, and a great quantity of electrical charge seem to promote the most perfect dissolution of water in the air. I observed, on the night of the 7th, the immersion of the second satellite of Jupiter. The belts of the planet were even more distinct than I had ever seen them before. I passed a part of the night in comparing the intensity of the light emitted by the beautiful stars which shine in the southern sky. I pursued this test carefully in both hemispheres, at sea and during my abode at Lima, at Guayaquil, and at Mexico. Nearly half a century has now elapsed since Lacaille examined that region of the sky which is invisible in Europe. The stars near the South Pole are usually observed with so little perseverance and attention, that the greatest changes may take place in the intensity of their light and their own motion, without astronomers having the slightest knowledge of them. I think I have remarked changes of this kind in the constellation of the Crane and in that of the Ship. I compared at first with the naked eye the stars which are not very distant from each other, for the purpose of classing them according to the method pointed out by Herschel in a paper read to the Royal Society of London in 1796. I afterwards employed diaphragms, diminishing the aperture of the telescope, and coloured and colourless glasses placed before the eyeglass. I moreover made use of an instrument of reflection calculated to bring simultaneously two stars into the field of the telescope, after having equalized their light by receiving it with more or fewer rays at pleasure, reflected by the silvered part of the mirror. I admit that these photometric processes are not very precise, but I believe the last, which perhaps had never been before employed, might be rendered nearly exact by adding a scale of equal parts to the movable frame of the telescope of the sextant. It was by taking the mean of a great number of variations that I saw the relative intensity of the light of the great stars decrease in the following manner: Sirius, Canopus, A Centauri, Archanor, B Centauri, Fomalhaut, Rigel, Procyon, Betelgeuse, E of the Great Dog, D of the Great Dog, A of the Crane, A of the Peacock. These experiments will become more interesting when travellers shall have determined anew, at intervals of 40 or 50 years, some of those changes which the celestial bodies seem to undergo, either at their surface or with respect to their distances from our planetary system. After having made astronomical observations with the same instruments in our northern climates and in the torrid zone, we are surprised at the effect produced by the latter, by the transparency of the air and less extinction of light, on the clearness with which the double stars, the satellites of Jupiter, or certain nebulae present themselves beneath a sky equally serene in appearance. It would seem as if the more perfect instruments were employed, so much more distinct and well defined do the objects appear between the tropics. It cannot be doubted that at the period when equinoctial America shall become the centre of extensive civilization, physical astronomy will make immense improvements, in proportion as the skies will be explored with excellent glasses in the dry and hot climates of Cumana, Coro, and the island of Margareta. I do not here mention the ridge of the Cordilleras, because, with the exception of some high and nearly barren plains in Mexico and Peru, the very elevated tablelands, in which the barometric pressure is from 10 to 12 inches less than at the level of sea, have a misty and extremely variable climate. The extreme purity of the atmosphere, which constantly prevails in the low regions during the dry season, counterbalances the elevation of site and the rarity of the air on the tablelands. The elevated strata of the atmosphere, when they envelop the ridges of the mountains, undergo rapid changes in their transparency. End of chapter 1.10, part 1. Chapter 1.10, part 2, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America, during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 1, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1.10, Part 2. The night of the 11th of November was cool and extremely fine. From half after 2 in the morning, the most extraordinary luminous meteors were seen in the direction of the east. M. Bonpland, who had risen to enjoy the freshness of the air, perceived them first. Thousands of bolides and falling stars succeeded each other during the space of 4 hours. Their direction was very regular from north to south. They filled a space in the sky extending from due east 30 degrees to north and south. In an amplitude of 60 degrees, the meteors were seen to rise above the horizon at east-northeast and at east, to describe arcs more or less extended, and to fall toward the south after having followed the direction of the meridian. Some of them attained a height of 40 degrees, and all exceeded 25 or 30 degrees. There was very little wind in the low regions of the atmosphere, and that little blew from the east. No trace of clouds was to be seen. M. Bonpland states that, from the first appearance of the phenomenon, there was not in the firmament a space equal in extent to 3 diameters of the moon, which was not filled every instant with bolides and falling stars. The first were fewer in numbers, but as they were of different sizes, it was impossible to fix the limit between these two classes of phenomena. All these meteors left luminous traces from 5 to 10 degrees in length, as often happens in the equinoctial regions. The phosphorescence of these traces, or luminous bands, lasted 7 or 8 seconds. Many of the falling stars had a very distinct nucleus, as large as the disk of Jupiter, from which darted sparks of vivid light. The bolides seemed to burst as by explosion, but the largest, those from 1 to 1 degree 15 minutes in diameter, disappeared without scintillation, leaving behind them phosphorescent bands, trabes, exceeding in breadth 15 or 20 minutes. The light of these meteors was white and not reddish, which must doubtless be attributed to the absence of vapour and the extreme transparency of the air. For the same reason, within the tropics, the stars of the first magnitude have, at their rising, a light decidedly whiter than in Europe. Almost all the inhabitants of Cumana witnessed this phenomenon, because they had left their houses before 4 o'clock to attend the early morning mass. They did not behold these bodies with indifference. The oldest among them remembered that the great earthquakes of 1766 were preceded by similar phenomena. The Guayqueries in the Indian suburb alleged, quote, that the bolides began to appear at 1 o'clock, and that as they returned from fishing in the Gulf, they had perceived very small falling stars toward the east, end quote. They assured us that the igneous meteors were extremely rare on those coasts after 2 o'clock in the morning. The phenomenon ceased by degrees after 4 o'clock, and the bolides and falling stars became less frequent, but we still distinguished some to the northeast by their whitish light and the rapidity of their movement, a quarter of an hour after sunrise. This circumstance will appear less extraordinary when I mention that in broad daylight, in 1788, the interior of the houses in the town of Popayan was brightly illumined by an aerolite of immense magnitude. It passed over the town when the sun was shining clearly, about 1 o'clock. M. Bonpland and myself, during our second residence at Cumana, after having observed on the 26th of September 1800 the immersion of the first satellite of Jupiter, succeeded in seeing the planet distinctly with the naked eye 18 minutes after the disk of the sun had appeared in the horizon. There was a very slight vapour in the east, but Jupiter appeared on an azure sky. These facts bear evidence of the extreme purity and transparency of the atmosphere in the torrid zone. The mass of diffused light is the less, in proportion as the vapours are more perfectly dissolved. The same cause which checks the diffusion of the solar light diminishes the extinction of that which emanates either from bolides from Jupiter or from the moon, seen on the second day after its conjunction. The 12th of November was an extremely hot day, and the hygrometer indicated a very considerable degree of dryness for those climates. The reddish vapour clouded the horizon anew, and rose to a height of 14 degrees. This was the last time it appeared that year, and I must here observe that it is no less rare under the fine sky of Cumana than it is common at Acapulco, on the west coast of Mexico. We did not neglect, during the course of our journey from Caracas to the Rio Negro, to inquire everywhere whether the meteors of the 12th of November had been perceived. In a wild country, where the greater number of the inhabitants sleep in the open air, so extraordinary a phenomenon could not fail to be remarked, unless it had been concealed from observation by clouds. The Capuchin missionary at San Fernando de Apure, note, north latitude 7 degrees 53 minutes 12 seconds, west latitude 70 degrees 20 minutes, end of note, a village situated amid the savannas of the province of Varinas. The Franciscan monks stationed near the cataracts of the Orinoco and at Maroa, note, north latitude 2 degrees 42 minutes 0 seconds, west longitude 70 degrees 2 minutes, end of note, on the banks of the Rio Negro, had seen numberless falling stars and bolides illumine the heavens. Maroa is southwest of Cumana at 174 leagues distance. All these observers compared the phenomenon to bright fireworks, and it lasted from 3 till 6 in the morning. Some of the monks had marked the day in their rituals. Others had noted it by the proximate festivals of the church. Unfortunately, none of them could recollect the direction of the meteors or their apparent height. From the position of the mountains and thick forests which surround the missions of the cataracts and the little village of Maroa, I presume that the bolides were still visible at 120 degrees above the horizon. On my arrival at the southern extremity of Spanish Guiana, at the little fort of San Carlos, I found some Portuguese who had gone up the Rio Negro from the mission of St. Joseph of the Maravitans. They assured me that in that part of Brazil the phenomenon had been perceived at least as far as San Gabriel de Cachoeiras, consequently as far as the equator itself. Note, a little to the northwest of San Diego de Castañero, I did not meet with any persons who had observed this meteor. At Santa Fe de Bogota, at Popayan, or in the southern hemisphere at Quito and Peru. Perhaps the state of the atmosphere, so changeable in these western regions, prevented observation. End of note. I was forcibly struck by the immense height which these bolides must have attained to have rendered them visible simultaneously at Cumana and on the frontiers of Brazil, in a line of 230 leagues in length. But what was my astonishment when, on my return to Europe, I learned that the same phenomenon had been perceived on an extent of the globe of 64 degrees of latitude and 91 degrees of longitude, at the equator, in South America, at Labrador, and in Germany. I saw accidentally, during my passage from Philadelphia to Bordeaux, note, in Memoirs of the Pennsylvanian Society, end of note, the corresponding observation of Mr. Ellicott, parenthesis, latitude 30 degrees 42, close parenthesis. And upon my return from Naples to Berlin, I read the account of the Moravian missionaries among the Eskimos in the Bibliothek of Göttingen. The following is a succinct enumeration of the facts. First, the fiery meteors were seen in the east, and in the east-northeast, at 40 degrees of elevation, from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. at Cumana, latitude 10 degrees 27 minutes 52 seconds, longitude 66 degrees 30 minutes. At Porto Cabello, latitude 10 degrees 6 minutes 52 seconds, longitude 67 degrees 5 minutes, and on the frontiers of Brazil, near the equator, in longitude 70 degrees west of the meridian of Paris. Second, in French Guiana, latitude 4 degrees 56 minutes, longitude 54 degrees 35 minutes. Quote, the northern part of the sky was suffused with fire. Numberless falling stars traversed the heavens during the space of an hour and a half, and shed so vivid a light that those meteors might be compared to the blazing sheaves which shoot out from fireworks. End quote. The knowledge of this fact rests upon the highly trustworthy testimony of the Count de Marbois, then living in exile at Cayenne, a victim to his love of justice and of rational constitutional liberty. Third, Mr. Ellicott, astronomer to the United States, having completed his trigonometric operations for the rectification of the limits on the Ohio, being on the 12th of November in the Gulf of Florida, in latitude 25 degrees and longitude 81 degrees 50 minutes, saw in all parts of the sky, quote, as many meteors as stars, moving in all directions. Some appeared to fall perpendicularly, and it was expected every minute that they would drop into the vessel. End quote. The same phenomenon was perceived upon the American continent as far as latitude 30 degrees 42 minutes. Fourth, in Labrador at Nain, latitude 56 degrees 55 minutes, and Hoffenthal, latitude 58 degrees 4 minutes. In Greenland at Lichtenau, latitude 61 degrees 5 minutes, and New Herrnhut, latitude 64 degrees 14 minutes, longitude 52 degrees 20 minutes. The Eskimos were terrified at the enormous quantity of bolides which fell during twilight at all points of the firmament, and some of which were said to be a foot broad. Fifth, in Germany, Mr. Zeissing, vicar of Idstedt, near Weimar, latitude 50 degrees 59 minutes, longitude 9 degrees 1 minute east, perceived on the 12th of November, between the hours of 6 and 7 in the morning, (2 at Cumana), some falling stars which shed a very white light. Soon after, in the direction of south and southwest, luminous rays appeared from 4 to 6 feet long. They were reddish, and resembled the luminous track of a skyrocket. During the morning twilight, between the hours of 7 and 8, the sky, in the direction of southwest, was observed from time to time to be brightly illumined by white lightning, running in serpentine lines along the horizon. At night the cold increased, and the barometer rose. It is very probable that the meteors might have been observed more to the east, in Poland and in Russia. Note: in Paris and in London the sky was cloudy. At Karlsruhe, before dawn, lightning was seen in the northwest and southeast. On the 13th of November, a remarkable glare of light was seen at the same place in the southeast. End of note. The distance from Weimar to the Rio Negro is 1800 nautical leagues, and from the Rio Negro to Herrnhut in Greenland, 1300 leagues. Admitting that the same fiery meteors were seen at points so distant from each other, we must suppose that their height was at least 411 leagues. Near Weimar, the appearance like skyrockets was observed in the south and southeast, at Cumana in the east and east-northeast. We may therefore conclude that numberless aerolites must have fallen into the sea between Africa and South America, westward of the Cape Verde Islands. But since the direction of the bolides was not the same at Labrador and at Cumana, why were they not perceived in the latter place toward the north, as at Cayenne? We can scarcely be too cautious on a subject on which good observations made in very distant places are still wanting. I am rather inclined to think that the Chayma Indians of Cumana did not see the same bolides as the Portuguese in Brazil and the missionaries in Labrador, but at the same time it cannot be doubted, and this fact appears to me very remarkable, that in the New World between the meridians of 46 and 82 degrees, between the equator and 64 degrees north, at the same hour, an immense number of bolides and falling stars were perceived, and that those meteors had everywhere the same brilliancy throughout a space of 921,000 square leagues. Astronomers who have lately been directing minute attention to falling stars and their parallaxes consider them as meteors belonging to the farthest limits of our atmosphere, between the region of the aurora borealis and that of the lightest clouds. Note: according to the observations which I made on the ridge of the Andes at an elevation of 2,700 toises, on the mouton, or little white fleecy clouds, it appeared to me that their elevation is sometimes not less than 6,000 toises above the level of the coast. End of note. Some have been seen which had not more than 14,000 toises, or about 5 leagues, of elevation. The highest do not appear to exceed 30 leagues. They are often more than 100 feet in diameter, and their swiftness is such that they dart in a few seconds through a space of 2 leagues. Of some which have been measured, the direction was almost perpendicularly upward, or forming an angle of 50 degrees with the vertical line. This extremely remarkable circumstance has led to the conclusion that falling stars are not aerolites which, after having hovered a long time in space, unite on accidentally entering into our atmosphere and fall toward the earth. Note: M. Chladni, who at first considered falling stars to be aerolites, subsequently abandoned that idea. End of note. Whatever may be the origin of these luminous meteors, it is difficult to conceive an instantaneous inflammation taking place in a region where there is less air than in the vacuum of our air pumps, and where, at the height of 25,000 toises, the mercury in the barometer would not rise to 0.012 of a line. We have ascertained the uniform mixture of atmospheric air to be about 0.003, only to an elevation of 3,000 toises, consequently not beyond the last stratum of fleecy clouds. It may be admitted that, in the first revolutions of the globe, gaseous substances, which yet remain unknown to us, have risen toward that region through which the falling stars pass. But accurate experiments made upon mixtures of gases which have not the same specific gravity show that there is no reason for supposing a superior stratum of the atmosphere entirely different from the inferior strata. Gaseous substances mingle and penetrate each other on the least movement, and a uniformity of their mixture may have taken place in the lapse of ages, unless we believe them to possess a repulsive action, of which there is no example in those substances we can subject to our observations. Farther, if we admit the existence of particular aerial fluids in the inaccessible regions of luminous meteors, of falling stars, bolides, and the aurora borealis, how can we conceive why the whole stratum of those fluids does not at once ignite, but that the gaseous emanations, like the clouds, occupy only limited spaces? How can we suppose an electrical explosion without some vapors collected together, capable of containing unequal charges of electricity in air, the mean temperature of which is perhaps 25 degrees below the freezing point of the centigrade thermometer, and the rarefaction of which is so considerable that the compression of the electric shock could scarcely disengage any heat? These difficulties would in great part be removed if the direction of the movement of falling stars allowed us to consider them as bodies with a solid nucleus, as cosmic phenomena belonging to space beyond the limits of our atmosphere, and not as telluric phenomena belonging to our planet only. M. Benzenberg observes that the same cause which renders the phenomenon more frequent has also an influence on the large size of the meteors and the intensity of their light. In Europe, the greatest number of falling stars are seen on those nights on which very bright ones are mingled with very small ones. The periodical nature of the phenomenon augments the interest it excites. There are months in which M. Brand has reckoned in our temperate zone only 60 or 80 falling stars in one night, and in other months their number has risen to 2,000. Whenever one is observed, which is the diameter of Sirius or of Jupiter, we are sure of seeing the brilliant meteor succeeded by a great number of smaller ones. If the falling stars be very numerous during one night, it is probable that they will continue equally so during several weeks. It would seem that in the higher regions of the atmosphere, near that extreme limit where the centrifugal force is balanced by gravity, there exists at regular periods a particular disposition for the production of bolides, falling stars, and the aurora borealis. Note: Ritter, like several others, makes a distinction between bolides mingled with falling stars, and those luminous meteors which, enveloped in vapour and smoke, explode with great noise and let fall, chiefly in the daytime, aerolites. The latter certainly do not belong to our atmosphere. End of note. Does the periodical recurrence of this great phenomenon depend upon the state of the atmosphere, or upon something which the atmosphere receives from without, while the earth advances in the ecliptic? Of all this we are still as ignorant as mankind were in the days of Anaxagoras. With respect to the falling stars themselves, it appears to me, from my own experience, that they are more frequent in the equinoctial regions than in the temperate zone, and more frequent above continents and near certain coasts than in the middle of the ocean. Do the radiation of the surface of the globe and the electric charge of the lower regions of the atmosphere, which varies according to the nature of the soil and the position of the continents and seas, exert their influence as far as those heights where eternal winter reigns? The total absence of even the smallest clouds at certain seasons, or above some barren plains, destitute of vegetation, seems to prove that this influence can be felt as far as 5,000 or 6,000 toises high. A phenomenon analogous to that which appeared on the 12th of November at Cumana was observed 30 years previously on the tableland of the Andes, in a country studded with volcanoes. In the city of Quito there was seen in one part of the sky, above the volcano of Cayamba, such a great number of falling stars that the mountain was thought to be in flames. This singular sight lasted more than an hour. The people assembled in the plain of Ejido, which commands a magnificent view of the highest summits of the Cordilleras. A procession was on the point of setting out from the convent of San Francisco, when it was perceived that the blaze on the horizon was caused by fiery meteors, which ran along the skies in all directions, at the altitude of 12 or 13 degrees. End of chapter 1.10. Chapter 1.11, Part 1 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 1, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1.11, Part 1. Passage from Cumana to La Guaira. Morro of Nuevo Barcelona. Cape Codera. Road from La Guaira to Caracas. On the 16th of November at 8 in the evening, we were under sail to proceed along the coast from Cumana to the port of La Guaira, whence the inhabitants of the province of Venezuela export the greater part of their produce. The passage is only a distance of 60 leagues, and it usually occupies from 36 to 40 hours. The little coasting vessels are favoured at once by the wind and by the currents, which run, with more or less force, from east to west, along the coasts of terra firma, particularly from Cape Paria to the Cape of Chichibacoa. The road by land from Cumana to New Barcelona, and thence to Caracas, is nearly in the same state as that in which it was before the discovery of America. The traveller has to contend with the obstacles presented by a miry soil, large scattered rocks, and strong vegetation. He must sleep in the open air, pass through the valleys of the Unare, the Tuy, and the Capaya, and cross currents which swell rapidly on account of the proximity of the mountains. To these obstacles must be added the dangers arising from the extreme insalubrity of the country. The very low lands between the seashore and the chain of hills nearest the coast, from the Bay of Mochima as far as Coro, are extremely unhealthy. But the last mentioned town, which is surrounded by an immense wood of thorny cactuses, owes its great salubrity, like Cumana, to its barren soil and the absence of rain. In returning from Caracas to Cumana, the road by land is sometimes preferred to the passage by sea, to avoid the adverse current. The postman from Caracas is 9 days in performing this journey. We often saw persons who had followed him arrive at Cumana ill of nervous and miasmatic fevers. The tree of which the bark furnishes a salutary remedy for those fevers, Cortex angostura of our pharmacopoeias, the bark of the Bonplandia trifoliata, grows in the same valleys, and upon the edge of the same forests, which send forth the pernicious exhalations. M. Bonpland recognized the cuspare in the vegetation of the Gulf of Santa Fe, situated between the ports of Cumana and Barcelona. The sickly traveller may perchance repose in a cottage, the inhabitants of which are ignorant of the febrifuge qualities of the trees that shade the surrounding valleys. Having proceeded by sea from Cumana to La Guaira, we intended to take up our abode in the town of Caracas till the end of the rainy season. From Caracas we proposed to direct our course across the great plains, or llanos, to the missions of the Orinoco, to go up that vast river to the south of the cataracts, as far as the Rio Negro and the frontiers of Brazil, and thence to return to Cumana by the capital of Spanish Guiana, commonly called, on account of its situation, Angostura, or the Strait. We could not determine the time we might require to accomplish a tour of 700 leagues, more than 2/3 of that distance having to be traversed in boats. The only parts of the Orinoco known on the coasts are those near its mouth. No commercial intercourse is kept up with the missions. The whole of the country beyond the llanos is unknown to the inhabitants of Cumana and Caracas. Some think that the plains of Calabozo, covered with turf, stretch 800 leagues southward, communicating with the steppes or pampas of Buenos Aires. Others, recalling to mind the great mortality which prevailed among the troops of Iturriaga and Solano during their expedition to the Orinoco, consider the whole country south of the cataracts of Atures as extremely pernicious to health. In a region where travelling is so uncommon, people seem to feel a pleasure in exaggerating to strangers the difficulties arising from the climate, the wild animals, and the Indians. Nevertheless, we persisted in the project we had formed. We could rely upon the interest and solicitude of the governor of Cumana, Don Vicente Emparan, as well as on the recommendations of the Franciscan monks, who are in reality masters of the shores of the Orinoco. Fortunately for us, one of those monks, Juan Gonzalez, was at that time in Cumana. This young monk, who was only a lay brother, was highly intelligent and full of spirit and courage. He had the misfortune, shortly after his arrival on the coast, to displease his superiors upon the election of a new director of the missions of Piritu, which is a period of great agitation in the convent of New Barcelona. The triumphant party exercised a great retaliation, from which the lay brother could not escape. He was sent to Esmeralda, the last mission of the upper Orinoco, famous for the vast quantity of noxious insects with which the air is continually filled. Fray Juan Gonzalez was thoroughly acquainted with the forests which extend from the cataracts toward the sources of the Orinoco. Another revolution in the republican government of the monks had some years before brought him to the coast, where he enjoyed, and most justly, the esteem of his superiors. He confirmed us in our desire of examining the much disputed bifurcation of the Orinoco. He gave us useful advice for the preservation of our health in climates where he had himself suffered long from intermitting fevers. We had the satisfaction of finding Fray Juan Gonzalez at New Barcelona on our return from the Rio Negro. Intending to go from the Havana to Cadiz, he obligingly offered to take charge of part of our herbals and our insects of the Orinoco. But these collections were unfortunately lost with himself at sea. This excellent young man, who was much attached to us, and whose zeal and courage might have rendered him very serviceable to the missions of his order, perished in a storm on the coast of Africa in 1801. The boat which conveyed us from Cumana to La Guaira was one of those employed in trading between the coasts and the West India Islands. They are 30 feet long, and not more than 3 feet high at the gunwale. They have no decks, and their burden is generally from 200 to 250 quintals. Although the sea is extremely rough from Cape Codera to La Guaira, and although the boats have an enormous triangular sail, somewhat dangerous in those gusts which issue from the mountain passes, no instance has occurred during 30 years, of one of these boats being lost in the passage from Cumana to the coast of Caracas. The skill of the Guaiqueria pilots is so great that accidents are very rare, even in the frequent trips they make from Cumana to Guadalupe, or the Danish islands, which are surrounded with breakers. These voyages of 120 or 150 leagues, in an open sea, out of sight of land, are performed in boats without decks, like those of the ancients, without observations of the meridian altitude of the sun, without charts, and generally without a compass. The Indian pilot directs his course at night by the pole star, and in the daytime by the sun and the wind. I have seen Guaiqueries and pilots of the Zambo caste who could find the pole star by the direction of the pointers alpha and beta of the Great Bear, and they seem to me to steer less from the view of the pole star itself than from the line drawn through these stars. It is surprising that at the first sight of land they can find the island of Guadalupe, Santa Cruz, or Puerto Rico, but the compensation of the errors of their course is not always equally fortunate. The boats, if they fall to leeward in making land, beat up with great difficulty to the eastward, against the wind and the current. We descended rapidly the little river Manzanares, the windings of which are marked by cocoa trees, as the rivers of Europe are sometimes bordered by poplars and old willows. On the adjacent arid land, the thorny bushes, on which by day nothing is visible but dust, glitter during the night with thousands of luminous sparks. The number of phosphorescent insects augments in the stormy season. The traveller in the equinoctial regions is never weary of admiring the effect of those reddish and movable fires which, being reflected by limpid water, blend their radiance with that of the starry vault of heaven. We quitted the shore of Cumana as if it had been long our home. This was the first land we had trodden in a zone towards which my thoughts had been directed from earliest youth. There is a powerful charm in the impression produced by the scenery and climate of these regions, and after an abode of a few months, we seem to have lived there during a long succession of years. In Europe, the inhabitant of the north feels an almost similar emotion when he quits, even after a short abode, the shores of the Bay of Naples, the delicious country between Tivoli and the Lake of Nemi, or the wild and majestic scenery of the Upper Alps and the Pyrenees. Yet everywhere, in the temperate zone, the effects of vegetable physiognomy afford little contrast. The firs and the oaks, which crown the mountains of Sweden, have a certain family air in common with those which adorn Greece and Italy. Between the tropics, on the contrary, in the lower regions of both Indies, everything in nature appears new and marvellous. In the open plains and amid the gloom of forests, almost all the remembrances of Europe are effaced, for it is vegetation that determines the character of a landscape, and acts upon the imagination by its mass, the contrast of its forms, and the glow of its colours. In proportion as impressions are powerful and new, they weaken antecedent impressions, and their force imparts to them the character of duration. I appeal to those who, more sensible to the beauties of nature than to the charms of society, have long resided in the torrid zone. How dear, how memorable during life is the land on which they first disembarked. A vague desire to revisit that spot remains rooted in their minds to the most advanced age. Cumana and its dusty soil are still more frequently present to my imagination than all the wonders of the Cordilleras. Beneath the bright sky of the south, the light and the magic of the aerial hues embellish a land almost destitute of vegetation. The sun does not merely enlighten, it colours the objects and wraps them in a thin vapour which, without changing the transparency of the air, renders its tints more harmonious, softens the effects of the light, and diffuses over nature a placid calm which is reflected in our souls. To explain this vivid impression which the aspect of the scenery in the two Indies produces, even on coasts but thinly wooded, it is sufficient to recollect that the beauty of the sky augments from Naples to the equator, almost as much as from Provence to the south of Italy. We passed at high water the bar formed at the mouth of the little river Manzanares. The evening breeze gently swelled the waves in the Gulf of Cariaco. The moon had not risen, but that part of the Milky Way which extends from the feet of the Centaur towards the constellation of Sagittarius seemed to pour a silvery light over the surface of the ocean. The white rock, crowned by the castle of San Antonio, appeared from time to time between the high tops of the cocoa trees which border the shore, and we soon recognized the coasts only by the scattered lights of the Guaiqueria fishermen. We sailed at first to the north-northwest, approaching the peninsula of Araya. We then ran 30 miles to west and west-southwest. As we advanced toward the shoal that surrounds Cape Arenas, and stretches as far as the petroleum springs of Maniquarez, we enjoyed one of those varied sights which the great phosphorescence of the sea so often displays in those climates. Bands of porpoises followed our bark. 15 or 16 of these animals swam at equal distances from each other. When turning on their backs, they struck the surface of the water with their broad tails. They diffused a brilliant light, which seemed like flames issuing from the depth of the ocean. Note: see Views of Nature, Bohn's edition, page 246. End of note. Each band of porpoises, ploughing the surface of the waters, left behind it a track of light, the more striking as the rest of the sea was not phosphorescent. As the motion of an oar and the track of the bark produced on that night but feeble sparks, it is natural to suppose that the vivid phosphorescence caused by the porpoises was owing not only to the stroke of their tails, but also to the gelatinous matter that envelops their bodies and is detached by the shock of the waves. We found ourselves at midnight between some barren and rocky islands, which uprise like bastions in the middle of the sea, and form the group of the Caracas and Cumanas. Note: there are 3 of the Caracas Islands and 8 of the Cumanas. End of note. The moon was above the horizon, and lighted up these cleft rocks, which are bare of vegetation and of fantastic aspect. The sea here forms a sort of bay, a slight inward curve of the land between Cumana and Cape Codera. The islets of Piqua, Piquita, Caracas, and Baracha appear like fragments of the ancient coast, which stretches from Bordones in the same direction, east and west. The gulfs of Mochima and Santa Fe, which will no doubt one day become frequented ports, lie behind those little islands. The rents in the land, the fracture and dip of the strata, all here denote the effects of a great revolution, possibly that which clove us under the chain of the primitive mountains, and separated the mica schist of Araya and the island of Margareta from the gneiss of Cape Codera. Several of the islands are visible at Cumana from the terraces of the houses, and they produce, according to the superposition of layers of air more or less heated, the most singular effects of suspension and mirage. The height of the rocks does not probably exceed 150 toises, but at night, when lighted by the moon, they seem to be of a very considerable elevation. It may appear extraordinary to find the Caracas Islands so distant from that city of that name, opposite the coast of the Cumanagotos, but the denomination of Caracas denoted at the beginning of the conquest, not a particular spot, but a tribe of Indians, neighbours of the Tecs, the Tarahumans, and the Chagaragates. As we came very near this group of mountainous islands, we were becalmed, and at sunrise small currents drifted us toward Boracha, the largest of them. As the rocks rise nearly perpendicular, the shore is abrupt, and in a subsequent voyage I saw frigates at anchor, almost touching the land. The temperature of the atmosphere became sensibly higher whilst we were sailing among the islands of this little archipelago. The rocks, heated during the day, throw out at night, by radiation, a part of the heat absorbed. As the sun rose on the horizon, the rugged mountains projected their vast shadows on the surface of the ocean. The flamingos began to fish in places where they found in a creek calcareous rocks bordered by a narrow beach. All these islands are now entirely uninhabited, but upon one of the Caracas are found wild goats of large size, brown, and extremely swift. Our Indian pilot assured us that their flesh has an excellent flavour. 30 years ago a family of whites settled on this island, where they cultivated maize and cassava. The father alone survived his children. As his wealth increased, he purchased 2 black slaves, and by these slaves he was murdered. The goats became wild, but the cultivated plants perished. Maize in America, like wheat in Europe, connected with man since his first migrations, appears to be preserved only by his care. We sometimes see these nutritive gramina disseminate themselves, but when left to nature the birds prevent their reproduction by destroying the seeds. We anchored for some hours in the road of New Barcelona, at the mouth of the river Neveri, of which the Indian Cumana name is Enipiriquar. This river is full of crocodiles, which sometimes extend their excursions into the open sea, especially in calm weather. They are of the species common in the Orinoco, and bear so much resemblance to the crocodile of Egypt that they have long been confounded together. It may easily be conceived that an animal, the body of which is surrounded with a kind of armour, must be nearly indifferent to the saltiness of the water. Pigafetta relates in his journal recently published at Milan that he saw, on the shores of the island of Borneo, crocodiles which inhabit alike land and sea. These facts must be interesting to geologists, since attention has been fixed on the freshwater formations and the curious mixture of marine and fluviatile petrifactions sometimes observed in certain very recent rocks. The port of Barcelona has maintained a very active commerce since 1795. From Barcelona is exported most of the produce of those vast steppes, which extend from the south side of the chain of the coast as far as the Orinoco, and in which cattle of every kind are almost as abundant as in the pampas of Buenos Aires. The commercial industry of these countries depends on the demand in the West India Islands for salted provision, oxen, mules, and horses. The coasts of terra firma being opposite to the island of Cuba, at a distance of 15 or 18 days' sail, the merchants of Havana prefer, especially in time of peace, obtaining their provisions from the port of Barcelona, to the risk of a long voyage in another hemisphere to the mouth of the Rio de la Plata. The situation of Barcelona is singularly advantageous for the trade in cattle. The animals have only 3 days' journey from the Llanos to the port, while it requires 8 or 9 days to reach Cumana on account of the chain of mountains of the Brigantine and the Imposible. Having landed on the right bank of the Neveri, we ascended to a little fort called El Morro de Barcelona, situated at the elevation of 60 or 70 toises above the level of the sea. The Morro is a calcareous rock, which has been lately fortified. The view from the summit of the Morro is not without beauty. The rocky island of Borracha lies to the east, the lofty promontory of Unari is on the west, and below are seen the mouth of the river Neveri, and the arid shores on which the crocodiles come to sleep in the sun. Notwithstanding the extreme heat of the air, for the thermometer, exposed to the reflection of the white calcareous rock, rose to 38 degrees, we traversed the whole of the eminence. A fortunate chance led us to observe some very curious geological phenomena, which we again met with in the Cordilleras of Mexico. The limestone of Barcelona has a dull, even, or conchoidal fracture, with very flat cavities. It is divided into very thin strata, and exhibits less analogy with the limestone of Cumana than with that of Caripe, forming the cavern of the Guacharo. It is traversed by banks of schistose jasper, Kieselschiefer of Werner, black, with a conchoidal fracture, and breaking into fragments of a parallelepipedal figure. This fossil does not exhibit those little streaks of quartz so common in the Lydian stone. It is found decomposed at its surface into a yellowish-grey crust, and it does not act upon the magnet. Its edges, a little translucid, give it some resemblance to the hornstone, so common in secondary limestones. In Switzerland, the hornstone passing into common jasper is found in kidney stones, and in layers both in the alpine and Jura limestone, especially in the former. It is remarkable that we find the schistose jasper, which in Europe characterizes the transition rocks, the transition limestone and schist, in a limestone having great analogy with that of Jura. In the study of formations, which is the great end of geognosy, the knowledge acquired in the old and new worlds should be made to furnish reciprocal aid to each other. It appears that these black strata are found also in the calcareous mountains of the island of Borracha. We saw some of it as ballast in a fishing boat at Punta Araya. Its fragments might have been mistaken for basalt. Another jasper, that known by the name of the Egyptian pebble, was found by M. Bonpland near the Indian village of Caracas, or Curacaguitiche, 15 leagues south of the Morro of Barcelona, when, on our return from the Orinoco, we crossed the Llanos and approached the mountains on the coast. This stone presented yellowish concentric lines and bands on a reddish-brown ground. It appeared to me that the round pieces of Egyptian jasper belonged also to the Barcelona limestone. Yet, according to M. Cordier, the fine pebbles of Suez owe their origin to a breccia formation, or silicious agglomerate. At the moment of our setting sail, on the 19th of November at noon, I took some altitudes of the moon to determine the longitude of the Morro. The difference of meridian between Cumana and the town of Barcelona, where I made a great number of astronomical observations in 1800, is 34 minutes 48 seconds. I found the dip of the needle 42.20 degrees. The intensity of the forces was equal to 224 oscillations. From the Morro of Barcelona to Cape Codera, the land becomes low as it recedes southward, and the soundings extend to the distance of 3 miles. Beyond this we find the bottom at 45 or 50 fathoms. The temperature of the sea at its surface was 25.9 degrees, but when we were passing through the narrow channel which separates the two Piritu Islands, in 3 fathoms water, the thermometer was only 24.5 degrees. The difference would perhaps be greater if the current, which runs rapidly westward, stirred up deeper water, and if, in a pass of such small width, the land did not contribute to raise the temperature of the sea. The Piritu Islands resemble those shoals which become visible when the tide falls. They do not rise more than 8 or 9 inches above the mean height of the sea. Their surface is smooth and covered with grass. We might have thought we were gazing on some of our own northern meadows. The disk of the setting sun appeared like a globe of fire suspended over the savannah, and its last rays, as they swept the earth, illumined the grass, which was at the same time agitated by the evening breeze. In the low and humid parts of the equinoctial zone, even when the gramineous plants and reeds present the aspect of a meadow, a rich accessory of the picture is usually wanting. I allude to that variety of wildflowers which, scarcely rising above the grass, seem as it were to lie upon a smooth bed of verdure. Within the tropics, the strength and luxury of vegetation give such a development to plants that the smallest of the dicotyledonous family become shrubs. It would seem as if the liliaceous plants, mingling with the gramina, assumed the place of the flowers of our meadows. Their form is indeed striking. They dazzle by the variety and splendor of their colors, but being too high above the soil, they disturb that harmonious proportion which characterizes the plants of our European meadows. Nature has, in every zone, stamped on the landscape the peculiar type of beauty proper to the locality. We must not be surprised that fertile islands, so near terra firma, are not now inhabited. It was only at the early period of the discovery, and whilst the Caribbees, Chaymas, and Cumanagotos were still masters of the coast, that the Spaniards formed settlements at Cubagua and Margareta. When the natives were subdued or driven southward in the direction of the savannas, the preference was given to settlements on the continent, where there was a choice of land, and where there were Indians who might be treated like beasts of burden. Had the little islands of Tortuga, Blanquilla, and Orchilla been situated in the group of the Antilles, they would not have remained without traces of cultivation. Vessels of heavy burden pass between the mainland and the most southern of the Piritu Islands. Being very low, their northern point is dreaded by pilots who near the coast in those latitudes. When we found ourselves to westward of the Morro of Barcelona and the mouth of the river Unare, the sea, till then calm, became agitated and rough in proportion as we approached Cape Codera. The influence of that vast promontory is felt from afar in that part of the Caribbean Sea. The length of the passage from Cumana to La Guaira depends on the degree of ease or difficulty with which Cape Codera can be doubled. Beyond this cape, the sea constantly runs so high that we can scarcely believe we are near a coast where, from the point of Paria as far as Cape San Roman, a gale of wind is never known. On the 20th of November at sunrise, we were so far advanced that we might expect to double the cape in a few hours. We hoped to reach La Guaira the same day, but our Indian pilot, being afraid of the privateers who were near that port, thought it would be prudent to make for land. and anchor in the little harbour of Higuerote, which we had already passed, and await the shelter of night to proceed on our voyage. End of chapter 1.11, part 1. Chapter 1.11, part 2, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 1, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1.11, part 2. On the 20th of November, at 9 in the morning, we were at anchor in the bay, just mentioned, situated westward of the mouth of the Rio Capaya. We found there neither village nor farm, but merely 2 or 3 huts inhabited by mestizo fishermen. Their livid hue and the meagre condition of their children suffice to remind us that this spot is one of the most unhealthy of the whole coast. The sea has so little depth along these shores, that even with the smallest barks it is impossible to reach the shore without wading through the water. The forests come down nearly to the beach, which is covered with thickets of mangroves, avicennias, manchineel trees, and that species of Suriana which the natives call Romero de la Mar, note, Suriana maritima, end of note. To these thickets, and particularly to the exhalations of the mangroves, the extreme insalubrity of the air is attributed here, as in other places in both Indies. On quitting the boats, and whilst we were yet 15 or 20 toises distant from land, we perceived a faint and sickly smell, which reminded me of that diffused through the galleries of deserted mines, where the lights begin to be extinguished, and the timber is covered with flocculent byssus. The temperature of the air rose to 34 degrees, heated by the reverberation from the white sands, which form a line between the mangroves and the great trees of the forest. As the shore descends with a gentle slope, small tides are sufficient alternately to cover and uncover the roots and part of the trunks of the mangroves. It is doubtless whilst the sun heats the humid wood, and causes the fermentation, as it were, of the ground, of the remains of dead leaves, and of the molluscs enveloped in the drift of floating seaweed, that those deleterious gases are formed which escape our researches. We observed that the sea-water, along the whole coast, acquired a yellowish-brown tint, wherever it came into contact with the mangrove trees. Struck with this phenomenon, I gathered at Higuerote a considerable quantity of branches and roots, for the purpose of making some experiments on the infusion of the mangrove, on my arrival at Caracas. The infusion in warm water had a brown colour and an astringent taste. It contained a mixture of extractive matter and tannin. The rhizophora, the mistletoe, the cornel tree, in short, all the plants which belong to the natural families of the Lorantheus and caprifoliaceous plants, have the same properties. The infusion of mangrove wood, kept in contact with atmospheric air under a glass jar for 12 days, was not sensibly deteriorated in purity. A little blackish flocculent settlement was formed, but it was attended by no sensible absorption of oxygen. The wood and roots of the mangrove, placed under water, were exposed to the rays of the sun. I tried to imitate the daily operations of nature on the coasts at the rise of the tide. Bubbles of air were disengaged, and at the expiration of 10 days they formed a volume of 33 cubic inches. They were a mixture of azotic gas and carbonic acid. Nitrous gas scarcely indicated the presence of oxygen. Note: in 100 parts there were 84 of nitrogen, 15 of carbonic acid gas that the water had not absorbed, and 1 of oxygen. End of note. Lastly, I set the wood and the roots of the mangrove thoroughly wetted, to act on a given volume of atmospheric air in a phial with a ground glass stopple. The whole of the oxygen disappeared, and far from being superseded by carbonic acid, lime water was indicated only 0.02. There was even a diminution of the volume of air, more than correspondent with the oxygen absorbed. These slight experiments led me to conclude that it is the moistened bark and wood which act upon the atmosphere in the forests of mangrove trees, and not the water strongly tinted with yellow, forming a distinct band along the coasts. In pursuing the different stages of the decomposition of the ligneous matter, I observed no appearance of a disengagement of sulphuretted hydrogen, to which many travellers attribute the smell perceived amidst mangroves. The decomposition of the earthy and alkaline sulphates, and their transition to the state of sulphurets, may no doubt favour this disengagement in many littoral and marine plants, for instance in the fuci, but I am rather inclined to think that the rhizophora, the avicennia, and the conocarpus augment the insalubrity of the air by the animal matter which they contain conjointly with tannin. These shrubs belong to the three natural families of the Lorantheae, the Combretaceae, and the Pyrenaceae, in which the astringent principle abounds. This principle accompanies gelatin even in the bark of beech, alder, and nut trees. Moreover, a thick wood spreading over marshy grounds would diffuse noxious exhalations in the atmosphere, even though that wood were composed of trees possessing in themselves no deleterious properties. Wherever mangroves grow on the seashore, the beach is covered with infinite numbers of mollusks and insects. These animals love shade and faint light, and they find themselves sheltered from the shock of the waves amid the scaffolding of thick and intertwining roots, which rises like lattice-work above the surface of the waters. Shellfish cling to this lattice, crabs nestle in the hollow trunks, and the seaweeds, drifted to the coast by the winds and tides, remain suspended on the branches which incline toward the earth. Thus, maritime forests, by the accumulation of a slimy mud between the roots of the trees, increase the extent of the land. But whilst these forests gain on the sea, they do not enlarge their own dimensions. On the contrary, their progress is the cause of their destruction. Mangroves and other plants with which they live constantly in society perish in proportion as the ground dries and they are no longer bathed with salt water. Their old trunks, covered with shells and half buried in the sand, denote, after the lapse of ages, the path they have followed in their migrations and the limits of the land which they have wrested from the ocean. The Bay of Higuerota is favourably situated for examining Cape Codera, which is there seen in its full extent 7 miles distant. This promontory is more remarkable for its size than for its elevation, being only about 200 toises high. It is perpendicular on the northwest and east. In these grand profiles, the dip of the strata appears to be distinguishable. Judging from the fragments of rock found along the coast, and from the hills near Higuerota, Cape Codera is not composed of granite with a granular texture, but of a real gneiss with a foliated texture. Its laminae are very broad and sometimes sinuous. Note: Tickflasriger gneiss. End of note. They contain large nodules of reddish feldspar, and but little quartz. The mica is found in superposed lamellae, not isolated. The strata nearest the bay were in the direction of 60 degrees northeast, and dipped 80 degrees to the northwest. These relations of direction and of dip are the same at the great mountain of the Silla, near Caracas, and to the east of Maniquarez, in the isthmus of Araya. They seem to prove that the primitive chain of that isthmus, after having been ruptured or swallowed up by the sea, along a space of 35 leagues, note, between the meridians of Maniquarez and Higuerota, end of note, appears anew in Cape Codera, and continues westward as a chain of the coast. I was assured that, in the interior of the earth south of Higuerota, limestone formations are found. The gneiss did not act upon the magnetic needle. Yet, along the coast, which forms a cove near Cape Codera, and which is covered with a fine forest, I saw magnetic sand mixed with spangles of mica, deposited by the sea. This phenomenon occurs again near the port of La Guaira. Possibly it may denote the existence of some strata of hornblende schist, covered by the waters, in which schist the sand is disseminated. Cape Codera forms, on the north, an immense spherical segment. A shallow which stretches along its foot is known to the navigators by the name of the points of Tutumo and of San Francisco. The road by land from Higuerota to Caracas runs through a wild and humid tract of country, by the montana of Capaya, north of Cacagua, and the valley of Rio Guatira and Guarenas. Some of our fellow travellers determined on taking this road, and M. Bonpland also preferred it, notwithstanding the continual rains and the overflowing of the rivers. It afforded him the opportunity of making a rich collection of new plants. Note: Bauhinia ferruginea, Brownia racemosa, B. ed. Inga hymenifolia, I. curipensis, which Wildenau has called by mistake I. caripensis, etc. End of note. For my part, I continued alone with the Guaiqueria pilot the voyage by sea, for I thought it hazardous to lose sight of the instruments which we were to make use of on the banks of the Orinoco. We set sail at nightfall. The wind was unfavourable, and we doubled Cape Codera with difficulty. The surges were short, and often broke one upon another. The sea ran the higher, owing to the wind being contrary to the current, till after midnight. The general motion of the waters within the tropics toward the west is felt strongly on the coast during 2/3 of the year. In the months of September, October, and November, the current often flows eastward for 15 or 20 days in succession, and vessels on their way from Guayra to Porto Cabello have sometimes been unable to stem the current which runs from west to east, although they have had the wind astern. The cause of these anomalies is not yet discovered. The pilots think they are the effect of gales of wind from the northwest in the Gulf of Mexico. On the 21st of November, at sunrise, we were to the west of Cape Codera, opposite Cururao. The coast is rocky and very elevated, the scenery at once wild and picturesque. We were sufficiently near land to distinguish scattered huts surrounded by cocoa trees and masses of vegetation, which stood out from the dark ground of the rocks. The mountains are everywhere perpendicular, and 3,000 or 4,000 feet high. Their sides cast broad, deep shadows upon the humid land, which stretches out to the sea, glowing with the freshest verdure. This shore produces most of those fruits of the hot regions, which are seen in such great abundance in the markets of the Caracas. The fields cultivated with sugarcane and maize between Camburi and Niguatar stretch through narrow valleys, looking like crevices or clefts in the rocks, and, penetrated by the rays of the sun, then above the horizon, they presented the most singular contrasts of light and shade. The mountain of Niguatar and the Silla of Caracas are the loftiest summits of this littoral chain. The first almost reaches the height of Canigou. It seems as if the Pyrenees or the Alps, stripped of their snows, had risen from the bosom of the ocean, so much more stupendous do mountains appear when viewed for the first time from the sea. Near Caravalleda, the cultivated lands enlarge. We find hills with gentle declivities, and the vegetation rises to a great height. The sugar cane is here cultivated, and the monks of La Merced have a plantation with 200 slaves. This spot was formerly extremely subject to fever, and it is said that the air has acquired salubrity since trees have been planted round a small lake, the emanations of which were dreaded, and which is now less exposed to the ardour of the sun. To the west of Caravalleda, a wall of bare rock again projects forward in the direction of the sea, but it has little extent. After having passed it, we immediately discovered the pleasantly situated village of Macuto, the black rocks of La Guayra, studded with batteries rising in tiers, one over another, and in the misty distance, Cabo Blanco, a long promontory with conical summits, and of dazzling whiteness. Cocoa trees border the shore, and give it, under that burning sun, an appearance of fertility. I landed in the port of La Guayra, and the same evening made preparations for transporting my instruments to Caracas. Having been recommended not to sleep in the town, where the yellow fever had been raging only a few weeks previously, I fixed my lodging in a house on a little hill above the village of Maiquetia, a place more exposed to fresh winds than La Guayra. I reached Caracas on the 21st of November, 4 days sooner than M. Bonpland, who, with the other travellers on the land journey, had suffered greatly from the rain and the inundations of the torrents between Capaya and Curiepe. Before proceeding further, I will here subjoin a description of La Guayra, and the extraordinary road which leads from thence to the town of Caracas, adding thereto all the observations made by M. Bonpland and myself in an excursion to Cabo Blanco about the end of January 1800. La Guayra is rather a roadstead than a port. The sea is constantly agitated, and ships suffer at once by the violence of the wind, the tideways, and the bad anchorage. The lading is taken in with difficulty, and the swell prevents the embarkation of mules here, as at New Barcelona and Porto Cabello. The free mulattoes and negroes who carry the cacao on board the ships are a class of men remarkable for muscular strength. They wade up to their waists through the water, and it is remarkable that they are never attacked by the sharks, so common in this harbour. This fact seems connected with what I have often observed within the tropics, with respect to other classes of animals which live in society, for instance monkeys and crocodiles. In the missions of the Orinoco, and on the banks of the river Amazon, the Indians, who catch monkeys to sell them, know very well that they can easily succeed in taming those which inhabit certain islands, while monkeys of the same species caught on the neighbouring continent die of terror or rage when they find themselves in the power of man. The crocodiles of one lake in the Llanos are cowardly, and flee even when in the water, whilst those of another lake will attack with extreme intrepidity. It would be difficult to explain this difference of disposition and habits by the mere aspect of the respective localities. The sharks of the port of La Guaira seem to furnish an analogous example. They are dangerous and bloodthirsty at the island opposite the coast of Caracas, at the Roque, at Bonaire, and at Curaçao, while they forbear to attack persons swimming in the ports of La Guaira and Santa Martha. The natives, who, like the ignorant mass of people in every country, in seeking the explanation of natural phenomena, always have recourse to the marvellous, affirm that in the ports just mentioned a bishop gave his benediction to the sharks. The situation of La Guaira is very singular, and can only be compared to that of Santa Cruz in Teneriffe. The chain of mountains which separates the port from the high valley of Caracas descends almost directly into the sea, and the houses of the town are backed by a wall of steep rocks. There scarcely remains 100 or 140 toises breadth of flat ground between the wall and the ocean. The town has 6,000 or 8,000 inhabitants, and contains only 2 streets, running parallel with each other east and west. It is commanded by the battery of Cerro Colorado, and its fortifications along the seashore are well disposed and kept in repair. The aspect of this place has in it something solitary and gloomy. We seemed not to be on a continent covered with vast forests, but on a rocky island destitute of vegetation. With the exception of Cabo Blanco and the cocoa trees of Maiquetía, no view meets the eye but that of the horizon, the sea, and the azure vault of heaven. The heat is excessive during the day, and most frequently during the night. The climate of La Guaira is justly considered to be hotter than that of Cumana, Porto Cabello, and Coro, because the sea breeze is less felt, and the air is heated by the radiant caloric which the perpendicular rocks emit from the time the sun sets. The examination of the thermometric observations made during 9 months at La Guaira by an eminent physician enabled me to compare the climate of this port with those of Cumana, of the Havannah, and of Vera Cruz. This comparison is the more interesting as it furnishes an inexhaustible subject of conversation in the Spanish colonies, and among the mariners who frequent those latitudes. As nothing is more deceiving in such matters than the testimony of the senses, we can judge of the differences of climates only by numerical calculations. The 4 places of which we have been speaking are considered as the hottest on the shores of the New World. A comparison of them may serve to confirm what we have several times observed, that it is generally the duration of a high temperature, and not the excess of heat or its absolute quantity, which occasions the sufferings of the inhabitants of the torrid zone. A series of thermometric observations shows that La Guaira is one of the hottest places on the earth, that the quantity of heat which it receives in the course of a year is a little greater than that felt at Cumana, but that in the months of November, December, and January, at equal distance from the 2 passages of the sun through the zenith of the town, the atmosphere cools more at La Guaira. May not this cooling, much slighter than that which is felt almost at the same time at Vera Cruz and at the Havannah, be the effect of the more westerly position of La Guaira? The aerial ocean, which appears to form only one mass, is agitated by currents, the limits of which are fixed by immutable laws, and its temperature is variously modified by the configuration of the lands and the seas by which it is sustained. It may be subdivided into several basins, which overflow into each other, and of which the most agitated, for instance, that over the Gulf of Mexico, or between the Sierra of Santa Martha and the Gulf of Darien, have a powerful influence on the refrigeration and the motion of the neighbouring columns of air. The north winds sometimes cause influxes and counter currents in the southwest part of the Caribbean Sea, which seem, during particular months, to diminish the heat as far as terra firma. At the time of my abode at La Guaira, the yellow fever, or calentura amarilla, had been known only 2 years, and the mortality it occasioned had not been very great, because the confluence of strangers on the coast of Caracas was less considerable than that at the Havannah or Vera Cruz. A few individuals, even Creoles and mulattoes, were sometimes carried off suddenly by certain irregular remittent fevers, which, from being complicated with bilious appearances, hemorrhages, and other symptoms equally alarming, appeared to have some analogy with the yellow fever. The victims of these maladies were generally men employed in the hard labour of cutting wood in the forests, for instance, in the neighbourhood of the little port of Curupano, or the Gulf of Santa Fe, west of Cumana. Their death often alarmed the unacclimated Europeans, in towns usually regarded as particularly healthy. But the seeds of the sporadic malady were propagated no farther. On the coast of terra firma, the real typhus of America, which is known by the names vomito prieto, black vomit, and yellow fever, and which must be considered as a morbid affection sui generis, was known only at Porto Cabello, at Cartagena, and at Santa Martha, where Gastelbondo observed and described it in 1729. The Spaniards recently disembarked, and the inhabitants of the valley of Caracas were not then afraid to reside at La Guayra. They complained only of the oppressive heat which prevailed during the great part of the year. If they exposed themselves to the immediate action of the sun, they dreaded at most only those attacks of inflammation of the skin or eyes which are felt everywhere in the torrid zone, and are often accompanied by a febrile affection and congestion in the head. Many individuals preferred the ardent but uniform climate of La Guayra to the cool but extremely variable climate of Caracas, and scarcely any mention was made of the insalubrity of the former port. Since the year 1797 everything has changed. Commerce being thrown open to other vessels besides those of the mother country, seamen born in colder parts of Europe than Spain, and consequently more susceptible to the climate of the torrid zone, began to frequent La Guayra. The yellow fever broke out. North Americans, seized with the typhus, were received in the Spanish hospitals, and it was affirmed that they had imported the contagion, and that the disease had appeared on board a brig from Philadelphia, even before the vessel had entered the roads of La Guayra. The captain of the brig denied the fact, and asserted that, far from having introduced the malady, his crew caught it in the port. We know from what happened at Cadiz in 1800 how difficult it is to elucidate facts when their uncertainty serves to favour theories diametrically opposed one to another. The more enlightened inhabitants of Caracas and La Guayra divided an opinion, like the physicians of Europe and the United States, on the question of the contagion of yellow fever, cited the instance of the American vessel, some for the purpose of proving that the typhus had come from abroad, and others to show that it had taken birth in the country itself. Those who advocated the latter opinion admitted that an extraordinary alteration had been caused by the constitution of the atmosphere by the overflowings of the Rio de la Guayra. This torrent, which in general is not 10 inches deep, was swelled after 60 hours' rain in the mountains in so extraordinary a manner that it bore down trunks of trees and masses of rock of considerable size. During this flood, the waters were from 30 to 40 feet in breadth, and from 8 to 10 feet deep. It was supposed that, issuing from some subterranean basin formed by successive infiltrations, they had flowed into the recently cleared arable lands. Many houses were carried away by the torrent, and the inundation became more dangerous for the stores in consequence of the gate of the town, which could alone afford an outlet to the waters, being accidentally closed. It was necessary to make a breach in the wall on the seaside. More than 30 persons perished, and the damage was computed at 500,000 of piastres. The stagnant water which infected the stores, the cellars, and the dungeons of the public prison, no doubt diffused miasms in the air, which, as a predisposing cause, may have accelerated the development of the yellow fever. But I believe that the inundation of the Rio de la Guayra was no more the primary cause than the overflowings of the Guadalquivir, the Xenil, and the Gualmadina were at Seville, at Ecija, and at Malaga, the primary causes of the fatal epidemics of 1800 and 1804. I examined with attention the bed of the torrent of La Guayra, and found it to consist merely of a barren soil, blocks of mica slate, and gneiss containing pyrites detached from the Sierra de Avila, but nothing that could have had any effect in deteriorating the purity of the air. Since the years 1797 and 1798, at which periods there prevailed dreadful mortality at Philadelphia, St. Lucia, and St. Domingo, the yellow fever has continued its ravages at La Guayra. It has proved fatal not only to the troops newly arrived from Spain, but also to those levied in parts remote from the coasts, in the llanos between Calabozo and Urituca, regions almost as hot as La Guayra, but favourable to health. This latter fact would seem more surprising, did we not know that even the natives of Vera Cruz, who are not attacked with typhus in their own town, sometimes sink under it during epidemics of the Havana and the United States. As the black vomit finds an insurmountable barrier at Encero, 476 toises high, on the declivity of the mountains of Mexico, in the direction of Jalapa, where oaks begin to appear and the climate begins to be cool and pleasant, so the yellow fever scarcely ever passes beyond the ridge of mountains which separates La Guaira from the valley of Caracas. This valley has been exempt from the malady for a considerable time, for we must not confound the vomito and the yellow fever with the irregular and bilious fevers. The Cumbra and the Cerro do Avila form a very useful rampart to the town of Caracas, the elevation of which a little exceeds that of the Encero, but of which the mean temperature is above that of Jalapa. End of chapter 1.11, part 2. Chapter 1.11, part 3, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 1, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1.11, part 3. I have published in another work, note, Novella España, tome 2, end of note, the observations made by M. Bonpland and myself on the locality of the towns periodically subject to the visitation of yellow fever, and I shall not hazard here any new conjectures on the changes observed in the pathogenic constitution of particular localities. The more I reflect on this subject, the more mysterious appears to me all that relates to those gaseous emanations which we call so vaguely the seeds of contagion, and which are supposed to be developed by a corrupted air, destroyed by cold, conveyed from place to place in garments, and attached to the walls of houses. How can we explain why, for the space of 18 years prior to 1794, there was not a single instance of the vomito at Vera Cruz, though the concourse of unacclimated Europeans and Mexicans from the interior was very considerable, though sailors indulged in the same excesses with which they are still reproached, and though the town was not so clean as it has been since the year 1800. The following is a series of pathological facts considered in their simplest point of view. When a great number of persons born in a cold climate arrive at the same period in a port of the torrid zone, not particularly dreaded by the navigators, the typhus of America begins to appear. Those persons have not had typhus during their passage. It appears among them only after they have landed. Is the atmospheric constitution changed, or is it that a new form of disease develops itself among individuals whose susceptibility is highly increased? The typhus soon begins to extend its ravages among other Europeans, born in more southern countries. If propagated by contagion, it seems surprising that in the towns of the equinoctial continent it does not attach itself to certain streets, and that immediate contact does not augment the danger any more than seclusion diminishes it. Note: in the Oriental plague, another form of typhus characterized by great disorder of the lymphatic system, immediate contact is less to be feared than is generally thought. Lowry maintains that the tumefied glands may be touched or cauterized without danger, but he thinks we ought not to risk putting on the clothes of persons attacked with the plague. Memoires sur les maladies de l'armée Françoise en Egypte, page 35, end of note. The sick, when removed to the inland country, and especially to cooler and more elevated spots, to Jalapa, for instance, do not communicate typhus to the inhabitants of those places, either because the disease is not contagious in its nature, or because the predisposing causes are not the same as in the regions of the shore. When there is a considerable lowering of the temperature, the epidemic usually ceases, even on the spot where it first appeared. It again breaks out at the approach of the hot season, and sometimes long before, though during several months there may have been no sick person in the harbour, and no ship may have entered it. The typhus of America appears to be confined to the shore, either because persons who bring the disease disembark there, and goods supposed to be impregnated with deleterious miasms are there accumulated, or because on the seaside gaseous emanations of a particular nature are formed. The aspect of the places subject to the ravages of typhus seems often to exclude all idea of a local or endemic origin. It has been known to prevail in the Canaries, the Bermudas, and among the small West India Islands. in dry places formerly distinguished for the great salubrity of their climate. Examples of the propagation of the yellow fever in the inland parts of the torrid zone appear very doubtful. That malady may have been confounded with remitting bilious fevers. With respect to the temperate zone, in which the contagious character of the American typhus is more decided, the disease has unquestionably spread far from the shore, even into very elevated places, exposed to cool and dry winds, as in Spain, at Medina Sidonia, at Carlota, and in the city of Murcia. That variety of phenomena which the same epidemic exhibits according to the difference of climate, the union of predisposing causes, its shorter or longer duration, and the degree of its exacerbation, should render us extremely circumspect in tracing the secret causes of the American typhus. M. Bailly, who, at the time of the violent epidemics in 1802 and 1803, was chief physician to the colony of St. Domingo, and who studied that disease in the island of Cuba, the United States, and Spain, is of the opinion that the typhus is very often, but not always, contagious. Since the yellow fever has made such ravages in La Guaira, exaggerated accounts have been given of the uncleanliness of that little town, as well as of Vera Cruz, and of the quays or wharfs of Philadelphia. In a place where the soil is extremely dry, destitute of vegetation, and where scarcely a few drops of water fall in the course of 7 or 8 months, the causes that produce what are called miasms cannot be of very frequent occurrence. La Guaira appeared to me, in general, to be tolerably clean, with the exception of the quarter of the slaughter-houses. The seaside has no beach on which the remains of fuci or molluscs are heaped up, but the neighbouring coast, which stretches eastward toward Cape Codera, and consequently to the windward of La Guaira, is extremely unhealthy. Intermitting, putrid, and bilious fevers often prevail at Macuto and at Caravalleda, and when from time to time the breeze is interrupted by a westerly wind, the little bay of Cotilla sends air loaded with putrid emanations toward the coast of La Guaira, notwithstanding the rampart opposed by Cabo Blanco. The irritability of the organs being so different in the people of the north and those of the south, it cannot be doubted that with greater freedom of commerce, and more frequent and intimate communication between countries situated in different climates, the yellow fever will extend its ravages in the New World. It is even probable that the concurrence of so many exciting causes, and their action on individuals so differently organized, may give birth to new forms of disease, and new deviations of the vital powers. This is one of the evils that inevitably attend rising civilization. The yellow fever and the black vomit cease periodically at Havana and Vera Cruz, when the north winds bring the cold air of Canada toward the Gulf of Mexico. But from the extreme equality of temperature which characterizes the climates of Porto Cabello, La Guaira, New Barcelona, and Cumana, it may be feared that the typhus will there become permanent, whenever, from a great influx of strangers, it has acquired a high degree of exacerbation. Tracing the granitic coast of La Guaira westward, we find between that port, which is in fact but an ill-sheltered roadstead, and that of Porto Cabello several indentations of the land, furnishing excellent anchorage for ships. Such are the small bay of Catia, Los Arrecifes, Puerto La Cruz Choroni, Cienega de Ocumare, Turiamo, Berberata, and Patanebo. All these ports, with the exception of that of Berberata, from which mules are exported to Jamaica, are now frequented only by small coasting vessels, which are there laden with provisions and cacao from the surrounding plantations. The inhabitants of Caracas are desirous to avail themselves of the anchorage of Catia, to the west of Cabo Blanco. M. Bonpland and myself examined that point of the coast during our second abode at La Guaira. A ravine, called the Quebrada de Tipe, descends from the tableland of Caracas towards Catia. A plan has long been in contemplation for making a cart road through this ravine, and abandoning the old road to La Guaira, which resembles the passage over St. Gothard. According to this plan, the port of Catia, equally large and secure, would supersede that of La Guaira. Unfortunately, however, all that shore to the leeward of Cabo Blanco abounds with mangroves, and is extremely unhealthy. I ascended to the summit of the promontory which forms Cabo Blanco, in order to observe the passage of the sun over the meridian. I wished to compare in the morning the altitudes taken with an artificial horizon, and those taken with the horizon of the sea, to verify the apparent depression of the latter by the barometrical measurement of the hill. By this method, hitherto very little employed, on reducing the heights of the sun to the same time, a reflecting instrument may be used like an instrument furnished with a level. I found the latitude of the Cape to be 10 degrees 36 minutes 45 seconds. I could only make use of the angles which gave the image of the sun reflected on a plain glass. The horizon of the sea was very misty, and the windings of the coast prevented me from taking the height of the sun on that horizon. The environs of Cabo Blanco are not uninteresting for the study of rocks. The gneiss here passes into the state of mica slate (Glimmerschiefer), and contains along the sea coast layers of schistose chlorite (chlorite schiefer). In this latter I found garnets and magnetical sand. On the road to Catia we see the chloritic schist passing into hornblende schist (Hornblendschiefer). All these formations are found together in the primitive mountains of the Old World, especially in the north of Europe. The sea at the foot of Cabo Blanco throws up on the beach rolled fragments of a rock, which is a granular mixture of hornblende and lamellar feldspar. It is what is rather vaguely called primitive grunstein. In it we can recognize traces of quartz and pyrites. Submarine rocks probably exist near the coast, which furnish these very hard masses. I have compared them in my journal to the Paterlestein of Fichtelberg in Franconia, which is also a diabase, but so fusible that glass buttons are made of it, which are employed in the slave trade on the coast of Guinea. I believed at first, according to the analogy of the phenomena furnished by the mountains of Franconia, that the presence of these hornblende masses with crystals of common (uncompact) feldspar indicated the proximity of transition rocks. But in the high valleys of Caracas, near Antimano, balls of the same diabase fill a vein crossing the mica slate. On the western declivity of the hill of Cabo Blanco, the gneiss is covered with a formation of sandstone, or conglomerate, extremely recent. This sandstone combines angular fragments of gneiss, quartz, and chlorite, magnetical sand, madrepores, and petrified bivalve shells. Is this formation of the same date as that of Punta Araya and Cumana? Scarcely any part of the coast has so burning a climate as the environs of Cabo Blanco. We suffered much from the heat, augmented by the reverberation of a barren and dusty soil, but without feeling any bad consequences from the effects of insolation. The powerful action of the sun on the cerebral functions is extremely dreaded at La Guayra, especially at the period when the yellow fever begins to be felt. Being one day on the terrace of the house, observing at noon the difference of the thermometer in the sun and in the shade, a man approached me holding in his hand a potion which he conjured me to swallow. He was a physician who, from his window, had observed me bareheaded and exposed to the rays of the sun. He assured me that, being a native of a very northern climate, I should infallibly, after the imprudence I had committed, be attacked with the yellow fever that very evening, if I refused to take the remedy against it. I was not alarmed by this prediction, however serious, believing myself to have been long acclimated, but I could not resist yielding to entreaties prompted by such benevolent feelings. I swallowed the dose, and the physician doubtless counted me among the number of those he had saved. The road leading from the port to Caracas, the capital of a government of nearly 900,000 inhabitants, resembles, as I have already observed, the passage over the Alps, the road of St. Gothard, and the great St. Bernard. Taking the level of the road had never been attempted before my arrival in the province of Venezuela. No precise idea had even been formed of the elevation of the valley of Caracas. It had indeed been long observed that the descent was much less from La Combra and Las Vueltas (the latter is the culminating point of the road towards the Pastora at the entrance of the valley of Caracas) than towards the port of La Guayra. But the mountain of Avila, having a very considerable bulk, the eye cannot discern simultaneously the points to be compared. It is even impossible to form a precise idea of the elevation of Caracas from the climate of the valley, where the atmosphere is cooled by the descending currents of air, and by the mists which envelop the lofty summit of the Silla during a great part of the year. When in the season of the great heats we breathe the burning atmosphere of La Guayra, and turn our eyes toward the mountains, it seems scarcely possible that, at the distance of 5,000 or 6,000 toises, a population of 40,000 individuals, assembled in a narrow valley, enjoys the coolness of spring, a temperature which at night descends to 12 degrees of the centesimal thermometer. This near approach of different climates is common in the Cordillera of the Andes, but everywhere at Mexico, at Quito, in Peru, and in New Granada, it is only after a long journey into the interior, either across plains or along rivers, that we reach the great cities which are the central points of civilization. The height of Caracas is but a third of that of Mexico, Quito, and Santa Fe de Bogota. Yet, of all the capitals of Spanish America which enjoy a cool and delicious climate in the midst of the torrid zone, Caracas is nearest to the coast. What a privilege for a city to possess a seaport at 3 leagues distance, and to be situated among mountains, on a tableland which would produce wheat if the cultivation of the coffee tree were not preferred. The road from La Guaira to the valley of Caracas is infinitely finer than the road from Honda to Santa Fe, or that from Guayaquil to Quito. It is kept in better order than the old road, which led from the port of Vera Cruz to Perote, on the eastern declivity of the mountains of New Spain. With good mules, it takes but 3 hours to go from the port of La Guaira to Caracas, and only 2 hours to return. With loaded mules, or on foot, the journey is from 4 to 5 hours. The road runs along a ridge of rocks extremely steep, and after passing the stations bearing respectively the names of Torre Quemada, Curicuti, and Salto, we arrive at a large inn, La Venta, built at 600 toises above the level of the sea. The name Torre Quemada, or burnt tower, indicates the sensation that is felt in descending towards La Guaira. A suffocating heat is reflected from the walls of rock, and especially from the barren plains on which the traveller looks down. On this road, as on that from Vera Cruz to Mexico, and wherever on a rapid declivity the climate changes, the increase of muscular strength and the sensation of well-being which we experience as we advance into strata of cooler air have always appeared to me less striking than the feeling of languor and debility which pervades the frame when we descend toward the burning plains of the coast. But such is the organization of man, and even in the moral world we are less soothed by that which ameliorates our condition than annoyed by the sensation of discomfort. From Curicuti to Salto the ascent is somewhat less laborious. The sinuosities of the way render the declivity easier, as in the old road over Mont Cenis. The Salto, or leap, is a crevice, which is crossed by a drawbridge. Fortifications crown the summit of the mountain. At La Venta, the thermometer at noon stood at 19.3 degrees, when at La Guaira it kept at the same hour at 26.2 degrees. La Venta enjoys some celebrity in Europe and in the United States for the beauty of its surrounding scenery. When the clouds permit, this spot affords a magnificent view of the sea and the neighbouring coasts. An horizon of more than 22 leagues radius is visible. The white and barren shore reflects a dazzling mass of light, and the spectator beholds at his feet Cabo Blanco, the village of Maiquetia, with its cocoa trees, La Guaira, and the vessels in the port. But I found this view far more extraordinary when the sky was not serene, and when trains of clouds, strongly illumined on their upper surface, seem projected like floating islands on the ocean. Strata of vapour, hovering at different heights, formed intermediary spaces between the eye and the lower regions. By an illusion easily explained, they enlarged the scene and rendered it more majestic. Trees and dwellings appear at intervals through the openings, which were left by the clouds when driven on by the winds, and rolling over one another. Objects then appear at greater depth than when seen through a pure and uniformly serene air. On the declivity of the mountains of Mexico, at the same height, between Las Trancas and Jalapa, the sea is 12 leagues distant, and the view of the coast is confused, while on the road from La Guaira to Caracas we command the plains, the Tierra Caliente, as from the top of a tower. How extraordinary must be the impression created by this prospect on natives of the inland parts of the country, who behold the sea and ships for the first time from this point. I determined by direct observations the latitude of La Venta, that I might be enabled to give a more precise idea of the distance of the coasts. The latitude is 10 degrees 33 minutes 9 seconds. Its longitude appeared to me by the chronometer nearly 2 minutes 47 seconds west of the town of Caracas. I found the dip of the needle at this height to be 41.75 degrees, and the intensity of the magnetic forces equal to 234 oscillations. From the Venta, also called La Venta Grande, to distinguish it from 3 or 4 small inns formerly established along the road, but now destroyed, there is still an ascent of 150 toises to Guayavo. This is nearly the most lofty point of the road. Whether we gaze on the distant horizon of the sea, or turn our eyes southeastward in the direction of the serrated ridge of rocks which seems to unite the Cumbra and the Silla, though separated from them by a ravine (quebrada) of Tocume, everywhere we admire the grand character of the landscape. From Guayavo we proceed for half an hour over a smooth tableland covered with alpine plants. This part of the way, on account of its windings, is called Las Vueltas. We find a little higher up the barracks or magazines of flour, which were constructed in a spot of cool temperature by the Guipuzcoa Company, when they had the exclusive monopoly of the trade of Caracas, and supplied that place with provision. On the road to Las Vueltas we see for the first time the capital, situated 300 toises below, in a valley luxuriantly planted with coffee and European fruit trees. Travellers are accustomed to halt near a fine spring, known by the name of Fuente de Sanchorquiz, which flows down from the Sierra on sloping strata of gneiss. I found its temperature 16.4 degrees, which, for an elevation of 726 toises, is considerably cool, and it would appear much cooler to those who drink its limpid waters if, instead of gushing out between La Cumbre and the temperate valley of Caracas, it were found on the descent towards La Guaira. But at this descent on the northern side of the mountain, the rock, by an uncommon exception in this country, does not dip to the northwest, but to the southeast, which prevents the subterranean waters from forming springs there. We continued to descend from the small ravine of Sanchorquiz to the Cruz de la Guaira, a cross erected on an open spot, 632 toises high, and thence (entering by the custom house and the quarter of the Pastora) to the city of Caracas. On the south side of the mountain of Avila, the gneiss presents several geognostic phenomena worthy of attention of travellers. It is traversed by veins of quartz, containing cannulated and often articulated prisms of rutile titanite, 2 or 3 lines in diameter. In the fissures of the quartz we find, on breaking it, very thin crystals, which, crossing each other, form a kind of network. Sometimes the red chorl occurs only in dendritic crystals of a bright red. Note, especially below the cross of La Guaira, at 594 toises of absolute elevation. End of note. The gneiss of the valley of Caracas is characterized by the red and green garnets it contains. They, however, disappear when the rock passes into mica slate. This same phenomenon has been remarked by Von Buch in Sweden, but in the temperate parts of Europe garnets are in general contained in serpentine and mica slates, not in gneiss. In the walls which enclose the gardens of Caracas, constructed partly of fragments of gneiss, we find garnets of a very fine red, a little transparent, and very difficult to detach. The gneiss near the cross of La Guaira, half a league from Caracas, presented also vestiges of azure copper ore. Note, blue carbonate of copper, end of note, disseminated in veins of quartz, and small strata of plumbago, note, black lead, end of note, or earthly carburetted iron. This last is found in pretty large masses, and sometimes mingled with sparry iron ore, in the ravine of Tocume, to the west of the Silla. Between the spring of Sanchorquiz and the cross of La Guaira, as well as still higher up, the gneiss contains considerable beds of saccharoidal, bluish-grey, primitive limestone, coarse-grained, containing mica, and traversed by veins of white calcareous spar. The mica, with large folia, lies in the direction of the dip of the strata. I found in the primitive limestone a great many crystallized pyrites, and rhomboidal fragments of sparry iron ore of Isabella yellow. I endeavoured, but without success, to find tremolite (grammatite of Hue). The primitive limestone above the spring of Sanchorquiz is directed, as the gneiss in that place, hor 5.2, and dips 45 degrees north. But the general direction of the gneiss is, in the Cerro de Avila, hor 3.4, with 60 degrees of dip northwest. Exceptions, merely local, are observed in a small space of ground near the cross of La Guaira, hor 6.2, dip 8 degrees north, and higher up, opposite the quebrada of Tipe, hor 12, dip 50 degrees west, which in the Fichtelberg and Franconia is common in the primitive limestone without dolomite. In Europe, beds of primitive limestone are generally observed in the mica slates, but we find also saccharoidal limestone in gneiss of the most ancient formation in Sweden near Uppsala, in Saxony near Berkersdorf, and in the Alps in the road over the Simplon. These situations are analogous to that of Caracas. The phenomenon of geognosy, particularly those which are connected with the stratification of rocks and their grouping, are never solitary, but are found the same in both hemispheres. I was the more struck with these relations and this identity of formations as, in the time of my journey in these countries, mineralogists were unacquainted with the name of a single rock of Venezuela, New Granada, and the Cordilleras of Quito. End of chapter 1.11. Chapter 1.12, Part 1, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 1, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1.12, Part 1. In all those parts of Spanish America in which civilization did not exist to a certain degree before the conquest, as it did in Mexico, Guatemala, Quito, and Peru, it has advanced from the coasts to the interior of the country, following sometimes the valley of a great river, sometimes a chain of mountains affording a temperate climate. Concentrated at once in different points, it has spread as if by diverging rays. The union into provinces and kingdoms was effected on the first immediate contact between civilized parts, or at least those subject to permanent and regular government. Lands deserted or inhabited by savage tribes now surround the countries which European civilization has subdued. They divide its conquests, like arms of the sea, difficult to be passed, and neighbouring states are often connected with each other only by slips of cultivated land. It is less difficult to acquire a knowledge of the configuration of coasts washed by the ocean than of the sinuosities of that interior shore on which barbarism and civilization, impenetrable forests and cultivated land, touch and bound each other. From not having reflected on the early state of society in the New World, geographers have often made their maps incorrect, by marking the different parts of the Spanish and Portuguese colonies as though they were contiguous at every point in the interior. The local knowledge which I obtained respecting these boundaries enables me to fix the extent of the great territorial divisions with some certainty, to compare the wild and inhabited parts, and to appreciate the degree of political influence exercised by certain towns of America as centres of power and of commerce. Caracas is the capital of a country nearly twice as large as Peru, and now little inferior in extent to the kingdom of New Granada. Note: the Capitania General of Caracas contains nearly 48,000 square leagues (25 to a degree). Peru, since La Paz, Potosi, Charcas, and Santa Cruz de la Sierra have been separated from it, contains only 30,000. New Granada, including the province of Quito, contains 65,000. Reinos, Capitanias Generales, Presidencias, Gobiernos, and Provincias are the names by which Spain formerly distinguished her transmarine possessions, or, as they were called, Dominios de Ultramar (dominions beyond the sea). End of note. This country, which the Spanish government designates by the name of Capitania General de Caracas, note: the Captain General of Caracas has the title of Capitan General de los Provincias de Venezuela y Ciudad dos Caracas, end of note, or of the United Provinces of Venezuela, has nearly 1,000,000 inhabitants, among whom are 60,000 slaves. It comprises along the coasts New Andalusia, or the province of Cumana, with the island of Margareta. Note: this island, near the coast of Cumana, forms a separate gobierno, depending immediately on the Captain General of Caracas. End of note. Barcelona, Venezuela or Caracas, Coro, and Maracaibo. In the interior, the provinces of Varinas and Guyana, the former situated on the rivers of Santo Domingo and the Apure, the latter stretching along the Orinoco and the Cassiquiare, the Atabo, and the Rio Negro. In a general view of the 7 united provinces of terra firma, we perceive that they form 3 distinct zones, extending from east to west. We find first cultivated land along the seashore, and near the chain of the mountains on the coast; next savannas or pasturages; and finally, beyond the Orinoco, a 3rd zone, that of the forests, into which we can penetrate only by the rivers which traverse them. If the native inhabitants of the forests lived entirely on the produce of the chase, like those of the Missouri, we might say that the 3 zones into which we have divided the territory of Venezuela picture the 3 states of human society: the life of the wild hunter in the woods of the Orinoco, pastoral life in the savannas or llanos, and the agricultural state in the high valleys and at the foot of the mountains on the coast. Missionary monks and some few soldiers occupy here, as throughout all Spanish America, advanced posts along the frontiers of Brazil. In this first zone are felt the preponderance of force and the abuse of power, which is its necessary consequence. The natives carry on civil war, and sometimes devour one another. The monks endeavoured to augment the number of little villages of their missions by taking advantage of the dissension of the natives. The military live in a state of hostility to the monks, whom they were intended to protect. Everything presents a melancholy picture of misery and privation. We shall soon have occasion to examine more closely that state of man which is vaunted as a state of nature by those who inhabit towns. In the second region, in the plains and pasture grounds, food is extremely abundant, but has little variety. Although more advanced in civilization, the people beyond the circle of some scattered towns are not less isolated from one another. At sight of their dwellings, partly covered with skins and leather, it might be supposed that, far from being fixed, they are scarcely encamped in those vast plains which extend to the horizon. Agriculture, which alone consolidates the bases and strengthens the bonds of society, occupies the 3rd zone, the shore, and especially the hot and temperate valleys among the mountains near the sea. It may be objected that in other parts of Spanish and Portuguese America, wherever we can trace the progressive development of civilization, we find the 3 ages of society combined. But it must be remembered that the position of the 3 zones, that of the forests, the pastures, and the cultivated land, is not everywhere the same, and that it is nowhere so regular as in Venezuela. It is not always from the coast to the interior that population, commercial industry, and intellectual improvement diminish. In Mexico, Peru, and Quito, the tablelands and central mountains possess the greatest number of cultivators, the most numerous towns situated near to each other, and the most ancient institutions. We even find that in the kingdom of Buenos Aires, the region of pasturage, known by the name of the Pampas, lies between the isolated part of Buenos Aires and the great mass of Indian cultivators who inhabit the Cordilleras of Charcas, La Paz, and Potosi. This circumstance gives birth to a diversity of interests in the same country between the people of the interior and those who inhabit the coasts. To form an accurate idea of those vast provinces which have been governed for ages, almost like separate states, by viceroys and captains general, we must fix our attention at once on several points. We must distinguish the parts of Spanish America opposite to Asia from those on the shores of the Atlantic. We must ascertain where the greater proportion of the population is placed, whether near the coast or concentrated in the interior on the cold and temperate tablelands of the Cordilleras. We must verify the numerical proportions between the natives and other castes, search into the origin of the European families, and examine to what race, in each part of the colonies, belongs the greater number of whites. The Andalusian Canarians of Venezuela, the mountaineers, Montaneses, the inhabitants of the mountains of Santander, are called by this name in Spain, and the Biscayans of Mexico, the Catalonians of Buenos Aires, differ essentially in their aptitude for agriculture, for mechanical arts, for commerce, and for all objects connected with intellectual development. Each of those races has preserved, in the New as in the Old World, the shades that constitute its national physiognomy, its asperity or mildness of character, its freedom from sordid feelings or its excessive love of gain, its social hospitality or its taste for solitude. In the countries where the population is for the most part composed of Indians and mixed races, the difference between the Europeans and their descendants cannot indeed be so strongly marked as that which existed anciently in the colonies of Ionian and Doric origin. The Spaniards, transplanted to the torrid zone, estranged from the habits of their mother country, must have felt more sensible changes than the Greeks settled on the coasts of Asia Minor and of Italy, where the climates differ so little from those of Athens and Corinth. It cannot be denied that the character of the Spanish Americans has been variously modified by the physical nature of the country. The isolated sites of the capitals, on the tablelands or in the vicinity of the coasts, the agricultural life, the labour of the mines, and the habit of commercial speculation. But in the inhabitants of Caracas, Santa Fe, Quito, and Buenos Aires, we recognize everywhere something which belongs to the race and the filiation of the people. If we examine the state of the Capitania General of Caracas, according to the principles here laid down, we perceive that agricultural industry, the great mass of population, the numerous towns, and everything connected with advanced civilization are found near the coast. This coast extends along a space of 200 leagues. It is washed by the Caribbean Sea, a sort of Mediterranean, on the shores of which almost all the nations of Europe have founded colonies, which communicates at several points with the Atlantic, and which has had a considerable influence on the progress of knowledge in the eastern part of equinoctial America from the time of the conquest. The kingdoms of New Granada and Mexico have no connection with foreign colonies, and through them with the nations of Europe, except by the ports of Cartagena, of Santa Martha, of Vera Cruz, and of Campeche. These vast countries, from the nature of their coasts and the isolation of their inhabitants on the back of the Cordilleras, have few points of contact with foreign lands. The Gulf of Mexico also is but little frequented during a part of the year on account of the danger of gales of wind from the north. The coasts of Venezuela, on the contrary, from their extent, their eastward direction, the number of their ports, and the safety of their anchorage at different seasons, possess all the advantages of the Caribbean Sea. The communications with the larger islands, and even with those situated windward, can nowhere be more frequent than from the ports of Cumana, Barcelona, La Guaira, Porto Cabello, Coro, and Maracaibo. Can we wonder that this facility of commercial intercourse with the inhabitants of free America and the agitated nations of Europe should, in the provinces united under the Capitania General of Venezuela, have augmented opulence, knowledge, and that restless desire of a local government, which is blended with the love of liberty and republican forms? The copper-colored natives, or Indians, constitute an important mass of the agricultural population only in those places where the Spaniards, at the time of the conquest, found regular governments, social communities, and ancient and very complicated institutions, as for example in New Spain south of Durango, and in Peru from Cuzco to Potosi. In the Capitania General of Caracas, the Indian population is inconsiderable, at least beyond the missions and in the cultivated zone. Even in times of great political excitement, the natives do not inspire any apprehension in the whites or the mixed castes. Computing in 1800 the total population of the 7 united provinces at 900,000 souls, it appeared to me that the Indians made only 1/9, while at Mexico they form nearly 1/2 of the inhabitants. Considering the Caribbean Sea, of which the Gulf of Mexico makes a part, as an interior sea with several mouths, it is important to fix our attention on the political relations arising out of this singular configuration of the new continent, between countries placed around the same basin. Notwithstanding the isolated state in which most of the mother countries endeavour to hold their colonies, the agitations that take place are not less communicated from one to another. The elements of discord are everywhere the same, and, as if by instinct, an understanding is established between men of the same colour, although separated by difference of language and inhabiting opposite coasts. That American Mediterranean, formed by the shores of Venezuela, New Granada, Mexico, the United States, and the West India Islands, counts upon its borders near 1.5 million of free and enslaved blacks, but so unequally distributed that there are very few to the south, and scarcely any in the regions of the west. Their great accumulation is on the northern and eastern coasts, which may be said to be the African part of the interior basin. The commotions which since 1792 have broken out in St. Domingo have naturally been propagated to the coasts of Venezuela. So long as Spain possessed those fine colonies in tranquillity, the little insurrections of the slaves were easily repressed. But when a struggle of another kind, that for independence, began, The blacks, by their menacing position, excited alternately the apprehensions of the opposite parties, and the gradual or instantaneous abolition of slavery has been proclaimed in different regions of Spanish America, less from motives of justice and humanity, than to secure the aid of an intrepid race of men habituated to privation and fighting for their own cause. I found in the narrative of the voyage of Girolamo Benzoni a curious passage, which proves that the apprehensions caused by the increase of the black population are of very old date. These apprehensions will cease only when governments shall second by laws the progressive reforms which refinement of manners, opinion, and religious sentiment introduce into domestic slavery. Quote, "The negroes," end quote, says Benzoni, quote, "multiply so much at St. Domingo, that in 1545, when I was in terra firma on the coast of Caracas, I saw many Spaniards who had no doubt that the island would shortly be the property of the blacks." End quote. Note: Benzonia Historia del Mundo Nuevo, edis 2da, 1672, page 65. The author, who is not very scrupulous in the adoption of statistical facts, believes that in his time there were at St. Domingo 7,000 fugitive negroes (Mori Cimarroni), with whom Don Luis Columbus made a treaty of peace and friendship. End of note. It was reserved for our age to see this prediction accomplished, and a European colony of America transform itself into an African state. The 60,000 slaves, which the 7 united provinces of Venezuela are computed to contain, are so unequally divided, that in the province of Caracas alone there are nearly 40,000, 1/5 of whom are mulattoes. In Maracaibo there are 10 or 12,000, but in Cumana and Barcelona scarcely 6,000. To judge the influence which the slaves and men of colour exercise on the public tranquillity, it is not enough to know their number. We must consider their accumulation at certain points in their manner of life, as cultivators or inhabitants of towns. In the province of Venezuela, the slaves are assembled together on a space of no great extent, between the coast and a line which passes, at 12 leagues from the coast, through Panaquire, Yare, Sabana de Ocumare, Villa de Cura, and Nirgua. The llanos, or vast plains of Calabozo, San Carlos, Guanare, and Barquisimeto, contain only 4,000 or 5,000 slaves, who are scattered among the farms and employed in the care of cattle. The number of free men is very considerable, the Spanish laws and customs being favourable to enfranchisement. A master cannot refuse liberty to a slave who offers him the sum of 300 piastres, even though the slave may have cost double that price, on account of his industry, or a particular aptitude for the trade he practices. Instances of persons who voluntarily bestow liberty on a certain number of their slaves are more common in the province of Venezuela than in any other place. A short time before we visited the fertile valleys of Aragua and the lake of Valencia, a lady who inhabited the great village of Victoria ordered her children on her deathbed to give liberty to all her slaves, 30 in number. I feel pleasure in recording facts that do honour to the character of a people from whom M. Bonpland and myself received so many marks of kindness. If we compare the 7 united provinces of Venezuela with the kingdom of Mexico and the island of Cuba, we shall succeed in finding the approximate number of white Creoles, and even of Europeans. The white Creoles, whom I may call Hispano-Americans, note, in imitation of the word Anglo-American, adapted in all the languages of Europe. In the Spanish colonies, the whites born in America are called Spaniards, and the real Spaniards, those born in the mother country, are called Europeans, Gachapins or Chapetons. End of note. Form in Mexico nearly 1/5, and in the island of Cuba, according to the very accurate enumeration of 1801, 1/3 of the whole population. When we reflect that the kingdom of Mexico contains 2,5 millions of natives of the copper-coloured race, when we consider the state of the coasts bordering on the Pacific, and the small number of whites in the intendencias of Puebla and Oaxaca, compared with the natives, we cannot doubt that the province of Venezuela, at least, if not the Capitania General, has a greater proportion than that of 1 to 5. The island of Cuba, note, I do not mention the kingdom of Buenos Aires, where, among 1 million inhabitants, the whites are extremely numerous in parts near the coast, while the tablelands or provinces of the Sierra are almost entirely peopled with natives. in which the whites are even more numerous than in Chile, may furnish us with a limiting number, that is to say, the maximum which may be supposed in the Capitania General of Caracas. I believe we must stop at 200 or 210,000 Hispano-Americans in a total population of 900,000 souls. The number of Europeans included in the white race (not comprehending the troops sent from the mother country) does not exceed 12 or 15,000. It certainly is not greater at Mexico than 60,000, and I find by several statements that, if we estimate the whole of the Spanish colonies at 14 or 15 millions of inhabitants, there are in that number at the most 3 millions of Creole whites and 200,000 Europeans. When Tupac Amaru, who believed himself to be the legitimate heir to the empire of the Incas, made the conquest of several provinces of Upper Peru in 1781, at the head of 40,000 Indian mountaineers, all the whites were filled with alarm. The Hispano-Americans felt, like the Spaniards born in Europe, that the contest was between the copper-coloured race and the whites, between barbarism and civilization. Tupac Amaru, who himself was not destitute of intellectual cultivation, began with flattering the Creoles and the European clergy; but soon, impelled by events, and by the spirit of the vengeance that inspired his nephew Andres Condorcanqui, he changed his plan. A rising for independence became a cruel war between the different castes. The whites were victorious, and excited by a feeling of common interest, from that period they kept watchful attention on the proportions existing in the different provinces between their numbers and those of the Indians. It was reserved for our times to see the whites direct this attention toward themselves, and examine, from motives of distrust, the elements of which their own caste is composed. Every enterprise in favour of independence and liberty puts the national or American party in opposition to the men of the mother country. When I arrived at Caracas, the latter had just escaped from the danger with which they thought they were menaced by the insurrection projected by España. The consequences of that bold attempt were the more deplorable because, instead of investigating the real causes of the popular discontent, it was thought that the mother country would be saved by employing vigorous measures. At present, the commotions which have arisen throughout the country, from the banks of the Rio de la Plata to New Mexico, an extent of 1,400 leagues, have divided men of a common origin. The Indian population in the United Provinces of Venezuela is not considerable, and is but recently civilized. All the towns were founded by the Spanish conquerors, who could not carry out, as in Mexico and Peru, the old civilization of the natives. Caracas, Maracaibo, Cumana, and Coro have nothing Indian but their names. Compared with the three capitals of Equinoctial America, Mexico, Santa Fe de Bogota, and Quito, the elevation of the site of the capital of Guatemala is still unknown. Judging from the vegetation, we may infer that it is less than 500 toises. Situated on the mountains and enjoying a temperate climate, Caracas is the least elevated. It is not a central point of commerce like Mexico, Santa Fe de Bogota, and Quito. Each of the 7 provinces united in one Capitania General has a port by which its produce is exported. It is sufficient to consider the position of the provinces, their respective degree of intercourse with the Windward Islands, the direction of the mountains, and the course of the great rivers, to perceive that Caracas can never exercise any powerful political influence over the territories of which it is the capital. The Apure, the Meta, and the Orinoco, running from west to east, receive all the streams of the Llanos, or the region of pasturage. St. Thomas de la Guiana will necessarily, at some future day, be a trading place of high importance, especially when the flour of New Grenada, embarked above the confluence of the Rio Negro and the Umadea, and descending by the Meta and the Orinoco, shall be preferred at Caracas and Guiana to the flour of New England. It is a great advantage to the provinces of Venezuela that their territorial wealth is not directed to one point, like that of Mexico and New Grenada, which flows to Vera Cruz and Cartagena, but that they possess a great number of towns equally well peopled, and forming various centres of commerce and civilization. End of chapter 1.12, part 1. Chapter 1.12, part 2. of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 1, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1.12, Part 2. The city of Caracas is seated at the entrance of the plain of Chacao, which extends 3 leagues eastward in the direction of Caurimare and the Cuesta de Auyamas, and is 2 leagues and a half in breadth. This plain, through which runs the Rio Guaira, is at the elevation of 414 toises above the level of the sea. The ground on which the city of Caracas is built is uneven, and has a steep slope from north-northwest to south-southeast. To form an accurate idea of the situation of Caracas, we must bear in mind the general direction of the mountains of the coast, and the great longitudinal valleys by which they are traversed. The Rio Guaira rises in the group of primitive mountains of Higuerote, which separates the valley of Caracas from that of Aragua. It is formed near Las Ajuntas by the junction of the little rivers of San Pedro and Macarao, and runs first eastward as far as the Cuesta of Auyamas, and then southward, uniting its waters with those of the Rio Tuy below Yare. The Rio Tuy is the only considerable river in the northern and mountainous part of the province. The river flows in a direct course from west to east, the distance of 30 leagues, and is navigable along more than 3/4 of that distance. By barometrical measurements, I found the slope of the Tuy along this length from the plantation of Monterola, at the foot of the high mountain of Cocuyza, 3 east from Victoria, to its mouth, east of Cape Codera, to be 295 toises. This river forms in the chain of the coast a kind of longitudinal valley, while the waters of the Llanos, or of 5/6 of the province of Caracas, follow the slope of the land southward, and join the Orinoco. This hydrographic sketch may throw some light on the natural tendency of the inhabitants of each particular province to export their productions by different roads. The valleys of Caracas and of the Tuy run parallel for a considerable length. They are separated by a mountainous tract, which is crossed in going from Caracas to the high savannas of Ocumare, passing by La Valle and Salamanca. These savannas themselves are beyond the Tuy, and the valley of the Tuy being a great deal lower than that of Caracas, the descent is almost constantly from north to south. As Cape Codera, the Silla, the Cerro de Avila, between Caracas and La Guaira, and the mountains of Mariara, constitute the most northern and elevated range of the coast chain, so the mountains of Paniquire, Ocumare, Guiripa, and of the Villa de Cura form the most southern range. The general direction of the strata composing this vast chain of the coast is from southeast to northwest, and the dip is generally towards northwest. Hence it follows that the direction of the primitive strata is independent of that of the whole chain. It is extremely remarkable, tracing this chain from Cabello as far as Maniquarez and Macanao in the island of Margareta. I have spoken in the preceding chapter of the interruption in the chain of the coast to the east of Cape Codera, to find, from east to west, first granite, then gneiss, mica slate, and primitive schist, and finally compact limestone, gypsum, and conglomerates containing seashells. It is to be regretted that the town of Caracas was not built farther to the east, below the entrance of the Anaco into the Guaira, on that spot near the Chacao where the valley widens into an extensive plain, which seems to have been levelled by the waters. Diego de Losada, when he founded the town, followed no doubt the traces of the first establishment made by Fajardo. At that time the Spaniards, attracted by the high repute of the 2 gold mines of Los Teques and Baruta, were not yet masters of the whole valley, and preferred remaining near the road leading to the coast. The foundation of Santiago de Leon de Caracas dates from 1567, and is posterior to that of Cumana, Coro, Nueva Barcelona, and Caravalleda, or La Collado. The town of Quito is also built in the narrowest and most uneven part of a valley, between 2 fine plains, Turupamba and Rumipamba. The descent is uninterrupted from the custom house of the Pastora by the square of Trinidad and the Plaza Mayor to Santa Rosalia and the Rio Guaira. This declivity of the ground does not prevent carriages from going about the town, but the inhabitants make little use of them. Three small rivers, descending from the mountains, the Anauco, the Catuche, and the Caraguata, intersect the town, running from north to south. Their banks are very high, and with the dried-up ravines which join them furrowing the ground, they remind the traveller of the famous Guaicos of Quito, only on a smaller scale. The water used for drinking at Caracas is that of the Rio Catuche, but the richer class of the inhabitants have their water brought from La Valle, a village a league distant on the south. This water and that of Gamboa are considered very salubrious, because they flow over the roots of sarsaparilla. Note: throughout America, water is supposed to share the properties of those plants under the shade of which it flows. Thus, at the Straits of Magellan, that water is much praised which comes in contact with the roots of the Canela winterana. End of note. I could not discover in them any aromatic or extractive matter. The water of the valley does not contain lime, but a little more carbonic acid than the water of the Anauco. The new bridge over this river is a handsome structure. Caracas contains 8 churches, 5 convents, and a theatre capable of holding 1,500 or 1,800 persons. When I was there, the pit, in which the seats of the men are apart from those of the women, was uncovered. By this means, the spectators could either look at the actors or gaze at the stars. As the misty weather made me lose a great many observations of Jupiter's satellites, I was able to ascertain, as I sat in a box in the theatre, whether the planet would be visible that night. The streets of Caracas are wide and straight, and they cross each other at right angles, as in all the towns built by the Spaniards in America. The houses are spacious and higher than they ought to be in a country subject to earthquakes. In 1880, the 2 squares of Altagracia and San Francisco presented a very agreeable aspect. I say, in the year 1800, because the terrible shocks of the 26th of March, 1812, almost destroyed the whole city, which is only now slowly rising from its ruins. The quarter of Trinidad in which I resided was destroyed as completely as if a mine had been sprung beneath it. The small extent of the valley, and the proximity of the high mountains of Avila and the Silla, give a gloomy and stern character to the scenery of Caracas, particularly in that part of the year when the coolest temperature prevails, namely, in the months of November and December. The mornings are then very fine, and on a clear and serene sky we could perceive the 2 domes or rounded pyramids of the Silla, and the craggy range of the Cerro de Avila. But towards evening the atmosphere thickens. The mountains are overhung with clouds. Streams of vapour cling to their evergreen slopes, and seem to divide them into zones, one above another. These zones are gradually blended together. The cold air, which descends from the Silla, accumulates in the valley, and condenses the light vapours into large fleecy clouds. These often descend below the cross of La Guaira, and advance, gliding on the soil, in the direction of the Pastora of Caracas and the adjacent quarter of Trinidad. Beneath this misty sky, I could scarcely imagine myself to be in one of the temperate valleys of the torrid zone, but rather in the north of Germany, among the pines and the larches that cover the mountains of the Harz. But this gloomy aspect, this contrast between the clearness of morning and the cloudy sky of evening, is not observable in the midst of summer. The nights of June and July are clear and delicious. The atmosphere then preserves, almost without interruption, the purity and transparency peculiar to the tablelands and elevated valleys of these regions in calm weather, as long as the winds do not mingle together strata of air of unequal temperature. That is the season for enjoying the beauty of the landscape, which, however, I saw clearly illumined only during a few days at the end of January. The 2 rounded summits of the Silla are seen at Caracas, almost under the same angles of elevation as the peak of Teneriffe at the port of Orotava. Note: I found at the square of Trinidad the apparent height of the Silla to be 11 degrees 12 minutes 49 seconds. It was about 4,500 toises distant. End of note. The first half of the mountain is covered with short grass. Then succeeds the zone of evergreen trees, reflecting a purple light at the season when the befaria, the alpine rose tree, note, Rhododendron ferrugineum of the Alps, end of note, of Equinoctial America, is in blossom. The rocky masses rise above this wooded zone in the form of domes. Being destitute of vegetation, they increase by the nakedness of their surface the apparent height of a mountain which, in the temperate parts of Europe, would scarcely rise to the limit of the perpetual snow. The cultivated region of the valley, and the gay plains of Chacao, Petare, and La Vega, form an agreeable contrast to the imposing aspect of the Silla, and the great irregularities of the ground on the north of the town. The climate of Caracas has often been called a perpetual spring. The same sort of climate exists everywhere halfway up the Cordilleras of Equinoctial America, between 400 and 900 toises of elevation, except in places where the great breadth of the valleys, combined with an arid soil, causes an extraordinary intensity of radiant caloric. Note, as at Cartago and Ibague in New Grenada. End of note. What can we conceive to be more delightful than a temperature which in the day keeps between 20 and 26 degrees, between 16 and 20.8 degrees Rome, and at night between 16 and 18 degrees, between 12.8 and 14.4 degrees Rome, which is equally favourable to the plantain, the orange tree, the coffee tree, the apple, the apricot, and corn. Jose de Oviedo y Baños, the historiographer of Venezuela, calls the situation of Caracas that of a terrestrial paradise, and compares the Anauco and the neighbouring torrents to the 4 rivers of the Garden of Eden. It is to be regretted that this delightful climate is generally inconstant and variable. The inhabitants of Caracas complain of having several seasons in one and the same day, and of the rapid change from one season to another. In the month of January, for instance, a night, of which the mean temperature is 16 degrees, is sometimes followed by a day when the thermometer during 8 successive hours keeps above 22 degrees in the shade. In the same day we may find the temperature of 24 and 18 degrees. These variations are extremely common in our temperate climates of Europe, but in the torrid zone, Europeans themselves are so accustomed to the uniform action of exterior stimulus that they suffer from a change of temperature of 6 degrees. At Cumana and everywhere in the plains, the temperature from 11 in the morning to 11 at night changes only 2 or 3 degrees. Moreover, these variations act on the human frame at Caracas more violently than might be supposed from the mere indications of the thermometer. In this narrow valley, the atmosphere is in some sort balanced between 2 winds, one blowing from the west or the seaside, the other from the east or the inland country. The first is known by the name of the wind of Catia, because it blows from Catia, westward of Cabo Blanco, through the ravine of Tipe. It is, however, only a westerly wind in appearance, and it is oftener the breeze of the east and northeast, which, rushing with extreme impetuosity, engulfs itself in the Quebrada de Tipe. Rebounding from the high mountains of Aguas Negras, this wind finds its way back to Caracas, in the direction of the hospital of the Capuchins and the Rio Caraguata. It is loaded with vapours, which it deposits as its temperature decreases, and consequently the summit of the Silla is enveloped in clouds when the Catia wind blows in this valley. This wind is dreaded by the inhabitants of Caracas. It causes headaches in persons whose nervous system is irritable. In order to shun its effects, people sometimes shut themselves up in their houses, as they do in Italy when the sirocco is blowing. I thought I perceived, during my stay at Caracas, that the wind of Catia was purer, a little richer in oxygen, than the wind of Petare. I even imagined that its purity might explain its exciting property. The wind of Petare, coming from the east and southeast, by the eastern extremity of the valley of Guayra, brings from the mountains and the interior of the country a drier air, which dissipates the clouds, and the summit of the Silla rises in all its beauty. We know that the modifications produced by winds in the composition of the air in various places entirely escape our eudiometrical experiments, the most precise of which can estimate only as far as 0.003 degrees of oxygen. Chemistry does not yet possess any means of distinguishing 2 jars of air, the one filled during the prevalence of the sirocco or the Catia, and the other before these winds have commenced. It appears to me probable that the singular effects of the Catia, and of all those currents of air to the influence of which popular opinion attaches so much importance, must be looked for rather in the changes of humidity and of temperature than in chemical modifications. We need not trace miasms to Caracas from the unhealthy shore on the coast. It may be easily conceived that men accustomed to the drier air of the mountains and the interior must be disagreeably affected when the very humidity of the air of the sea pressed through the gap of Tipe, reaches in an ascending current the high valley of Caracas, and, getting cooler by dilation and by contact with the adjacent strata, deposits a greater portion of the water it contains. This inconstancy of climate, these somewhat rapid transitions from dry and transparent to humid and misty air, are inconveniences which Caracas shares in common with the whole temperate region of the tropics, with all places situated between 400 and 800 toises of elevation, either on tablelands of small extent or on the slope of the Cordillera, as at Jalapa in Mexico and Guaduas in New Grenada. A serenity, uninterrupted during the great part of the year, prevails only in the low regions at the level of the sea, and at considerable heights on those vast tablelands where the uniform radiation of the soil seems to contribute to the perfect dissolution of vesicular vapours. The intermediate zone is at the same height as the first strata of clouds which surround the surface of the earth, and the climate of this zone, the temperature of which is so mild, is essentially misty and variable. Notwithstanding the elevation of the spot, the sky is generally less blue at Caracas than at Cumana. The aqueous vapour is less perfectly dissolved, and here, as in our climates, a greater diffusion of light diminishes the intensity of the aerial colour, by introducing white into the blue of the air. This intensity, measured with the cyanometer of Saussure, was found from November to January generally 18, never above 20 degrees. On the coasts it was from 22 to 25 degrees. I remarked in the village of Caracas that the wind of Petare sometimes contributes singularly to give a pale tint to the celestial vault. On the 22nd of January, the blue of the sky was at noon in the zenith feebler than I ever saw it in the torrid zone. Note: at noon, thermometer in the shade, 23.7. In the sun, out of the wind, 30.4 degrees. Deluxe hygrometer, 36.2. Cyanometer, at the zenith, 12. At the horizon, 9 degrees. The wind ceased at 3 in the afternoon. Thermometer, 21. Hygrometer, 39.3. Cyanometer, 16 degrees. At 6 o'clock, thermometer, 20.2. Hygrometer, 39 degrees. End of note. It corresponded only to 12 degrees of the cyanometer. The atmosphere was then remarkably transparent, without clouds, and of extraordinary dryness. The moment the wind of Petare ceased, the blue colour rose at the zenith as high as 16 degrees. I have often observed at sea, but in a smaller degree, a similar effect of the wind on the colour of the serenest sky. We know less exactly the mean temperature of Caracas than that of Santa Fe de Bogota and of Mexico. I believe, however, I can demonstrate that it cannot be very distant from 20 to 22 degrees. I found by my own observations, during the 3 cool months of November, December, and January, taking each day the maximum and minimum of the temperature, the heights were 20.2, 20.1, and 20.2 degrees. Rains are extremely frequent at Caracas in the months of April, May, and June. The storms always come from the east and southeast, from the direction of Petare and La Valla. No hail falls in the low regions of the tropics, yet it occurs at Caracas almost every 4 or 5 years. Hail has even been seen in valleys still lower, and this phenomenon, when it does happen, makes a powerful impression on the people. Falls of aerolites are less rare with us than hail in the torrid zone, notwithstanding the frequency of thunderstorms at the elevation of 300 toises above the level of the sea. The cool and delightful climate we have just been describing is also suited for the culture of equinoctial productions. The sugar cane is reared with success, even at heights exceeding that of Caracas. But in the valley, owing to the dryness of the climate and the stony soil, the cultivation of the coffee tree is preferred. It yields indeed but little fruit, but that little is of the finest quality. When the shrub is in blossom, the plain extending beyond Chacao presents a delightful aspect. The banana tree, which is seen in the plantations near the town, is not the great Platano harton, but the varieties Camburi and Dominico, which require less heat. The great plantains are brought to the market of Caracas from the haciendas of Turiamo, situated on the coast between Burburata and Porto Cabello. The finest flavoured pineapples are those of Baruto, of Empedrado, and of the heights of Buena Vista, on the road to Victoria. When a traveller for the first time visits the valley of Caracas, he is agreeably surprised to find the culinary plants of our climates, as well as the strawberry, the vine, and almost all the fruit trees of the temperate zone, growing beside the coffee and banana tree. The apples and peaches, esteemed the best, come from Macarao, or from the western extremity of the valley. There, the quince tree, the trunk of which attains only 4 or 5 feet in height, is so common that it has almost become wild. Preserved apples and quinces, particularly the latter, dulce de manzana y de membrillo, are the Spanish names of these preserves, are much used in a country where it is thought that, before drinking water, thirst should be excited by sweetmeats. In proportion as the environs of the town have been planted with coffee, and the establishment of plantations, which dates only from the year 1795, has increased the number of agricultural negroes, the apple and quince trees scattered in the savannahs have given place in the valley of Caracas to maize and pulse. The consumption of provisions, especially meat, is so considerable in the towns of Spanish America, that at Caracas in 1800 there were 40,000 oxen killed every year, while in Paris, in 1793, with a population 14 times as great, the number amounted only to 70,000. Rice, watered by means of small trenches, was formerly more common than it is now in the plain of Chacao. I observed in this province, as in Mexico, and in all the elevated lands of the torrid zone, that, where the apple tree is most abundant, the culture of the pear tree is attended with great difficulty. I have been assured that near Caracas the excellent apples sold in the markets come from trees not grafted. There are no cherry trees. The olive trees which I saw in the court of the convent of San Felipe de Neri were large and fine, but the luxuriance of their vegetation prevented them from bearing fruit. If the atmospheric constitution of the valley be favourable to the different kinds of culture on which colonial industry is based, it is not equally favourable to the health of the inhabitants, or to that of foreigners settled in the capital of Venezuela. The extreme inconstancy of the weather, and the frequent suppression of cutaneous perspiration, give birth to catarrhal affections, which assume the most various forms. A European, once accustomed to violent heat, enjoys better health at Cumana, in the valley of Aragua, and in every place where the low region of the tropics is not very humid, than at Caracas, and in those mountain climates which are vaunted as the abode of perpetual spring. Speaking of the yellow fever of La Guayra, I mentioned the opinion generally adopted, that this disease is propagated as little from the coast of Venezuela to the capital as from the coast of Mexico to Jalapa. This opinion is founded on the experience of the last 20 years. The contagious disorders, which were severely felt in the port of La Guayra, were scarcely felt at Caracas. I am not convinced that the American typhus, rendered endemic on the coast as the port becomes more frequented, if favoured by particular dispositions of the climate, may not become common in the valley. For the mean temperature of Caracas is considerable enough to allow the thermometer, in the hottest months, to keep between 22 and 26 degrees. The situation of Jalapa, on the declivity of the Mexican mountains, promises more security, because that town is less populous, and is 5 times farther distant from the sea than Caracas, and 230 toises higher, its mean temperature being 3 degrees cooler. In 1696, a bishop of Venezuela, Diego de Baños, dedicated a church, Ermita, to Santa Rosalia of Palermo, for having delivered the capital from the scourge of the black vomit, vomito negro, which is said to have raged for the space of 16 months. A mass celebrated every year in the cathedral in the beginning of September perpetuates the remembrance of this epidemic, in the same manner as the processions fix in the Spanish colonies the date of the great earthquakes. The year 1696 was indeed very remarkable for the yellow fever, which raged with violence in all the West India Islands, where it had only begun to gain ascendancy in 1688. But how can we give credit to an epidemical black vomit having lasted 16 months without interruption, and which may be said to have passed through that very cool season when the thermometer at Caracas falls to 12 or 13 degrees? Can the typhus be of older date in the elevated valley of Caracas than in the most frequented ports of terra firma? According to Ulloa, it was unknown in terra firma before 1729. I doubt, therefore, the epidemic of 1696 having been the yellow fever or real typhus of America. Some of the symptoms which accompany yellow fever are common to bilious remittent fevers, and are no more characteristics than hematemeses of that severe disease now known at the Havana and Vera Cruz by the name of vomito. But although no accurate description satisfactorily demonstrates that the typhus of America existed at Caracas as early as the end of the 17th century, it is unhappily too certain that this disease carried off in that capital a great number of European soldiers in 1802. We are filled with dismay when we reflect that, in the centre of the torrid zone, a tableland 450 toises high, but very near the sea, does not secure the inhabitants against a scourge which was believed to belong only to the low regions of the coast. End of chapter 1.12, part 2. Chapter 1.13, part 1, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 1, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1.13, Part 1. Abode at Caracas. Mountains in the vicinity of the town. Excursion to the summit of the Silla. Indications of mines. I remained 2 months at Caracas, where M. Bonpland and I lived in a large house in the most elevated part of the town. From a gallery we could survey at once the summit of the Silla, the serrated ridge of the Galipano, and the charming valley of the Guaira, the rich culture of which was pleasingly contrasted with the gloomy curtain of the surrounding mountains. It was in the dry season, and to improve the pasturage, the savannas and the turf covering the steepest rocks were set on fire. These vast conflagrations, viewed from a distance, produce the most singular effects of light. Wherever the savannas, following the undulating slope of the rocks, have filled up the furrows hollowed out by the waters, the flame appears in a dark night like currents of lava suspended over the valley. The vivid but steady light assumes a reddish tint, when the wind, descending from the Silla, accumulates streams of vapour in the low regions. At other times, and this effect is still more curious, these luminous bands, enveloped in thick clouds, appear only at intervals where it is clear, and as the clouds ascend, their edges reflect a splendid light. These various phenomena, so common in the tropics, acquire additional interest from the form of the mountains, the direction of the slopes, and the height of the savannas covered with alpine grasses. During the day, the wind of Petare, blowing from the east, drives the smoke toward the town, and diminishes the transparency of the air. If we had reason to be satisfied with the situation of our house, we had still greater cause for satisfaction in the reception we met from all classes of the inhabitants. Though I have had the advantage, which few Spaniards have shared with me, of having successively visited Caracas, the Havana, Santa Fe de Bogota, Quito, Lima, and Mexico, and of having been connected in these 6 capitals of Spanish America with men of all ranks, I will not venture to decide on the various degrees of civilization which society has attained in the several colonies. It is easier to indicate the different shades of national improvement, and the point toward which intellectual development tends, than to compare and class things, which cannot be all considered under one point of view. It appeared to me that a strong tendency to the study of science prevailed at Mexico and Santa Fe de Bogota. More taste for literature, and whatever can charm an ardent and lively imagination, at Quito and Lima. More accurate notions of the political relations of countries, and more enlarged views on the state of colonies and their mother countries, at the Havana and Caracas. The numerous communications with commercial Europe, with the Caribbean Sea, which we have described as a Mediterranean with many outlets, have exercised a powerful influence on the progress of society in the 5 provinces of Venezuela and in the island of Cuba. In no other part of Spanish America has civilization assumed a more European character. The great number of Indian cultivators who inhabit Mexico and the interior of New Granada impart a peculiar, I may almost say an exotic aspect on those vast countries. Notwithstanding the increase of the black population, we seem to be nearer to Cadiz and to the United States, at Caracas and the Havana, than in any other part of the New World. When, In the reign of Charles V, social distinctions and their consequent rivalries were introduced from the mother country to the colonies. There arose in Cumana, and in other commercial towns of terra firma, exaggerated pretensions to nobility on the part of some of the most illustrious families of Caracas, distinguished by the designation of los Mantuanos. The progress of knowledge and the consequent change in manners have, however, gradually and pretty generally neutralized whatever is offensive in those distinctions among the whites. In all the Spanish colonies there exist two kinds of nobility. One is composed of Creoles, whose ancestors only from a very recent period filled great stations in America. Their prerogatives are partly founded on the distinction they enjoy in the mother country, and they imagine they can retain those distinctions beyond the sea, whatever may be the date of their settlement in the colonies. The other class of nobility has more of an American character. It is composed of the descendants of the conquistadores, that is to say, of the Spaniards who served in the army at the time of the first conquest. Among the warriors who fought with Cortes, Losada, and Pizarro, several belonged to the most distinguished families of the peninsula. Others, sprung from the inferior classes of the people, have shed lustre on their names by that chivalrous spirit which prevailed at the beginning of the 16th century. In the records of those times of religious and military enthusiasm, we find, among the followers of the great captains, many simple, virtuous, and generous characters, who reprobated the cruelties which then stained the glory of the Spanish name, but who, being confounded in the mass, have not escaped the general proscription. The name of conquistadores remains the more odious, as the greater number of them, after having outraged peaceful nations, and lived in opulence, did not end their career by suffering those misfortunes which appease the indignation of mankind, and sometimes soothe the severity of the historian. But it is not only the progress of ideas, and the conflict between two classes of different origin, which have induced the privileged castes to abandon their pretensions, or at least cautiously to conceal them. Aristocracy in the Spanish colonies has a counterpoise of another kind, the action of which becomes every day more powerful. A sentiment of equality among the whites has penetrated every bosom. Wherever men of colour are either considered as slaves or as having been enfranchised, that which constitutes nobility is hereditary liberty, the proud boast of having never reckoned among ancestors any but free men. In the colonies, the colour of the skin is the real badge of nobility. In Mexico, as well as Peru, at Caracas, as in the island of Cuba, a barefooted fellow with a white skin is often heard to exclaim, quote, "Does that rich man think himself whiter than I am?" End quote. The population which Europe pours into America being very considerable, it may be easily supposed that the axiom, quote, "Every white man is noble," end quote, todo blanco es caballero, close parenthesis, must singularly wound the pretensions of many ancient and illustrious European families. But it may be further observed that the truth of this axiom has long since been acknowledged in Spain, among a people justly celebrated for probity, industry, and national spirit. Every Biscayan calls himself noble, and there being a greater number of Biscayans in America and the Philippine Islands than in the peninsula, the whites of that race have contributed in no small degree to propagate in the colonies the system of equality among all men whose blood has not been mixed with that of the African race. Moreover, the countries of which the inhabitants, even without a representative government, or any institution of peerage, annex so much importance to genealogy and the advantages of birth, are not always those in which family aristocracy is most offensive. We do not find, among the natives of Spanish origin, that cold and assuming air which the character of modern civilization seems to have rendered less common in Spain than in the rest of Europe. Conviviality, candour, and great simplicity of manner unite the different classes of society in the colonies, as well as in the mother country. It may even be said that the expression of vanity and self-love becomes less offensive when it retains something of simplicity and frankness. I found in several families at Caracas a love of information, an acquaintance with the masterpieces of French and Italian literature, and a marked predilection for music, which is greatly cultivated, and which, as always results from a taste for the fine arts, brings the different classes of society nearer to each other. The mathematical sciences, drawing and painting, cannot here boast of any of those accomplishments with which royal munificence and the patriotic zeal of the inhabitants have enriched Mexico, in the midst of the marvels of nature, so rich in interesting productions, it is strange that we found no person on this coast devoted to the study of plants and minerals. In a Franciscan convent I met, it is true, with an old monk who drew up the almanac for all the provinces of Venezuela, and who possessed some accurate knowledge of astronomy. Our instruments interested him deeply, and one day our house was filled with all the monks of San Francisco, begging to see a dipping needle. The curiosity excited by physical phenomena is naturally great in countries undermined by volcanic fires, and in a climate where nature is at once so majestic and so mysteriously convulsed. When we remember that in the United States of North America, newspapers are published in small towns not containing more than 3,000 inhabitants, it seems surprising that Caracas, with a population of 40 or 50,000 souls, should have possessed no printing office before 1806. For we cannot give the name of a printing establishment to a few presses which served only from year to year to promulgate an almanac of a few pages, or the pastoral letter of a bishop. Though the number of those who feel reading to be a necessity is not very considerable, even in the Spanish colonies most advanced in civilization, yet it would be unjust to reproach the colonists for a state of intellectual lassitude which has been the result of a jealous policy. A Frenchman named Delpech has the merit of having established the first printing office in Caracas. It appears somewhat extraordinary that an establishment of this kind should have followed, and not preceded, a political revolution. In a country abounding in such magnificent scenery, and at a period when, notwithstanding some symptoms of popular commotion, most of the inhabitants seem only to direct attention to physical objects, such as the fertility of the year, the long drought, or the conflicting winds of Petare and Catia, I expected to find many individuals well acquainted with the lofty surrounding mountains. But I was disappointed, and we could not find in Caracas a single person who had visited the summit of the Silla. Hunters do not ascend so high on the ridges of the mountains, and in these countries journeys are not undertaken for such purposes as gathering alpine plants, carrying a barometer to an elevated point, or examining the nature of rocks. Accustomed to a uniform and domestic life, the people dread fatigue and sudden changes of climate. They seem to live not to enjoy life, but only to prolong it. Our walks led us often in the direction of 2 coffee plantations, the proprietors of which, Don Andres de Ibarra and M. Blandin, were men of agreeable manners. These plantations were situated opposite the Silla de Caracas. Surveying, by a telescope, the steep declivity of the mountains, and the form of the 2 peaks by which it is terminated, we could form an idea of the difficulties we should have to encounter in reaching its summit. Angles of elevation, taken with a sextant at our house, had led me to believe that the summit was not so high above sea level as the great square of Quito. This estimate was far from corresponding with the notions entertained by the inhabitants of the city. Mountains which command great towns have acquired, from that very circumstance, an extraordinary celebrity in both continents. Long before they have been accurately measured, a conventional height is assigned to them, and to entertain the least doubt respecting that height is to wound a national prejudice. The Captain General, Senor de Guevara, directed the Teniente of Chacao to furnish us with the guides to conduct us on our ascent of the Silla. These guides were negroes, and they knew something of the path leading over the ridge of the mountain, near the western peak of the Silla. This path is frequented by smugglers, but neither the guides nor the most experienced of the militia, accustomed to pursue the smugglers in these wild spots, had been on the eastern peak, forming the most elevated summit of the Silla. During the whole month of December, the mountain, of which the angles of elevation made me acquainted with the effects of the terrestrial refractions, had appeared only 5 times free of clouds. In this season, 2 serene days seldom succeed each other, and we were therefore advised not to choose a clear day for our excursion, but rather a time when, the clouds not being elevated, we might hope, after having crossed the first layer of vapours uniformly spread, to enter into a dry and transparent air. We passed the night of the 2nd of January in the Estancia de Gallegos, a plantation of coffee trees, near which the little river of Chacaito, flowing in a luxuriantly shaded ravine, forms some fine cascades in descending the mountains. The night was pretty clear, and though on the day preceding a fatiguing journey, it might have been well to have enjoyed some repose, Monsieur Bonpland and I passed the whole night in watching 3 oscillations of the satellites of Jupiter. I had previously determined the instant of the observation, but we missed them all, owing to some error of calculation in the connaissance des temps. The apparent time had been mistaken for mean time. I was much disappointed by this accident, and after having observed at the foot of the mountain the intensity of the magnetic forces, before sunrise, we set out at 5 in the morning, accompanied by slaves carrying our instruments. Our party consisted of 18 persons, and we all walked one behind another in a narrow path, traced on a steep acclivity covered with turf. We endeavoured first to reach a hill, which toward the southeast seems to form a promontory of the Silla. It is connected with the body of the mountain by a narrow dike, called by the shepherds the gate or Puerta de la Silla. We reached this dike about 7. The morning was fine and cool, and the sky till then seemed to favour our excursion. I saw that the thermometer kept a little below 14 degrees, (11.2 degrees Rome). The barometer showed that we were already 685 toises above the level of the sea, that is, nearly 80 toises higher than at La Venta, where we enjoyed so magnificent a view of the coast. Our guides thought it would require 6 hours more to reach the summit of the Silla. We crossed a narrow dike of rocks covered with turf, which led us from the promontory of the Puerta to the ridge of the great mountain. Here the eye looks down on 2 valleys, or rather narrow defiles, filled with thick vegetation. On the right is perceived the ravine which descends between the 2 peaks to the farm of Munoz. On the left we see the defile of Chacaito, with its waters flowing out near the farm of Gallegos. The roaring of the cascades is heard, while the water is unseen, being concealed by thick groves of erythrina, clusia, and the Indian fig tree. Note: Ficus nymphaeifolia, Erythrina mitis. 2 fine species of mimosa are found in the same valley, Inga fastuosa and I. cinerea. Nothing can be more picturesque in a climate where so many plants have broad, large, shining, and coriaceous leaves, than the aspect of trees when the spectator looks down from a great height above them, and when they are illumined by the almost perpendicular rays of the sun. From the Puerta de la Silla the steepness of the ascent increases, and we were obliged to incline our bodies considerably forwards as we advanced. The slope is often from 30 to 32 degrees. Note: since my experiments on slopes, mentioned above in chapter 1.2, I have discovered in the Figure de la Terre of Bouguer a passage which shows that this astronomer, whose opinions are of such weight, considered also 36 degrees as the inclination of a slope quite inaccessible, if the nature of the ground did not admit of forming steps with the foot. We felt the want of cramp irons, or sticks shod with iron. Short grass covered the rocks of gneiss, and it was equally impossible to hold by the grass, or to form steps as we might have done in softer ground. This ascent, which was attended with more fatigue than danger, discouraged those who accompanied us from the town, and who were unaccustomed to climb mountains. We lost a great deal of time in waiting for them, and we did not resolve to proceed alone till we saw them descending the mountain instead of climbing up it. The weather was becoming cloudy, the mist already issued in the form of smoke, and in slender and perpendicular streaks, from a small humid wood which bordered the region of the alpine savannas above us. It seemed as if a fire had burst forth at once on several points of the forest. These streaks of vapour gradually accumulated together, and rising above the ground, were carried along by the morning breeze, and glided like a light cloud over the rounded summit of the mountain. Monsieur Bonpland and I foresaw from these infallible signs that we should soon be covered by a thick fog, and lest our guides should take advantage of this circumstance and leave us, we obliged those who carried the most necessary instruments to precede us. We continued climbing the slopes which lead toward the ravine of Chacaito. The familiar loquacity of the Creole blacks formed a striking contrast with the taciturn gravity of the Indians, who had constantly accompanied us in the missions of Caripe. The negroes amused themselves by laughing at the persons who had been in such haste to abandon an expedition so long in preparation. Above all, they did not spare a young Capuchin monk, a professor of mathematics, who never ceased to boast of the superior physical strength and courage possessed by all classes of European Spaniards over those born in Spanish America. He had provided himself with long strips of white paper, which were to be cut and flung on the savannah to indicate to those who might stray behind the direction they ought to follow. The professor had even promised the friars of his order to fire off some rockets, to announce to the whole town of Caracas that we had succeeded in an enterprise which to him appeared of the utmost importance. He had forgotten that his long and heavy garments would embarrass him in the ascent. Having lost courage long before the Creoles, he passed the rest of the day in a neighbouring plantation, gazing at us through a glass directed to the Silla, as we climbed the mountain. Unfortunately for us, he had taken charge of the water and the provisions so necessary in an excursion to the mountains. The slaves who were to rejoin us were so long detained by him that they arrived very late, and we were 10 hours without either bread or water. The eastern peak is the most elevated of the two which form the summit of the mountain, and to this we directed our course with our instruments. The hollow between these two peaks has suggested the Spanish name of Silla, saddle, which is given to the whole mountain. The narrow defile, which we have already mentioned, descends from this hollow toward the valley of Caracas, commencing near the western dome. The eastern summit is accessible only by going first to the west of the ravine over the promontory of La Puerta, proceeding straight forward to the lower summit, and not turning to the east till the ridge or the hollow of the Silla between the two peaks is nearly reached. The general aspect of the mountain points out this path, the rocks being so steep on the east of the ravine that it would be extremely difficult to reach the summit of the Silla by ascending straight to the eastern dome, instead of going by the way of the Puerta. From the foot of the cascade of Chacaito to 1,000 toises of elevation, we found only savannas. 2 small liliaceous plants with yellow flowers alone lift up their heads among the grasses which cover the rocks. Note: Cypura martinicensis and Cicyrhynchum iridifolium. This last is found also near the Venta of La Guaira, at 600 toises of elevation. End of note. A few brambles, note, Rubus jamaicensis, end of note, reminded us of the form of our European vegetation. We in vain hoped to find on the mountains of Caracas, and subsequently on the back of the Andes, an eglantine near these brambles. We did not find one indigenous rose tree in all South America, notwithstanding the analogy existing between the climates of the high mountains of the torrid zone and the climate of our temperate zone. It appears that this charming shrub is wanting in all the southern hemisphere, within and beyond the tropics. It was only on the Mexican mountains that we were fortunate enough to discover in the 19th degree of latitude American eglantines. Note: M. Redoute, in his superb work on rose trees, has given our Mexican eglantine under the name of Rosier de Montezuma, Montezuma rose. End of note. We were sometimes so enveloped in mist that we could not without difficulty find our way. At this height there is no path, and we were obliged to climb with our hands, when our feet failed us, on the steep and slippery acclivity. A vein filled with porcelain clay attracted our attention. Note: the breadth of the vein is 3 feet. This porcelain clay, when moistened, readily absorbs oxygen from the atmosphere. I found at Caracas the residual nitrogen very slightly mingled with carbonic acid, though the experiment was made in phials with ground glass stoppers, not filled with water. End of note. It is of snowy whiteness, and is no doubt the remains of a decomposed feldspar. I forwarded a considerable portion of it to the intendante of the province. In a country where fuel is not scarce, a mixture of refractory earths may be useful to improve the earthenware, and even the bricks. Every time that the clouds surrounded us, the thermometer sunk as low as 12 degrees to 9.6 degrees R. With a serene sky it rose to 21 degrees. These observations were made in the shade, but it is difficult, on such rapid declivities covered with a dry, shining yellow turf, to avoid the effects of radiant heat. We were at 940 toises of elevation, and yet at the same height, toward the east, we perceived in a ravine not merely a few solitary palm trees, but a whole grove. It was the palma real, probably a species of the genus Oreodoxa. This group of palms, at so considerable an elevation, formed a striking contrast with the willows scattered on the depth of the more temperate valley of Caracas. Note: Salix Humboldtiana of Wildenau. On the alpine palm trees, see my Prolegomena de Dist plant, page 235. End of note. We here discovered plants of European forms, situated below those of the torrid zone. End of chapter 1.13, part 1. Chapter 1.13, part 2, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 1, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1.13, part 2. After proceeding for the space of 4 hours across the savannas, we entered into a little wood composed of shrubs and small trees, called El Pejual, doubtless from the great abundance here of the pejoa, Gaultheria odorata, a plant with very odoriferous leaves. Note. It is a great advantage of the Spanish language, and a peculiarity which it shares in common with the Latin, that, from the name of a tree, may be derived a word designating an association or group of trees of the same species. Thus are formed the words olivar, robilar, and piñal, from olivo, robol, and piño. The Hispano-Americans have added tunal, pejual, gayaval, etc. Places where a great many cactuses, Gaultheria odoratas, and psidiums grow together. End of note. The steepness of the mountain became less considerable, and we felt an indescribable pleasure in examining the plants of this region. Nowhere, perhaps, can be found collected together, in so small a space, productions so beautiful and so remarkable in regard to the geography of plants. At the height of 1,000 toises, the lofty savannas of the hills terminate in a zone of shrubs which, by their appearance, their tortuous branches, their stiff leaves, and the magnitude and beauty of their purple flowers, remind us of what is called in the Cordilleras of the Andes, the vegetation of the paramos and the punas. Note. For the explanation of these words, see above chapter 1.5. End of note. We there find the family of the alpine rhododendrons, the thibaudias, the andromedas, the vacciniums, and those befarias with resinous leaves, which we have several times compared to the rhododendron of our European Alps. Even when nature does not produce the same species in analogous climates, either in the planes of isothermal parallels, note, we may compare together either latitudes which in the same hemisphere present the same mean temperature, as for instance Pennsylvania and the central part of France, Chile and the southern part of New Holland, or we may consider the relations that may exist between the vegetation of the two hemispheres under isothermal parallels. End of note. Or on tablelands, the temperature of which resembles that of places near the poles. We still remark a striking resemblance of appearance and physiognomy in the vegetation of the most distant countries. Note. The geography of plants comprises not merely an examination of the analogies observed in the same hemisphere, as between the vegetation of the Pyrenees and that of the Scandinavian plains, or between that of the Cordilleras of Peru and of the coasts of Chile. It also investigates the relations between the alpine plants of both hemispheres. It compares the vegetation of the Alleghanies and the Cordilleras of Mexico with that of the mountains of Chile and Brazil, bearing in mind that every isothermal line has an alpine branch, as for instance that which connects Uppsala with a point in the Swiss Alps. The great problem of the analogy of vegetable forms may be defined as follows. First, examining in each hemisphere, and at the level of the coasts, the vegetation on the same isothermal line, especially near convex or concave summits. Second, comparing, with respect to the form of plants, on the same isothermal line north and south of the equator, the alpine branch with that traced in the plains. Third, comparing the vegetation on homonymous isothermal lines in the two hemispheres, either in the low regions or in the alpine regions. End of note. This phenomenon is one of the most curious in the history of organic forms. I say the history, for in vain would reason forbid man to form hypotheses on the origin of things. He still goes on puzzling himself with insoluble problems relating to the distribution of beings. A gramen of Switzerland grows on the granitic rocks of the Straits of Magellan. Note. Phleum alpinum, examined by Mr. Brown. The investigations of this great botanist prove that a certain number of plants are at once common to both hemispheres. Potentilla anserina, Prunella vulgaris, Serpis mucronatus, and Panicum cruscale grow in Germany, in Australia, and in Pennsylvania.) New Holland contains above 40 European phanerogamous plants, and the greater number of those plants which are found equally in the temperate zones of both hemispheres are entirely wanting in the intermediary or equinoctial region, as well in the plains as on the mountains. A downy-leaved violet, which terminates in some sort the zone of the phanerogamous plants at Teneriffe, and which was long thought peculiar to that island, is seen 300 leagues farther north, near the snowy summit of the Pyrenees. The Viola cheiranthifolia, which has been found by M. Kunth and von Buch among the alpine plants which Jussieu brought from the Pyrenees. Gramina and cyperaceous plants of Germany, Arabia, and Senegal have been recognized among those that were gathered by M. Bonpland and myself on the cold tablelands of Mexico, along the burning shores of the Orinoco, and in the southern hemisphere on the Andes and Quito. Cyperus mucronatus, Poa eragrostris, Festuca majorus, Anthropagos avinaceus, Lapago racemosa. See the Nova Genera a Species Plantarum, Volume 1, page 25. How can we conceive the migration of plants through regions now covered by the oceans? How have the germs of organic life, which resemble each other in their appearance, and even in their internal structure, unfolded themselves at unequal distances from the poles and from the surface of the seas, wherever places so distant present an analogy of temperature? Notwithstanding the influence exercised on the vital functions of plants by the pressures of the air, and the greater or less extinction of light, heat, unequally distributed in different seasons of the year, must doubtless be considered as the most powerful stimulus of vegetation. The number of identical species in the two continents and in the two hemispheres is far less than the statements of early travellers would lead us to believe. The lofty mountains of equinoctial America have certainly plantains, valerians, arenarias, ranunculuses, medlars, oaks, and pines, which from their physiognomy we might confound with those of Europe. But they are all specifically different. When nature does not present the same species, she loves to repeat the same genera. Neighbouring species are often placed at enormous distances from each other, in the low regions of the temperate zone and on the alpine heights of the equator. At other times, and the Sea of Caracas affords a striking example of this phenomenon, they are not the European genera, which have sent species to people, like colonists, the mountains of the torrid zone, but genera of the same tribe, difficult to be distinguished by their appearance, which take the place of each other in different latitudes. The mountains of New Granada, surrounding the tablelands of Bogota, are more than 200 leagues distant from those of Caracas, and yet the Silla, the only elevated peak in the chain of low mountains, presents those singular groupings of befarias with purple flowers, of andromedas, of goltherias, of myrtili, of uvas camaronas. The names vine tree and uvas camaronas are given in the Andes to plants of the genus Thibaudia, on account of their large succulent fruits. Thus the ancient botanists gave the name of bear's vine, Uva ursi, and vine of Mount Ida, Vitis idaea, to an arbutus and a myrtillus, which belong, like the Thibaudia, to the family of the Ericinae. Of nurturas and of aralias with hoary leaves, Nurtura depressa, Aralia reticulata, Hediotis blarioides, which characterize the vegetation of the paramos of the high Cordilleras of Santa Fe. We found the same Thibaudia glandulosa at the entrance of the tableland of Bogota and in the Pejual of the Silla. The coast chain of Caracas is unquestionably connected by the Torito, the Palermo, Tocuyo, and the Paramos of Rosas, of Bocono, and of Niquitao, with the high Cordilleras of Merida, Pamplona, and Santa Fe. But from the Silla to Tocuyo, along a distance of 70 leagues, the mountains of Caracas are so low that the shrubs of the family of Ericineous plants, just cited, do not find the cold climate which is necessary for their development. Supposing, as is probable, that the Thibaudias in the rhododendron of the Andes, or befaria, exist in the Paramo of Niquitao, and in the Sierra of Merida, covered with eternal snow, these plants would nevertheless want a ridge sufficiently lofty and long for their migration toward the Silla of Caracas. The more we study the distribution of organized beings on the globe, the more we are inclined, if not to abandon the ideas of migration, at least to consider them as hypotheses not entirely satisfactory. The chain of the Andes divides the whole of South America into two unequal longitudinal parts. At the foot of this chain, on the east and west, we found a great number of plants specifically the same. The various passages of the Cordilleras nowhere permit the vegetable productions of the warm regions to proceed from the coasts of the Pacific to the banks of the Amazon. When a peak attains a great elevation, either in the middle of very low mountains and plains, or in the centre of an archipelago heaved up by volcanic fires, its summit is covered with alpine plants, many of which are again found, at immense distances, on other mountains having an analogous climate. Such are the general phenomena of the distribution of plants. It is now said that a mountain is high enough to enter into the limits of the rhododendrons and the befarias, as it has long been said that such a mountain reached the limit of perpetual snow. In using this expression, it is tacitly admitted that, under the influence of certain temperatures, certain vegetable forms must necessarily be developed. Such a supposition, however, taken in all its generality, is not strictly accurate. The pines of Mexico are wanting on the Cordilleras of Peru. The Silla of Caracas is not covered with the oaks which flourish in New Granada at the same height. Identity of forms indicates an analogy of climate, but in similar climates the species may be singularly diversified. The charming rhododendron of the Andes, the befaria, was first described by M. Mutis, who observed near Pamplona and Santa Fe de Bogota in the 4th and 7th degree of north latitude. It was so little known before our expedition to the Silla that it was scarcely to be found in any herbal in Europe. The learned editors of the Flora of Peru had even described it under another name, that of acuna, in the same manner as the rhododendrons of Lapland, Caucasus, and the Alps. Note: Rhododendron lapponicum, R. caucasicum, R. ferrugineum, and R. hirsutum. End of note. Differ from each other. The two species of befaria we brought from the Silla. Note: Befaria glauca, B. ledifolia. End of note. Are also specifically different from that of Santa Fe de Bogota. Note: Befaria aestuans and B. resinosa. End of note. Near the equator, the rhododendrons of the Andes, particularly B. aestuans of Mutis, and two new species of the southern hemisphere, which we have described under the name of B. coarctata and B. grandiflora, cover the mountains as far as the highest paramos, at 16 and 1700 toises of elevation. Advancing northward, on the Silla de Caracas, we find them much lower, a little below 1000 toises. The befaria recently discovered in Florida, in latitude 30 degrees, grows even on hills of small elevation. Thus, in a space of 600 leagues in latitude, these shrubs descend toward the plain in proportion as their distance from the equator augments. The rhododendron of Lapland grows also at 800 or 900 toises lower than the rhododendron of the Alps and the Pyrenees. We were surprised at not meeting with any species of befaria in the mountains of Mexico, between the rhododendrons of Santa Fe and Caracas, and those of Florida. In the small grove which crowns the Silla, the Befaria ledifolia is only 3 or 4 feet high. The trunk is divided from its root into a great many slender and even verticillate branches. The leaves are oval, lanceolate, glaucous on their inferior part, and curled at the edges. The whole plant is covered with long and viscous hairs, and emits a very agreeable resinous smell. The bees visit its fine purple flowers, which are very abundant, as in all alpine plants, and, when in full blossom, they are often nearly an inch wide. The rhododendron of Switzerland, in those places where it grows, at the elevation of between 800 and 1000 toises, belongs to a climate, the mean temperature of which is +2 and -1 degrees, like that of the plains of Lapland. In this zone, the coldest months are -4 and -10 degrees, the hottest 12 and 7 degrees. Thermometrical observations, made at the same heights and in the same latitudes, render it probable that, at the Pejual of the Silla, 1000 toises above the Caribbean Sea, the mean temperature of the air is still 17 or 18 degrees, and that the thermometer keeps, in the coolest season, between 15 and 20 degrees in the day, and in the night between 10 and 12 degrees. At the hospital of Saint Gothard, situated nearly on the highest limit of the rhododendron of the Alps, the maximum of heat in the month of August at noon, in the shade, is usually 12 or 13 degrees. In the night, at the same season, the air is cooled by the radiation of the soil down to +1 or -1.5 degrees. Under the same barometric pressure, consequently at the same height, but 30 degrees of latitude nearer the equator, the Bavaria of the Silla is often, at noon, in the sun, exposed to a heat of 23 or 24 degrees. The greatest nocturnal refrigeration probably never exceeds 7 degrees. We have carefully compared the climate, under the influence of which, at different latitudes, two groups of plants of the same family vegetate at equal heights above the level of the sea. The results would have been far different had we compared zones equally distant, either from the perpetual snow or from the isothermal line of 0 degrees. Note: the stratum of air, the mean temperature of which is 0 degrees, and which scarcely coincides with the superior limit of perpetual snow, is found in the parallel of the rhododendrons of Switzerland at 900 toises, in the parallel of the Befarias of Caracas at 2,700 toises of elevation. End of note. In the little thicket of the Pejual, near the purple-flowered Befaria, grows a heath-leaved hedyotis, 8 feet high, the caparosa, which is a large arborescent hypericum. Note: Vismia caparosa. A loranthus clings to this plant, and appropriates to itself the yellow juice of the vismia. Davallia maifolia, Hieracium avile, Aurelia arborea Jack, and Lepidium virginicum. Two new species of Lycopodium, the Thyoides and the Aristatum, are seen lower down, near the Puerto de la Silla. End of note. A Lepidium, which appears identical with that of Virginia, and lastly, lycopodiaceous plants and mosses, which cover the rocks and roots of the trees. That which gives most celebrity in the country to the little thicket is a shrub 10 or 15 feet high, of the corymbiferous family. The Creoles call it incense, incensio. Note: Trixis nariifolia of M. Bonpland. End of note. Its tough and crenate leaves, as well as the extremities of the branches, are covered with a white wool. It is a new species of Trixis, extremely resinous, the flowers of which have the agreeable odour of storax. This smell is very different from that emitted by the leaves of the Trixis terebinthinaceae of the mountains of Jamaica, opposite to those of Caracas. The people sometimes mix the incensio of the Silla with the flowers of the pevitera, another composite plant, the smell of which resembles that of the heliotropium of Peru. The pevitera does not, however, grow on the mountains so high as the zone of the Befarias. It vegetates in the valley of Chacao, and the ladies of Caracas prepare from it an extremely pleasant odoriferous water. We spent a long time in examining the fine resinous and fragrant plants of the Pejual. The sky became more and more cloudy, and the thermometer sank below 11 degrees, a temperature at which, in this zone, people begin to suffer from the cold. Quitting the little thicket of alpine plants, we found ourselves again in a savanna. We climbed over a part of the western dome in order to descend into the hollow of the Silla, a valley which separates the two summits of the mountain. We there had great difficulties to overcome, occasioned by the force of the vegetation. A botanist would not readily guess that the thick wood covering this valley is formed by the assemblage of a plant of the musaceous family. Note: Citamineous plants, or family of the plantains. End of note. It is probably Amaranta, or a heliconia. Its leaves are large and shining. It reaches the height of 14 or 15 feet, and its succulent stalks grow near one another like the stems of the reeds found in the humid regions of the south of Europe. Note: Arandodonax. End of note. We were obliged to cut our way through this forest. The negroes walked before with their cutlasses or machetes. The people confound this alpine citamineous plant with the arborescent gramina under the name of carice. We saw neither its fruit nor flowers. We are surprised to meet with a monocotyledonous family, believed to be exclusively found in the hot and low regions of the tropics, at 1100 toises of elevation, much higher than the Andromedas, the Thibaudias, and the rhododendrons of the Cordillera. Note: Befaria. End of note. In a chain of mountains no less elevated, and more northern, the Blue Mountains of Jamaica, the heliconia of the parrots and the bihai rather grow in the alpine shaded situations. Note: Heliconia siticorum and H. bihai. These two heliconias are very common in the plains of terra firma. End of note. Wandering in this thick wood of musaceae, or arborescent plants, we constantly directed our course toward the eastern peak, which we perceived from time to time through an opening. On a sudden we found ourselves enveloped in a thick mist. The compass alone could guide us. But in advancing northward, we were in danger at every step of finding ourselves on the brink of that enormous wall of rocks, which descends almost perpendicularly to the depth of 6,000 feet toward the sea. We were obliged to halt. Surrounded by clouds sweeping the ground, we began to doubt whether we would reach the eastern peak before night. Happily, the negroes who carried our water and provisions rejoined us, and we resolved to take some refreshment. Our repast did not last long. Possibly the Capuchin father had not thought of the great number of persons who accompanied us, or perhaps the slaves had made free with our provisions on the way. Be that as it may, we found nothing but olives, and scarcely any bread. Horace, in his retreat at Tibur, never boasted of a repast more light and frugal. But olives, which might have afforded a satisfactory meal to a poet, devoted to study, and leading a sedentary life, appeared an aliment by no means sufficiently substantial for travellers climbing mountains. We had watched the greater part of the night, and we walked for 9 hours without finding a single spring. Our guides were discouraged. They wished to go back, and we had great difficulty in preventing them. In the midst of the mist, I made a trial of the electrometer of Volta, armed with a smoking match. Though very near a thick wood of heliconias, I obtained very sensible signs of atmospheric electricity. It often varied from positive to negative, its intensity changing every instant. These variations, and the conflict of several small currents of air, which divided the mist, and transformed it into clouds, the borders of which were visible, appeared to me infallible prognostics of a change in the weather. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We entertained some hope of reaching the eastern summit of the Silla before sunset, and of redescending into the valley separating the two peaks, intending there to pass the night, to light a great fire, and to make our negroes construct a hut with the leaves of the heliconia. We sent off half of our servants with orders to hasten the next morning to meet us not with olives, but with a supply of salt beef. We had scarcely made these arrangements when the east wind began to blow violently from the sea. The thermometer rose to 12.5 degrees. It was no doubt an ascending wind, which, by heightening the temperature, dissolved the vapours. In less than 2 minutes the clouds dispersed, and the 2 domes of the Silla appeared to us singularly near. We opened the barometer in the lowest part of the hollow that separates the 2 summits, near a little pool of very muddy water. Here, as in the West India Islands, marshy plains are found at great elevations, not because the woody mountains attract the clouds, but because they condense the vapours by the effect of nocturnal refrigeration, occasioned by the radiation of heat from the ground and the parenchyma of the leaves. The mercury was at 21 inches 5.7 lines. We shaped our course direct to the eastern summit. The obstruction caused by the vegetation gradually diminished. It was, however, necessary to cut down some heliconias, but these arborescent plants were not now very thick or high. The peaks of the Silla themselves, as we have several times mentioned, are covered only with gramina and small shrubs of befaria. Their barrenness, however, is not owing to their height. The limit of trees in this region is 400 toises higher. Since, judging according to the analogy of other mountains, this limit would be found here only at a height of 1800 toises. The absence of large trees on the 2 rocky summits of the Silla may be attributed to the aridity of the soil, the violence of the winds blowing from the sea, and the conflagrations so frequent in all the mountains of the equinoctial region. To reach the eastern peak, which is the highest, it is necessary to approach as near as possible the great precipice which descends towards Caravalleda and the coast. The gneiss, as far as this spot, preserves its lamellar texture and its primitive direction, but where we climbed the summit of the Silla, we found it had passed into granite. Its texture becomes granular, the mica less frequent, is more unequally spread through the rock. Instead of garnets, we met with a few solitary crystals of hornblende. It is, however, not a syenite, but rather a granite of new formation. We were 3/4 of an hour in reaching the summit of the Silla. This part of the way is not dangerous, provided the traveller carefully examines the stability of each fragment of rock on which he places his foot. The granite superposed on the gneiss does not present a regular separation into beds. It is divided by clefts, which often cross one another at right angles. Prismatic blocks, 1 foot wide and 12 long, stand out from the ground obliquely, and appear on the edges of the precipice like enormous beams suspended over the abyss. Having arrived at the summit, we enjoyed for a few minutes only the serenity of the sky. The eye ranged over a vast extent of country, Looking down to the north was the sea, and to the south the fertile valley of Caracas. The barometer was at 20 inches 7.6 lines, the thermometer at 13.7 degrees. We were at 1350 toises of elevation. We gazed on an extent of sea, the radius of which was 36 leagues. Persons who are affected by looking downward from a considerable height should remain at the centre of the small flat which crowns the eastern summit of the Silla. The mountain is not very remarkable for height. It is nearly 80 toises lower than the Canigou, but it is distinguished among all the mountains I have visited by an enormous precipice on the side next to the sea. The coast forms only a narrow border, and looking from the summit of the pyramid on the houses of Caravalleda, this wall of rocks seems, by an optical illusion, to be nearly perpendicular. The real slope of the declivity appeared to me, according to an exact calculation, 53 degrees 28 minutes. Note. Observations of the latitude give for the horizontal distance between the foot of the mountain near Caravalleda and the vertical line passing through its summit, scarcely 1,000 toises. End of note. The mean slope of the peak of Teneriffe is scarcely 12 degrees 30 minutes. A precipice of 6,000 or 7,000 feet, like that of the Silla of Caracas, is a phenomenon far more rare than is generally believed by those who cross mountains without measuring their height, their bulk, and their slope. Since the experiments on the fall of bodies, and on their deviation to the southeast, have been resumed in several parts of Europe, a rock of 250 toises of perpendicular elevation has been in vain sought for among all the Alps of Switzerland. The declivity of Mont Blanc, toward the Allée Blanche, does not even reach an angle of 45 degrees, though in the greater number of geological works Mont Blanc is described as perpendicular on the south side. At the Silla of Caracas, the enormous northern cliff is partly covered with vegetation, notwithstanding the extreme steepness of its slope. Tufts of befaria and andromedas appear as if suspended from the rock. The little valley which separates the domes toward the south stretches in the direction of the sea. Alpine plants fill this hollow, and, not confined to the ridge of the mountain, they follow the sinuosities of the ravine. It would seem as if torrents were concealed under that fresh foliage, and the disposition of the plants, the grouping of so many inanimate objects, give the landscape all the charm of motion and life. End of chapter 1.13, part 2. Chapter 1.13, part 3 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 1, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1.13, Part 3. 7 months had now elapsed since we had been on the summit of the peak of Teneriffe, whence we surveyed a space of the globe equal to a fourth part of France. The apparent horizon of the sea is there 6 leagues farther distant than at the top of the Silla, and yet we saw that horizon, at least for some time, very distinctly. It was strongly marked, and not confounded with the adjacent strata of air. At the Silla, which is 550 toises lower than the peak of Teneriffe, the horizon, though nearer, continued invisible toward the north and north-northeast. Following with the eye the surface of the sea, which was smooth as glass, we were struck with the progressive diminution of the reflected light. Where the visible ray touched the last limit of that surface, the water was lost among the superposed strata of air. This appearance has something in it very extraordinary. We expect to see the horizon level with the eye, but instead of distinguishing at this height a marked limit between the two elements, the more distant strata of water seem to be transformed into vapour and mingled with the aerial ocean. I observed the same appearance, not in one spot of the horizon alone, but on an extent of more than 160 degrees along the Pacific, when I found myself for the first time on the pointed rock that commands the crater of Pichincha, a volcano the elevation of which exceeds that of Mont Blanc. Note: See Views of Nature, Bohn's edition, page 358. End of note. The visibility of a very distant horizon depends, when there is no mirage, upon 2 distinct things: the quality of light received on that part of the sea where the visual ray terminates, and the extinction of the reflected light during its passage through the intermediate strata of air. It may happen, notwithstanding the serenity of the sky and the transparency of the atmosphere, that the ocean is feebly illuminated at 30 or 40 leagues distance, or that the strata of air nearest the earth may extinguish a great deal of the light, by absorbing the rays that traverse them. The rounded peak or western dome of the Silla concealed from us the view of the town of Caracas, but we distinguished the nearest houses, the villages of Chacao and Petare, the coffee plantations, and the course of the Rio Guayra, a slender streak of water reflecting a silvery light. The narrow band of cultivated ground was pleasingly contrasted with the wild and gloomy aspect of the neighbouring mountains. Whilst contemplating these grand scenes, we feel little regret that the solitudes of the New World are not embellished with the monuments of antiquity. But we could not long avail ourselves of the advantage arising from the position of the Silla in commanding all the neighbouring summits. While we were examining with our glasses that part of the sea, the horizon of which was clearly defined, and the chain of the mountains of Ocumare, behind which begins the unknown world of the Orinoco and the Amazon, a thick fog from the plains rose to the elevated regions, first filling the bottom of the valley of Caracas. The vapours, illumined from above, presented a uniform tint of a milky white. The valley seemed overspread with water, and looked like an arm of the sea, of which the adjacent mountains formed the steep shore. In vain we waited for the slave who carried Ramsden's great sextant. Eager to avail myself of the favourable state of the sky, I resolved to take a few solar altitudes with a sextant by Troughton of 2 inches radius. The disk of the sun was half concealed by the mist. The difference of longitude between the quarter of the Trinidad and the eastern peak of the Silla appears scarcely to exceed 0 degrees 3 minutes 22 seconds. Note: the difference of longitude between the Silla and La Guayra, according to Fidalgo, is 0 degrees 6 minutes 40 seconds. End of note. Whilst, seated on the rock, I was determining the dip of the needle, I found my hands covered with a species of hairy bee, a little smaller than the honey bee of the north of Europe. These insects make their nests in the ground. They seldom fly, and from the slowness of their movements, I should have supposed they were benumbed by the cold of the mountains. The people in these regions call them angelitos, little angels, because they very seldom sting. They are no doubt of the genus Apis, of the division Melipones. It has been erroneously affirmed that these bees, which are peculiar to the New World, are destitute of all offensive weapons. Their sting is indeed comparatively feeble, and they use it seldom, but a person not fully convinced of the harmlessness of these angelitos can scarcely divest himself of a sensation of fear. I must confess that, whilst engaged in my astronomical observations, I was often on the point of letting my instruments fall when I felt my hands and face covered with these hairy bees. Our guides assured us that they attempt to defend themselves only when irritated by being seized by their legs. I was not tempted to try the experiment on myself. The dip of the needle at the Silla was 1 centesimal degree less than in the town of Caracas. In collecting the observations which I made during calm weather, and in very favourable circumstances, on the mountains as well as along the coast, it would at first seem that we discover, in that part of the globe, a certain influence of the heights on the dip of the needle, and the intensity of the magnetical forces. But we must remark that the dip at Caracas is much greater than could be supposed from the situation of the town, and that the magnetical phenomena are modified by the proximity of certain rocks, which constitute so many peculiar centres or little systems of attraction. Note: I have seen fragments of quartz traversed by parallel bands of magnetic iron carried into the valley of Caracas by the waters descending from the Galipano and the Cerro de Avila. This banded magnetic iron ore is found also in the Sierra Nevada of Merida. Between the 2 peaks of the Silla, angular fragments of cellular quartz are found, covered with red oxide of iron. They do not act on the needle. This oxide is of a cinnabar red colour. End of note. The temperature of the atmosphere varied on the summit of the Silla from 11 to 14 degrees, according as the weather was calm or windy. Everyone knows how difficult it is to verify, on the summit of a mountain, the temperature which is to serve for the barometric calculation. The wind was east, which would seem to prove that the trade winds extend in this latitude much higher than 1500 toises. Von Buch had observed that, at the peak of Teneriffe, near the northern limit of the trade winds, there exists generally at the elevation of 1900 toises a contrary current from the west. The Academy of Sciences recommended the men of science who accompanied the unfortunate La Pérouse to employ small air balloons for the purpose of ascertaining at sea the extent of the trade winds within the tropics. Such experiments are very difficult. Small balloons do not in general reach the height of the Silla, and the light clouds, which are sometimes perceived at an elevation of 3,000 or 4,000 toises, for instance, the fleecy clouds called by the French moutons, remain almost fixed, or have such a slow motion that it is impossible to judge of the direction of the wind. During the short space of time that the sky was serene at the zenith, I found the blue of the atmosphere sensibly deeper than on the coasts. It is probable that, in the months of July and August, the difference between the colour of the sky on the coasts and on the summit of the Silla is still more considerable, but the meteorological phenomenon with which M. Bonpland and myself were most struck during the hour we passed on the mountain was the apparent dryness of the air, which seemed to increase as the fog augmented. The fog soon became so dense that it would have been imprudent to remain longer on the edge of a precipice of 7,000 or 8,000 feet deep. Note: in the direction of northwest, the slopes appeared more accessible, and I have been told of a path frequented by smugglers, which leads to Caravalleda, between the two peaks of the Silla. From the eastern peak I took the bearings of the western peak, 64 degrees 40 minutes southwest, and of the houses, which I was told belonged to Caravalleda, 55 degrees 20 minutes northwest. We descended the eastern dome of the Silla, and gathered in our descent a gramen, which not only forms a new and very remarkable genus, but which, to our great astonishment, we found again some time after on the summit of the volcano of Pichincha, at a distance of 400 leagues from the Silla in the southern hemisphere. Aegopogon synchroides. The lichen floridus, so common in the north of Europe, covered the branches of the befaria and the Gualtheria odorata, descending even to the roots of these shrubs. Examining the mosses which cover the rocks of gneiss in the valley between the two peaks, I was surprised at finding real pebbles, rounded fragments of quartz. Fragments of brown copper ore were found mixed with these pebbles at an elevation of 1170 toises. It may be conceived that the valley of Caracas was once an inland lake, before the Rio Guaira found an issue to the east near Caurimare, at the foot of the hill of Auyamas, and before the ravine of Tipe opened on the west in the direction of Gatia and Cabo Blanco. But how can we imagine that these waters could ascend as high as the Silla, when the mountains opposite this peak, those of Ocumare, were too low to prevent their overflow into the Llanos? The pebbles could not have been brought by torrents from more elevated points, since there is no height that commands the Silla. Must we admit that they have been heaved up, like all the mountains which border the coast? It was 4:30 in the afternoon when we finished our observations. Satisfied with the success of our journey, we forgot that there might be danger in descending in the dark steep declivities covered by a smooth and slippery turf. The mist concealed the valley from us, but we distinguished the double hill of La Puerta, which, like all objects lying almost perpendicularly beneath the eye, appeared extremely near. We relinquished our design of passing the night between the two summits of the Silla, and having again found the path we had cut through the thick wood of heliconia, we soon arrived at the Pejual, the region of odoriferous and resinous plants. The beauty of the befarias and their branches covered with large purple flowers again riveted our attention. When, in these climates, a botanist gathers plants to form his herbal, he becomes difficult in his choice in proportion to the luxuriance of vegetation. He casts away those which have been first cut, because they appear less beautiful than those which were out of reach. Though loaded with plants before quitting the Pejual, we still regretted not having made a more ample harvest. We tarried so long in this spot, that night surprised us as we entered the savannah at the elevation of upward of 900 toises. As there is scarcely any twilight in the tropics, We passed suddenly from bright daylight to darkness. The moon was on the horizon, but her disk was veiled from time to time by thick clouds, drifted by a cold and rough wind. Rapid slopes, covered with yellow and dry grass, now seen in shade, and now suddenly illumined, seemed like precipices, the depth of which the eye sought in vain to measure. We proceeded onwards, in single file, and endeavoured to support ourselves by our hands, lest we should roll down. The guides, who carried our instruments, abandoned us successively to sleep on the mountain. Among those who remained with us was a Congo black, who evinced great address, bearing on his head a large dipping needle. He held it constantly steady, notwithstanding the extreme declivity of the rocks. The fog had dispersed by degrees in the bottom of the valley, and the scattered lights we perceived below us caused a double illusion. The steeps appeared still more dangerous than they really were, and, during 6 hours of continual descent, we seemed to be always equally near the farms at the foot of the Silla. We heard very distinctly the voices of men and the notes of guitars. Sound is generally so well propagated upwards, that in a balloon at the elevation of 3000 toises, the barking of dogs is sometimes heard. Note: Gay Lussac's account of his ascent on the 15th of September, 1805. End of note. We did not arrive till 10 at night at the bottom of the valley. We were overcome with fatigue and thirst, having walked for 15 hours nearly without stopping. The soles of our feet were cut and torn by the asperities of a rocky soil and the hard and dry stalks of the gramina, for we had been obliged to pull off our boots, the soles having become too slippery. On declivities devoid of shrubs or ligneous herbs, which may be grasped by the hand, the danger of the descent is diminished by walking barefoot. In order to shorten the way, our guides conducted us from the Puerto de la Silla to the farm of Gallegos by a path leading to a reservoir of water called El Tanque. They missed their way, however, and this last descent, the steepest of all, brought us near the ravine of Chacaito. The noise of the cascades gave this nocturnal scene a grand and wild character. We passed the night at the foot of the Silla. Our friends at Caracas had been able to distinguish us with glasses on the summit of the eastern peak. They felt interested in hearing the account of our expedition, but they were not satisfied with the result of our measurement, which did not assign to the Silla even the elevation of the highest summit of the Pyrenees. Note: it was formerly believed that the height of the Silla of Caracas scarcely differed from that of the peak of Teneriffe. End of note. One cannot blame the national feeling which suggests exaggerated ideas of the monuments of nature, in a country in which the monuments of art are nothing. Nor can we wonder that the inhabitants of Quito and Riobamba, who have prided themselves for ages on the height of Chimborazo, mistrust those measurements which elevate the mountains of Himalaya above all the colossal Cordilleras. During our journey to the Silla, and in all our excursions in the valley of Caracas, we were very attentive to the lodes and indications of ore which we found in the strata of gneiss. No regular diggings have been made. We could only examine the fissures, the ravines, and the landslips occasioned by torrents in the rainy season. The rock of gneiss, passing sometimes into a granite of new formation, sometimes into mica slate, note, especially at great elevations, end of note, belongs in Germany to the most metalliferous rocks, but in the new continent the gneiss has not hitherto been remarked as very rich in ores worth working. The most celebrated mines of Mexico and Peru are found in the primitive and transition schists, in the trap porphyries, the grauwacke, and the alpine limestones. In several spots of the valley of Caracas, the gneiss contains a small quantity of gold, disseminated in small veins of quartz, sulphuretted silver, azure copper ore, and galena. But it is doubtful whether these different metalliferous substances are not too poor to encourage any attempt at working them. Such attempts were, however, made at the conquest of the province, about the middle of the 16th century. From the promontory of Paria to beyond Cape Vela, the early navigators had seen gold ornaments and gold dust in the possession of the inhabitants of the coast. They penetrated into the interior of the country to discover whence the precious metal came; and though the information obtained in the province of Coro, and the markets of Curiana and Cachaita, note, the Spaniards found in 1500 in the country of Curiana, now Coro, little birds, frogs, and other ornaments made of gold. Those who had cast these figures lived at Cauchieto, a place nearer the Rio de la Hacha. I have seen ornaments resembling those described by Peter Martyr of Anguera, which indicated tolerable skill in goldsmith's work among the remains of the ancient inhabitants of Cundinamarca. The same art appears to have been practised in places along the coasts, and also farther to the south, among the mountains of New Granada. Clearly proved that real mineral wealth was to be found only to the west and southwest of Coro, that is to say, in the mountains near those of New Granada. The whole province of Caracas was nevertheless eagerly explored. A governor newly arrived on that coast could recommend himself to the Spanish court only by boasting of the mines of his province; and in order to take from cupidity what was most ignoble and repulsive, the thirst of gold was justified by the purpose to which it was pretended the riches acquired by fraud and violence might be employed. Gold, says Christopher Columbus in his last letter, note, La terra rarissima de Talnelle indi nella isola di Jamaica a 7 Julio de 1503, quote, Lo oro e metallo sopra gli altri excellentissimo, e del oro si fanno li tesori e chi lo tiene fa e opera quanto vuole nel mondo e finalmente aggiunge a mandare la anima al paradiso. To King Ferdinand, quote, Gold is a thing so much the more necessary to your majesty, because, in order to fulfil the ancient prophecy, Jerusalem is to be built by a prince of the Spanish monarchy. Gold is the most excellent of metals. What becomes of those precious stones which are sought for at the extremities of the globe? They are sold and are finally converted into gold. With gold we not only do whatever we please in this world, but we can even employ it to snatch souls from purgatory and to people paradise. These words bear the stamp of the age in which Columbus lived, but we are surprised to see this pompous eulogium of riches written by a man whose life was marked by the most noble disinterestedness. The conquest of the province of Venezuela having been begun at its western extremity, the neighbouring mountains of Coro, Tocuyo, and Barquisimeto first attracted the attention of the conquistadores. These mountains join the Cordilleras of New Granada, those of Santa Fe, Pamplona, La Grita, and Merida, to the littoral chain of Caracas. It is a land the more interesting in a geognostical point of view, as no map has yet made known the mountainous ramifications which the paramos of Niquitao and Las Rosas send out toward the northeast. Between Tocuyo, Araure, and Barquisimeto rises the group of the Altar Mountains, connected on the southeast with the paramo of Las Rosas. A branch of the Altar stretches northeast by San Felipe el Fuerte, joining the granitic mountains of the coast near Puerto Cabello. The other branch takes an eastward direction towards Nirgua and Tinaco, and joins the chain of the interior, that of Yusma, Villa de Cura, and Sabana de Ocumare. The region we have been here describing separates the waters which flow to the Orinoco from those which run into the immense lake of Maracaibo and the Caribbean Sea. It includes climates which may be termed temperate rather than hot, and it is looked upon in the country, notwithstanding the distance of more than 100 leagues, as a prolongation of the metalliferous soil of Pamplona. It was in the group of the western mountains of Venezuela that the Spaniards in the year 1551 worked the gold mine of Buria, note, Real de Minas de San Felipe de Buria, which was the origin of the foundation of the town of Barquisimeto, note, Nueva Segovia, But these works, like many other mines successively opened, were soon abandoned. Here, as in all the mountains of Venezuela, the produce of the ore has been found to be very variable. The lodes are very often divided, or they altogether cease, and the metals appear only in kidney ores, and present the most elusive appearances. It is, however, only in this group of mountains of San Felipe and Barquisimeto that the working of mines has been continued till the present time. Those of Aroa, near San Felipe el Fuerte, situated in the centre of a very insalubrious country, are the only mines which are wrought in the whole Capitania General of Caracas. They yield a small quantity of copper. Next to the works at Buria, near Barquisimeto, those of the valley of Caracas, and of the mountains near the capital, are the most ancient. Francisco Fajardo and his wife Isabella, of the nation of the Guayquerias, often visited the tableland where the capital of Venezuela is now situated. Note: Fajardo and his wife were the founders of the town of Collado, now called Caravalleda. End of note. They had given this tableland the name of Valle de San Francisco, and having seen some bits of gold in the hands of the natives, Fajardo succeeded in the year 1560 in discovering the mines of Los Teques, to the southwest of Caracas, near the group of the mountains of Cocuiza, which separate the valleys of Caracas and Aragua. Note: we have yet to mention a third point to which the attention of the conquistadores was called by indications of mines so early as the end of the 16th century. In following the valley of Caracas eastward beyond Corimare, on the road to Cacagua, we reach a mountainous and woody country, where a great quantity of charcoal is now made, and which anciently bore the name of the province of Los Mariches. In the eastern mountains of Venezuela, the gneiss passes into the state of talc. It contains, as at Salzburg, lodes of auriferous quartz. The works anciently begun in those mines have often been abandoned and resumed. The mines of Caracas were forgotten during more than 100 years, but at a period comparatively recent, about the end of the last century, an intendant of Venezuela, Don Jose Avalo, again fell into the illusions which had flattered the cupidity of the conquistadores. He fancied that all the mountains near the capital contained great metallic riches. Some Mexican miners were engaged, and their operations were directed to the ravine of Tipe and the ancient mines of Baruta to the south of Caracas, where the Indians gather even now some little gold washings. But the zeal which had prompted the enterprise soon diminished, and after much useless expense, the working of the mines of Caracas was totally abandoned. A small quantity of auriferous pyrites, sulphuretted silver, and a little native gold were found, but these were only feeble indications, and in a country where labour is extremely dear, there was no inducement to pursue works so little productive. We visited the ravine of Tipe, situated in that part of the valley which opens in the direction of Cabo Blanco. Proceeding from Caracas, we traverse in the direction of the great barracks of San Carlos, a barren and rocky soil. Only a very few plants of Argemone mexicana are to be found. The gneiss appears everywhere above ground. We might have fancied ourselves on the tableland of Freiburg. We crossed first the little rivulet of Agua Salud, a limpid stream, which has no mineral taste, and then the Rio Garguata. The road is commanded on the right by the Cerro de Avila and the Cumbra, and on the left by the mountains of Aguas Negras. This defile is very interesting in a geological point of view. At this spot, the valley of Caracas communicates, by the valleys of Tacagua and of Tipe, with the coast near Catia, a ridge of rock, the summit of which is 40 toises above the bottom of the valley of Caracas, and more than 300 toises above the valley of Tacagua, divides the waters which flow into the Rio Guaira and towards Cabo Blanco. On this point of division, at the entrance of the branch, the view is highly pleasing. The climate changes as we descend westward. In the valley of Tacagua we found some new habitations, and also conucos of maize and plantains. A very extensive plantation of tuna, or cactus, stamps this barren country with a peculiar character. The cactuses reach the height of 15 feet, and grow in the form of candelabra, like the euphorbia of Africa. They are cultivated for the purpose of selling their refreshing fruits in the market of Caracas. The variety, which has no thorns, is called, strangely enough in the colonies, Tuna de España, Spanish cactus. We measured at the same place magueys or agaves, the long stems of which, laden with flowers, were 44 feet high. However common this plant is become in the south of Europe, the native of a northern climate is never weary of admiring the rapid development of a liliaceous plant, which contains at once a sweet juice and astringent and caustic liquids employed to cauterize wounds. We found several veins of quartz in the valley of Tipe, visible above the soil. They contained pyrites, carbonated iron ore, traces of sulphuretted silver, glaserts, and grey copper ore, fallerts. The works which had been undertaken, either for extracting the ore or exploring the nature of its bed, appeared to be very superficial. The earth falling in had filled up those excavations, and we could not judge of the richness of the load. Notwithstanding the expense incurred under the intendancy of Don Jose Avalo, the great question whether the province of Venezuela contains mines rich enough to be worked is yet problematical. Though in countries where hands are wanting, the culture of the soil demands unquestionably the first care of the government. Yet the example of New Spain sufficiently proves that mining is not always unfavourable to the progress of agriculture. The best cultivated Mexican lands, those which remind the traveller of the most beautiful districts of France and the south of Germany, extend from Silao towards the Villa of Leon. They are in the neighbourhood of the mines of Guanajuato, which alone furnish a sixth part of all the silver of the New World. End of chapter 1.13, part 3. Chapter 1.14, part 1 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 1, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1.14, Part 1. Earthquakes at Caracas. Connection of those phenomena with the volcanic eruptions of the West India Islands. On the evening of the 7th of February, we took our departure from Caracas. Since the period of our visit to that place, tremendous earthquakes have changed the surface of the soil. The city, which I have described, has disappeared, and on the same spot, on the ground fissured in various directions, another city is now slowly rising. The heaps of ruins, which were the grave of a numerous population, are becoming anew the habitation of men. In retracing changes of so general an interest, I shall be led to notice events which took place long after my return to Europe. I shall pass over in silence the popular commotions which have taken place and the modifications which society has undergone. Modern nations, careful of their own remembrances, snatch from oblivion the history of human revolutions, which is, in fact, the history of ardent passions and inveterate hatred. It is not the same with respect to the revolutions of the physical world. These are described with least accuracy when they happen to be contemporary with civil dissensions. Earthquakes and eruptions of volcanoes strike the imagination by the evils which are their necessary consequence. Tradition seizes on whatever is vague and marvellous, and amid great public calamities, as in private misfortunes, man seems to shun that light which leads us to discover the real causes of events, and to understand the circumstances by which they are attended. I have recorded in this work all I have been able to collect, and on the accuracy of which I can rely, respecting the earthquake of the 26th of March, 1812. By that catastrophe the town of Caracas was destroyed, and more than 20,000 persons perished throughout the extent of the province of Venezuela. The intercourse which I have kept up with persons of all classes has enabled me to compare the description given by many eyewitnesses, and to interrogate them on objects that may throw a light on physical science in general. The traveller, as the historian of nature, should verify the dates of great catastrophes, examine their connection and their mutual relations, and should mark in the rapid course of ages, in the continual progress of successive changes, those fixed points with which other catastrophes may one day be compared. All epochs are proximate to each other in the immensity of time comprehended in the history of nature. Years which have passed away seem but a few instants, and the physical descriptions of a country, even when they offer subjects of no very powerful and general interest, have at least the advantage of never becoming old. Similar considerations, no doubt, led M. de la Condamine to describe in his Voyage à l'Équateur the memorable eruptions of the volcano of Cotopaxi, which took place long after his departure from Quito. Note: those of the 30th of November, 1744, and of the 3rd of September, 1750. End of note. I feel the less hesitation in following the example of that celebrated traveller, as the events I am about to relate will help to elucidate the theory of volcanic reaction, or the influence of a system of volcanoes on a vast space of circumjacent territory. At the time when M. Bonpland and myself visited the provinces of New Andalusia, New Barcelona, and Caracas, it was generally believed that the most eastern parts of those coasts were especially exposed to the destructive effects of earthquakes. The inhabitants of Cumana dreaded the valley of Caracas on account of its damp and variable climate, and its gloomy and misty sky, whilst the inhabitants of the temperate valley regarded Cumana as a town whose inhabitants incessantly inhaled a burning atmosphere, and whose soil was periodically agitated by violent commotions. Unmindful of the overthrow of Riobamba and other very elevated towns, and not aware that the peninsula of Araya, composed of mica slate, shares the commotions of the calcareous coast of Cumana, well-informed persons imagined they discerned security in the structure of the primitive rocks of Caracas, as well as in the elevated situation of this valley. Religious ceremonies celebrated at La Guaira, and even in the capital, in the middle of the night, doubtless called to mind the fact that the province of Venezuela had been subject at intervals to earthquakes, but dangers of rare occurrence are slightly feared. Note. For instance, the nocturnal procession of the 21st of October, instituted in commemoration of the great earthquake which took place on that day of the month at 1 o'clock in the morning in 1778. Other very violent shocks were those of 1641, 1703, and 1802. End of note. However, in the year 1811, fatal experience destroyed the illusion of theory and popular opinion. Caracas, situated in the mountains, 3 degrees west of Cumana and 5 degrees west of the volcanoes of the Canary Islands, has suffered greater shocks than were ever experienced on the coast of Paria or New Andalusia. At my arrival in terra firma, I was struck with the connection between the destruction of Cumana on the 14th of December, 1797, and the eruption of the volcanoes in the smaller West India Islands. This connection was again manifest in the destruction of Caracas on the 26th of March, 1812. The volcano of Guadalupe seemed in 1797 to have exercised a reaction on the coasts of Cumana. 15 years later, it was a volcano situated nearer the continent, that of St. Vincent, which appeared to have extended its influence as far as Caracas and the banks of the Apure. Possibly, at both those periods, the centre of the explosion was, at an immense depth, equally distant from the regions toward which the motion was propagated at the surface of the globe. From the beginning of 1811 to 1813, a vast superficies of the earth, note, between latitudes 5 and 36 degrees north, and 31 and 91 degrees west longitude from Paris, end of note, bound by the meridian of the Azores, the valley of the Ohio, the Cordilleras of New Granada, the coasts of Venezuela, and the volcanoes of the smaller West India Islands, was shaken throughout its whole extent by commotions which may be attributed to subterranean fires. The following series of phenomena seems to indicate communications at enormous distances. On the 30th of January, 1811, a submarine volcano broke out near the island of St. Michael, one of the Azores. At a place where the sea was 60 fathoms deep, a rock made its appearance above the surface of the waters. The heaving up of the softened crust of the globe appears to have preceded the eruption of flame at the crater, as had already been observed at the volcanoes of Jorullo in Mexico, and on the appearance of the little island of Kameni near Santorino. The new islet of the Azores was at first a mere shoal, but on the 15th of June an eruption, which lasted 6 days, enlarged its extent and carried it progressively to the height of 50 toises above the surface of the sea. This new land, of which Captain Tillard took possession in the name of the British government, giving it the name of Sabrina Island, was 900 toises in diameter. It has again, it seems, been swallowed up by the ocean. This is the 3rd time that submarine volcanoes have presented this extraordinary spectacle near the island of St. Michael. And, as if the eruptions of these volcanoes were subject to periodical recurrence, owing to a certain accumulation of elastic fluids, the island raised up has appeared at intervals of 91 or 92 years. Note. Maltebrun, Géographie universelle. There is, however, some doubt respecting the eruption of 1628, to which some accounts assign the date of 1638. The rising always happened near the island of St. Michael, though not identically on the same spot. It is remarkable that the small island of 1720 reached the same elevation as the island of Sabrina in 1811. End of note. At the time of the appearance of the new island of Sabrina, the smaller West India Islands, situated 800 leagues southwest of the Azores, experienced frequent earthquakes. More than 200 shocks were felt from the month of May 1811 to April 1812 at St. Vincent, one of the 3 islands in which there are still active volcanoes. The commotion was not circumscribed to the insular portion of eastern America, and from the 16th of December 1811 till the year 1813, the earth was almost incessantly agitated in the valleys of the Mississippi, the Arkansas River, and the Ohio. The oscillations were more feeble on the east of the Alleghanies than to the west of these mountains, in Tennessee and Kentucky. They were accompanied by a great subterranean noise, proceeding from the southwest. In some places between New Madrid and Little Prairie, as at the Saline, north of Cincinnati, in latitude 37 degrees 45 minutes, shocks were felt every day, nay, almost every hour, during several months. The whole of these phenomena continued from the 16th of December, 1811, till the year 1813. The commotion, confined at first to the south, in the valley of the lower Mississippi, appeared to advance slowly northward. Precisely at the period when this long series of earthquakes commenced in the Trans-Alleghanian states, in the month of December 1811, the town of Caracas felt the first shock in calm and serene weather. This coincidence of phenomena was probably not accidental, for it must be borne in mind that, notwithstanding the distance which separates these countries, the low grounds of Louisiana and the coasts of Venezuela and Cumana belong to the same basin, that of the Gulf of Mexico. When we consider geologically the basin of the Caribbean Sea and of the Gulf of Mexico, we find it bounded on the south by the coast chain of Venezuela and the Cordilleras of Merida and Pamplona, on the east by the mountains of the West India Islands and the Alleghanies, on the west by the Andes of Mexico and the Rocky Mountains, and on the north by the very inconsiderable elevations which separate the Canadian lakes from the rivers which flow into the Mississippi. More than 2/3 of this basin are covered with water. It is bordered by 2 ranges of active volcanoes, on the east in the Canary Islands, between latitudes 13 and 16 degrees, and on the west in the Cordilleras of Nicaragua, Guatemala, and Mexico, between latitudes 11 and 20 degrees. When we reflect that the great earthquake at Lisbon of the 1st of November 1755 was felt almost simultaneously on the coasts of Sweden, at Lake Ontario, and at the island of Martinique, it may not seem unreasonable to suppose that all this basin of the West Indies, from Cumana and Caracas as far as the plains of Louisiana, should be simultaneously agitated by commotions proceeding from the same centre of action. It is an opinion very generally prevalent on the coasts of terra firma, that earthquakes become more frequent when electric explosions have been during some years rare. It is supposed to have been observed at Cumana and at Caracas, that the rains were less frequently attended with thunder from the year 1792, and the total destruction of Cumana in 1797, as well as the commotions felt in 1800, 1801, and 1802, at Maracaibo, Porto Cabello, and Caracas, have not failed to be attributed to an accumulation of electricity in the interior of the earth. Persons who have lived long in New Andalusia, or in the low regions of Peru, will admit that the period most to be dreaded for the frequency of earthquakes is the beginning of the rainy season, which, however, is also the season of thunderstorms. The atmosphere and the state of the surface of the globe seem to exercise an influence unknown to us on changes which take place at great depths, and I am inclined to think that the connection which it is supposed to have been traced between the absence of thunderstorms and the frequency of earthquakes is rather a physical hypothesis framed by the half-learned of the country than the result of long experience. The coincidence of certain phenomena may be favoured by chance. The extraordinary commotions felt almost continually during the space of 2 years on the banks of the Mississippi and the Ohio, and which corresponded in 1812 with those of the valley of Caracas, were preceded at Louisiana by a year almost exempt from thunderstorms. The public mind was again struck with this phenomenon. We cannot be surprised that there should be in the native land of Franklin a great readiness to receive explanations founded on the theory of electricity. The shock felt at Caracas in the month of December 1811 was the only one which preceded the terrible catastrophe of the 26th of March 1812. The inhabitants of terra firma were alike ignorant of the agitations of the volcano in the island of St. Vincent, and of those felt in the basin of the Mississippi, where, On the 7th and 8th of February, 1812, the earth was day and night in perpetual oscillation. A great drought prevailed at this period in the province of Venezuela. Not a single drop of rain had fallen at Caracas, or in the country to the distance of 90 leagues round, during 5 months preceding the destruction of the capital. The 26th of March was a remarkably hot day. The air was calm and the sky unclouded. It was Ascension Day, and a great portion of the population was assembled in the churches. Nothing seemed to presage the calamities of the day. At 7 minutes after 4 in the afternoon, the first shock was felt. It was sufficiently forcible to make the bells of the churches toll, and it lasted 5 or 6 seconds. During that interval, the ground was in a continual undulating movement, and seemed to heave up like a boiling liquid. The danger was thought to be past, when a tremendous subterranean noise was heard, resembling the rolling of thunder, but louder and of longer continuance than that heard within the tropics in the time of storms. This noise preceded a perpendicular motion of 3 or 4 seconds, followed by an undulatory movement somewhat longer. The shocks were in opposite directions, proceeding from north to south and from east to west. Nothing could resist the perpendicular movement and the transverse undulations. The town of Caracas was entirely overthrown, and between 9,000 and 10,000 of the inhabitants were buried under the ruins of the houses and churches. The procession of Ascension Day had not yet begun to pass through the streets, but the crowd was so great within the churches that nearly 3,000 or 4,000 persons were crushed by the fall of the roofs. The explosion was most violent toward the north, in that part of the town situated nearest the mountain of Avila and the Silla. The churches of La Trinidad and Altagracia, which were more than 150 feet high, and the naves of which were supported by pillars of 12 or 15 feet diameter, were reduced to a mass of ruins scarcely exceeding 5 or 6 feet in elevation. The sinking of the ruins has been so considerable that there now scarcely remain any vestiges of pillars or columns. The barracks, called El Cuartel de San Carlos, situated north of the church of La Trinidad, on the road from the custom house of La Pastora, almost entirely disappeared. A regiment of troops of the line, under arms and in readiness to join the procession, was, with the exception of a few men, buried beneath the ruins of the barracks. 9/10 of the fine city of Caracas were entirely destroyed. The walls of some houses not thrown down, as those in the street of San Juan, near the Capuchin hospital, were cracked in such a manner as to render them uninhabitable. The effects of the earthquake were somewhat less violent in the western and southern parts of the city, between the principal square and the ravine of Caraguata. There, the cathedral, supported by enormous buttresses, remains standing. It is computed that 9,000 or 10,000 persons were killed in the city of Caracas, exclusive of those who, being dangerously wounded, perished several months after for want of food and proper care. The night of the festival of the Ascension witnessed an awful scene of desolation and distress. The thick cloud of dust which, rising above the ruins, darkened the sky like a fog, had settled on the ground. No commotion was felt, and never was a night more calm or more serene. The moon, then nearly at the full, illumined the rounded domes of the Silla, and the aspect of the sky formed a perfect contrast to that of the earth, which was covered with the bodies of the dead and heaped with ruins. Mothers were seen bearing in their arms their children, whom they hoped to recall to life. Desolate families were wandering through the city, seeking a brother, a husband, or a friend, of whose fate they were ignorant, and whom they believed to be lost in the crowd. The people pressed along the streets, which could be traced only by long lines of ruins. All the calamities experienced in the great catastrophes of Lisbon, Messina, Lima, and Riobamba were renewed at Caracas on the fatal 26th of March, 1812. Wounded persons, buried beneath the ruins, were heard imploring by their cries the help of the passers-by, and nearly 2,000 were dug out. Never was pity more tenderly evinced. Never was it more ingeniously active than in the efforts employed to save the miserable victims whose groans reached the ear. Implements for digging and clearing away the ruins were entirely wanting, and the people were obliged to use their bare hands to disinter the living. The wounded, as well as the invalids who had escaped from the hospitals, were laid on the banks of the small river Guaira, where there was no shelter but the foliage of trees. Beds, linen to dress the wounds, instruments of surgery, medicines, every object of the most urgent necessity was buried in the ruins. Everything, even food, was wanting, and for the space of several days water became scarce in the interior of the city. The commotion had rent the pipes of the foundations, and the falling in of the earth had choked up the springs that supplied them. To procure water it was necessary to go down to the river Guaira, which was considerably swelled, and even when the water was obtained, vessels for conveying it were wanting. There was a duty to be fulfilled to the dead, enjoined at once by piety and the dread of infection. It being impossible to inter so many thousand bodies, half buried under the ruins, commissioners were appointed to burn them, and for this purpose funeral piles were erected between the heaps of ruins. This ceremony lasted several days. Amidst so many public calamities, the people devoted themselves to those religious duties which they thought best fitted to appease the wrath of heaven. Some, assembling in processions, sang funeral hymns. Others, in a state of distraction, made their confessions aloud in the streets. In Caracas was then repeated what had been remarked in the province of Quito after the tremendous earthquake of 1797. A number of marriages were contracted between persons who had neglected for many years to sanction their union by the sacerdotal benediction. Children found parents by whom they had never till then been acknowledged. Restitutions were promised by persons who had never been accused of fraud, and families who had long been at enmity were drawn together by the tie of common calamity. But if this feeling seemed to calm the passions of some, and to open the heart to pity, it had a contrary effect on others, rendering them more rigorous and inhuman. In great calamities vulgar minds evince less of goodness than of energy. Misfortune acts in the same manner as the pursuits of literature and the study of nature, the happy influence of which is felt only by a few, giving more ardour to sentiment, more elevation to the thoughts, and increased benevolence to the disposition. Shocks as violent as those which in about the space of a minute overthrew the city of Caracas could not be confined to a small portion of the continent. Note: the duration of the earthquake, that is to say, the whole of the movements of the undulation and rising, undulación y trepidación, which occasioned the horrible catastrophe of the 26th of March, 1812, was estimated by some at 50 seconds, by others at 1 minute 12 seconds. End of note. Their fatal effects extended as far as the provinces of Venezuela, Varinas, and Maracaibo, along the coast, and especially to the inland mountains. La Guaira, Maiquetía, Antimano, Baruta, La Vega, San Felipe, and Merida were almost entirely destroyed. The number of the dead exceeded 4,000 or 5,000 at La Guaira, and at the town of San Felipe, near the copper mines of Aroa. It would appear that on a line running east-northeast and west-southwest from La Guaira and Caracas to the lofty mountains of Niquitao and Merida, the violence of the earthquake was principally directed. It was felt in the kingdom of New Granada, from the branches of the high Sierra de Santa Marta, note, as far as the Villa de los Remedios, and even to Cartagena, end of note, as far as Santa Fe de Bogota and Honda, on the banks of the Magdalena, 180 leagues from Caracas. It was everywhere more violent in the Cordilleras of gneiss and mica slate, or immediately at their base, than in the plains, and this difference was particularly striking in the savannas of Varinas and Casanara. Note: this is easily explained according to the system of those geologists who are of the opinion that all chains of mountains, volcanic and not volcanic, have been formed by being raised up, as if through crevices. End of note. In the valleys of Aragua, between Caracas and the town of San Felipe, the commotions were very slight, and La Victoria, Maracay, and Valencia scarcely suffered at all, notwithstanding their proximity to the capital. At Vallecillo, a few leagues from Valencia, the yawning earth threw out such an immense quantity of water that it formed a new torrent. The same phenomenon took place near Porto Cabello. Note: it is asserted that in the mountains of Aroa, the ground, immediately after the great shocks, was found covered with a very fine and white earth, which appeared to have been projected through crevices. End of note. On the other hand, the lake of Maracaibo diminished sensibly. At Coro no commotion was felt, though the town is situated on the coast, between other towns which suffered from the earthquake. Fishermen who had passed the day of the 26th of March in the island of Orchilla, 30 leagues north of La Guaira, felt no shock. These differences in the direction and propagation of the shock are probably owing to the peculiar position of the stony strata. End of chapter 1.14, part 1. Chapter 1.14, part 2 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 1, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1.14, Part 2. Having thus traced the effects of the earthquake to the west of Caracas, as far as the snowy mountains of Santa Marta and the tableland of Santa Fe de Bogota, we will proceed to consider their action on the country eastward of the capital. The commotions were very violent beyond Caurimare, in the valley of Capaya, where they extended as far as the meridian of Cape Codera. But it is extremely remarkable that they were very feeble on the coasts of Nueva Barcelona, Cumana, and Paria, though these coasts are the continuation of the shore of La Guaira, and were formerly known to have been often agitated by subterranean commotions. Admitting that the destruction of the 4 towns of Caracas, La Guaira, San Felipe, and Merida may be attributed to a volcanic focus situated under or near the island of St. Vincent, we may conceive that the motion might have been propagated from northeast to southwest in a line passing through the islands of Los Hermanos, near Blanquilla, without touching the coasts of Araya, Cumana, and Nueva Barcelona. This propagation of the shock might even have taken place without any commotion having been felt at the intermediate points on the surface of the globe. The Hermanos Islands, for instance. This phenomenon is frequently remarked at Peru and Mexico, in earthquakes which have followed during ages a fixed direction. The inhabitants of the Andes say, speaking of an intermediary tract of ground not affected by the general commotion, that it forms a bridge, que hace puente, as if they mean to indicate by this expression that the undulations are propagated at an immense depth under an inert rock. At Caracas, 15 or 18 hours after the great catastrophe, the earth was tranquil. The night, as has already been observed, was fine and calm, and the commotions did not recommence till after the 27th. They were attended by a very loud and long continued subterranean noise, bramido. The inhabitants of the destroyed city wandered into the country, but the villages and farms having suffered as much as the town, they could find no shelter till they were beyond the mountains of Los Teques, in the valleys of Aragua, and in the llanos or savannas. No less than 15 oscillations were felt in one day. On the 5th of April there was almost as violent an earthquake as that which overthrew the capital. During several hours the ground was in a state of perpetual undulation. Large heaps of earth fell in the mountains, and enormous masses of rock were detached from the Silla of Caracas. It was even asserted, and this opinion prevails still in the country, that the 2 domes of the Silla sank 50 or 60 toises, but this statement is not founded on any measurement. I am informed that, in like manner, in the province of Quito, the people, at every period of great commotions, imagine that the volcano of Tunguragua diminishes in height. It has been affirmed in many published accounts of the destruction of Caracas, that the mountain of the Silla is an extinguished volcano, that a great quantity of volcanic substances are found on the road from La Guaira to Caracas, that the rocks do not present any regular stratification, and that everything bears the stamp of the action of fire. It has even been stated that 12 years prior to the great catastrophe, M. Bonpland and myself had, from our own observations, considered the Silla as a very dangerous neighbourhood to the city of Caracas, because the mountain contained a great quantity of sulphur, and the commotions must come from the northeast. It is seldom that observers of nature have to justify themselves for an accomplished prediction, but I think it my duty to oppose ideas which are too easily adopted on the local causes of earthquakes. In all places where the soil has been incessantly agitated for whole months, as at Jamaica in 1693, Lisbon in 1755, Cumana in 1766, and Piedmont in 1808, a volcano is expected to open. People forget that we must seek the focus or center of action far from the surface of the earth, that, according to undeniable evidence, the undulations are propagated almost at the same instant across seas of immense depth, at the distance of 1,000 leagues, and that the greatest commotions take place not at the foot of active volcanoes, but in chains of mountains composed of the most heterogeneous rocks. In our geognostical observation of the country around Caracas, we found gneiss and mica slate containing beds of primitive limestone. The strata are scarcely more fractured or irregularly inclined than near Freiburg in Saxony, or wherever mountains of primitive formation rise abruptly to great heights. I found at Caracas neither basalt nor dolerite, nor even trachytes or trap porphyries, nor in general any trace of an extinguished volcano, unless we choose to regard the diabases of primitive grunstein, contained in gneiss, as masses of lava which have filled up fissures. These diabases are the same as those of Bohemia, Saxony, and Franconia. Note: these grunsteins are found in Bohemia, near Pilsen, in granite; in Saxony, in the mica slates of Scheenberg; in Franconia, between Steben and Lauenstein, in transition slates. End of note. And whatever opinion may be entertained respecting the ancient causes of the oxidation of the globe at its surface, all those primitive mountains which contain a mixture of hornblende and feldspar, either in veins or in balls with concentric layers, will not, I presume, be called volcanic formations. Mont Blanc and Mont d'Or will not be ranged in one and the same class. Even the partisans of the Huttonian or volcanic theory make a distinction between the lavas melted under the mere pressure of the atmosphere at the surface of the globe, and those layers formed by fire beneath an immense weight of the ocean and superincumbent rocks. They would not confound Auvergne and the granitic valley of Caracas in the same denomination, that of a country of extinct volcanoes. I never could have pronounced the opinion that the Silla and the Cerro de Avila, mountains of gneiss and mica slate, were in dangerous proximity to the city of Caracas, because they contained a great quantity of pyrites in subordinate beds of primitive limestone. But I remember having said, during my stay at Caracas, that the eastern extremity of terra firma appeared, since the great earthquake of Quito, in a state of agitation which warranted apprehension that the province of Venezuela would gradually be exposed to violent commotions. I added, that when a country had been long subject to frequent shocks, new subterranean communications seemed to open up with neighbouring countries, and that the volcanoes of the West India Islands, lying in the direction of the Silla, northeast of the city, were perhaps the vents, at the time of an eruption, for those elastic fluids which caused earthquakes on the coasts of the continent. Those considerations, founded on local knowledge of the place, and on simple analogies, are very far from a prediction justified by the course of physical events. On the 30th of April, 1812, whilst violent commotions were felt simultaneously in the valley of the Mississippi, in the island of St. Vincent, and in the province of Venezuela, a subterranean noise resembling frequent discharges of large cannon was heard at Caracas, at Calabozo, situated in the midst of the steppes, and on the borders of the Rio Apure, over a superficies of 4,000 square leagues. This noise began at 2 in the morning. It was accompanied by no shock, and it is very remarkable that it was as loud on the coast as at the distance of 80 leagues inland. It was everywhere believed to be transmitted through the air, and was so far from being thought a subterranean noise, that in several places preparations were made for defence against an enemy who seemed to be advancing with heavy artillery. Signor Palacio, crossing the Rio Apure below the Orivante, near the junction of the Rio Nula, was told by the inhabitants that the firing of cannon had been heard distinctly at the western extremity of the province of Varinas, as well as at the port of La Guaira, to the north of the chain of the coast. The day on which the inhabitants of terra firma were alarmed by a subterranean noise was that of the great eruption of the volcano in the island of St. Vincent. That mountain, near 500 toises high, had not thrown out lava since the year 1718. Scarcely was any smoke perceived to issue from it when, in the month of May 1811, frequent shocks announced that the volcanic fire was either rekindled or directed anew to that part of the West Indies. The first eruption did not take place till the 27th of April, 1812, at noon. It was merely an ejection of ashes, but attended with tremendous noise. On the 30th, the lava overflowed the brink of the crater, and after a course of 4 hours reached the sea. The sound of the explosion is described as resembling that of alternate discharges of very large cannon and musketry, and it is worthy of remark that it seemed much louder to persons out at sea and at great distance from land than to those within sight of land and near the burning volcano. The distance in a straight line from the volcano of St. Vincent to the Rio Apure, near the mouth of the Nula, is 210 leagues. Note. Where the contrary is not expressly stated, nautical leagues of 20 to a degree, or 2,855 toises, are always to be understood. End of note. The explosions were consequently heard at a distance equal to that between Vesuvius and Paris. This phenomenon, in conjunction with a great number of facts observed in the Cordilleras of the Andes, shows that the sphere of the subterranean activity of a volcano is much more extensive than we should be disposed to admit, if we judged merely from the small changes effected at the surface of the globe. The detonations heard during the whole days together in the New World, 80, 100, or even 200 leagues distant from a crater, do not reach us by the propagation of the sound through the air. They are transmitted by the earth, perhaps in the very place where we happen to be. If the eruptions of the volcano at St. Vincent, Cotopaxi, or Tunguragua resounded from afar, like a cannon of immense magnitude, the noise ought to increase in the inverse ratio of the distance. But observations prove that this augmentation does not take place. I must further observe that M. Bonpland and I, going from Guayaquil to the coast of Mexico, crossed latitudes in the Pacific where the crew of our ship were dismayed by a hollow sound coming from the depth of the ocean and transmitted by the waters. At that time, a new eruption of Cotopaxi took place, but we were as far distant from the volcano as Etna from the city of Naples. The little town of Honda, on the banks of the Magdalena, is not less than 145 leagues. Note. This is the distance from Vesuvius to Mont Blanc, end of note, from Cotopaxi, and yet, in the great explosions of this volcano in 1744, a subterranean noise was heard at Honda, and supposed to be discharges of heavy artillery. The monks of San Francisco spread a report that the town of Cartagena was besieged and bombarded by the English, and the intelligence was believed throughout the country. Now, the volcano of Cotopaxi is a cone more than 1,800 toises above the basin of Honda, and it rises from a tableland, the elevation of which is more than 1,500 toises above the valley of the Magdalena. In all the colossal mountains of Quito, of the province of Los Pastos, and of Popayan, crevices and valleys without number intervene. It cannot be admitted under these circumstances that the noise was transmitted through the air or over the surface of the globe, and that it came from the point at which the cone and crater of Cotopaxi are situated. It appears probable that the more elevated part of the kingdom of Quito and the neighbouring Cordilleras, far from being a group of distinct volcanoes, constitute a single swollen mass, an enormous volcanic wall stretching from south to north, and the crest of which presents a superficies of more than 600 square leagues. Cotopaxi, Tunguragua, Antisana, and Pichincha are on this same raised ground. They have different names, but they are merely separate summits of the same volcanic mass. The fire issues sometimes from one, sometimes from another of these summits. The obstructed craters appear to be extinguished volcanoes, but we may presume that while Cotopaxi or Tunguragua have only one or two eruptions in the course of a century, the fire is not less continually active under the town of Quito, under Pichincha and Imbabura. Advancing northward, we find, between the volcano of Cotopaxi and the town of Honda, two other systems of volcanic mountains, those of Los Pastos and of Popayan. The connection between these systems was manifested in the Andes by a phenomenon which I have already had occasion to notice, in speaking of the last destruction of Cumana. In the month of November, 1796, a thick column of smoke began to issue from the volcano of Pasto, west of the town of that name, and near the valley of Rio Guaytra. The mouths of the volcano are lateral and situated on its western declivity, yet during 3 successive months the column of smoke rose so much higher than the ridge of the mountain that it was constantly visible to the inhabitants of the town of Pasto. They described to us their astonishment when, on the 4th of February, 1797, they observed the smoke disappear in an instant, whilst no shock whatever was felt. At that very moment, 65 leagues southward, between Chimborazo, Tunguragua, and the altar Capac Urcu. The town of Riobamba was overthrown by the most terrible earthquake on record. Is it possible to doubt from this coincidence of phenomena that the vapours issuing from the small apertures or ventanillas of the volcano of Pasto had an influence on the pressure of those elastic fluids which convulsed the earth in the kingdom of Quito, and destroyed in a few minutes 30 or 40,000 inhabitants? To explain these great effects of volcanic reactions, and to prove that the group or system of the volcanoes of the West India Islands may sometimes shake the continent, I have cited the Cordillera of the Andes. Geological reasoning can be supported only by the analogy of facts which are recent, and consequently well authenticated. And in what other region of the globe could we find greater and more varied volcanic phenomena than in that double chain of mountains heaved up by fire, in that land where nature has covered every mountain and every valley with her marvels? If we consider a burning crater as only an isolated phenomenon, if we be satisfied with merely examining the mass of stony substances which it has thrown up, the volcanic action at the surface of the globe will appear neither very powerful nor very extensive. But the image of this action becomes enlarged in the mind when we study the relations which link together volcanoes of the same group. For instance, those of Naples and Sicily, of the Canary Islands, of the Azores, of the Caribbee Islands of Mexico, of Guatemala, and of the tableland of Quito. When we examine either the reactions of these different systems of volcanoes on one another, or the distance at which, by subterranean communication, they simultaneously convulse the earth. Note: I have already observed, chapter 1.2, that the whole group of the Canary Islands rises, as we may say, above one and the same subterranean volcano. Since the 16th century, the fire of this volcano has burst forth alternately in Palma, Teneriffe, and Lancerota. Auvergne presents a whole system of volcanoes, the action of which has now ceased. But in the middle of a system of active volcanoes, for instance, in that of Quito, we must not consider as an extinguished volcano a mountain, the crater of which is obstructed, and through which the subterraneous fire has not issued for ages. Etna, the Aeolian Isles, Vesuvius, and Epomeo, the peak of Teyde, Palma, and Lancerota, St. Michael, La Cordillera of Fayal and Pico, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, and Guadalupe, Orizava, Popocatépetl, Jorullo, and La Colima, Bombacho, the volcano of Granada, Talisa, Momotombo, Izalco, and the volcano of Guatemala, Cotopaxi, Tunguragua, Pichincha, Antisana, and Sangay belong to the same system of burning volcanoes. They are generally ranged in rows, as if they had issued from a crevice or vein not filled up, and it is very remarkable that their position is in some parts in the general direction of the Cordilleras, and in others in a contrary direction. End of note. The study of volcanoes may be divided into two distinct branches. One, simply mineralogical, is directed to the examination of the stony strata, altered or produced by the action of fire, from the formation of the trachytes or trap porphyries, of basalts, phonolites, and dolerites, to the most recent lavas. The other branch, less accessible and more neglected, comprehends the physical relations which link volcanoes together, the influence of one volcanic system on another, the connection existing between the action of burning mountains and the commotions which agitate the earth at great distances and during long intervals, in the same direction. This study cannot progress till the various epochs of simultaneous action, the direction, the extent, and the force of the convulsions are carefully noted, till we have attentively observed their progressive advance to regions which they had not previously reached, and the coincidence between distant volcanic eruptions and those noises which the inhabitants of the Andes very expressively term subterraneous thunders, or roarings. Note: bramidos y truenos subterraneos. End of note. All these objects are comprehended in the domain of the history of nature. Though the narrow circle within which all certain traditions are confined does not present any of those general revolutions which have heaved up the Cordilleras and buried myriads of Pelagian animals, yet nature, acting under our eyes, nevertheless exhibits violent though partial changes, the study of which may throw light on the most remote epochs. In the interior of the earth those mysterious powers exist, the effects of which are manifested at the surface by the production of vapours, of incandescent scoriae, of new volcanic rocks and thermal springs, by the appearance of new islands and mountains, by commotions propagated with the rapidity of an electric shock, finally by those subterranean thunders heard during whole months without shaking the earth, in regions far distant from active volcanoes. Note: in the town of Guanajuato in Mexico, these thunders lasted from the 9th of January till the 12th of February, 1784. Guanajuato is situated 40 leagues north of the volcano of Jorullo, and 60 leagues northwest of the volcano of Popocatépetl. In places nearer these two volcanoes, 3 leagues distant from Guanajuato, the subterranean thunders were not heard. The noise was circumscribed within a very narrow space, in the region of a primitive schist, which approaches a transition schist, containing the richest silver mines of the known world, and on which rest trap porphyries, slates, and diabasis (grunstein). In proportion as equinoctial America shall increase in culture and population, and the system of volcanoes of the central tableland of Mexico, of the Canary Islands, of Popayan, of Los Pastos, and Quito, shall be more attentively observed, the connection of eruptions and of earthquakes, which precede and sometimes accompany those eruptions, will be more generally recognized. The volcanoes just mentioned, particularly those of the Andes, which rise above the enormous height of 2,500 toises, present great advantages for observation. The periods of their eruptions are singularly regular. They remain 30 or 40 years without emitting scoria, ashes, or even vapours. I could not perceive the smallest trace of smoke on the summit of Tunguragua or Cotopaxi. A gust of vapour issuing from the crater of Mount Vesuvius scarcely attracts the attention of the inhabitants of Naples, accustomed to the movements of that little volcano, which throws out scoriae sometimes during 2 or 3 years successively. Thence it becomes difficult to judge whether the emission of scoriae may have been more frequent at the time when an earthquake has been felt in the Apennines. On the ridge of the Cordilleras, everything assumes a more decided character. An eruption of ashes, which lasts only a few minutes, is often followed by a calm of 10 years. In such circumstances it is easy to mark the periods, and to observe the coincidence of phenomena. End of chapter 1.14, part 2. Chapter 1.14, part 3, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 1, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1.14, part 3. If, as there appears to be little reason to doubt, the destruction of Cumana in 1797 and of Caracas in 1812 indicate the influence of the volcanoes of the West India Islands on the commotions felt on the coast of terra firma, it may be desirable before we close this chapter to make a cursory view of this Mediterranean archipelago. Note: the following is the series of the phenomena. 27th of September, 1796. Eruption in the West India Islands. Volcano of Guadalupe. November 1796. The volcano of Pasto began to emit smoke. 14th of December, 1796. Destruction of Cumana. 4th of February, 1797. Destruction of Riobamba. 30th of January, 1811. Appearance of Sabrina Island in the Azores. The island enlarged very considerably on the 15th of June, 1811. May, 1811. Commencement of the earthquakes in the island of St. Vincent, which lasted until May, 1812. 16th of December, 1811. Commencement of the commotions in the valley of the Mississippi and the Ohio, which lasted till 1813. December, 1811. Earthquake at Caracas. 26th of March, 1811. Destruction of Caracas. Earthquakes which continued till 1813. 30th of April, 1811. Eruption of the volcano in St. Vincent, and the same day subterranean noises at Caracas and on the banks of the Apure. End of note. The volcanic islands form 1/5 of that great arc extending from the coast of Paria to the peninsula of Florida. Running from south to north, they close the Caribbean Sea on the eastern side, while the greater West India Islands appear like the remains of a group of primitive mountains, the summit of which seems to have been between Cape Abacu, Point Morant, and the Copper Mountains, in that part where the islands of St. Domingo, Cuba, and Jamaica are nearest to each other. Considering the basin of the Atlantic as an immense valley which separates the two continents, and where, from 20 degrees south to 30 degrees north, the salient angles, Brazil and Senegambia, correspond to the receding angles, the Gulf of Guinea and the Caribbean Sea, we are led to think that the latter sea owes its formation to the action of currents which, like the current rotation now existing, have flowed from east to west, and have given the southern coast of Puerto Rico, St. Domingo, and the island of Cuba their uniform configuration. Note. The valley is narrowest, 300 leagues, between Cape Saint Roque and Sierra Leone. Proceeding toward the north along the coasts of the continent, from its pyramidal extremity, or the Straits of Magellan, we imagine we recognize the effects of repulsion directed first toward the northeast, then toward the northwest, and finally again to the northeast. End of note. This supposition of an oceanic eruption has been the source of two other hypotheses on the origin of the smaller West India Islands. Some geologists admit that the uninterrupted chain of islands from Trinidad to Florida exhibits the remains of an ancient chain of mountains. They connect this chain sometimes with the granite of French Guiana, sometimes with the calcareous mountains of Parai. Others, struck with the difference of geological constitution between the primitive mountains of the Greater and the volcanic cones of the Lesser Antilles, consider the latter as having risen from the bottom of the sea. If we recollect that volcanic upheavings, when they take place through elongated crevices, usually take a straight direction, we shall find it difficult to judge from the disposition of the craters alone whether the volcanoes have belonged to the same chain, or have always been isolated. Supposing an eruption of the ocean to take place either into the eastern part of the island of Java, note, Raffles, History of Java, 1817, pages 23 to 28. The principal line of the volcanoes of Java, on a distance of 160 leagues, runs from west to east through the mountains of Gakak, Gede, Tangkuban Perahu, Ungarang Merapi, Lawu, Willis, Arunja, Dasar, and Tashem, end of note, or into the Cordilleras of Guatemala and Nicaragua, where so many burning mountains form but one chain. That chain would be divided into several islands, and would perfectly resemble the Caribbean archipelago. The union of primitive formations and volcanic rocks in the same range of mountains is not extraordinary. It is very distinctly seen in my geological sections of the Cordillera of the Andes. The trachytes and basalts of Popayan are separated from the system of the volcanoes of Quito by the mica slates of Almaguer, the volcanoes of Quito from the trachytes of Assuay by the gneiss of Condorasta and Guasunto. There does not exist a real chain of mountains running southeast and northwest from Oyapock to the mouths of the Orinoco, and of which the smaller West India Islands might be a northern propagation. The granites of Guyana, as well as the hornblende slates which I saw near Angostura on the banks of the lower Orinoco, belong to the mountains of Pacaraimo and of Parima, stretching from west to east. Note, from the cataracts of Atures toward the Essequibo River. This chain of Pacaraimo divides the waters of the Caroni from those of the Rio Parima, or Rio de Aguas Blanca, end of note, in the interior of the continent, and not in the direction parallel with the coast, between the mouths of the river Amazon and the Orinoco. But though we find no chain of mountains at the northeast extremity of terra firma, having the same direction as the archipelago of the smaller West India Islands, it does not therefore follow that the volcanic mountains of the archipelago may not have belonged originally to the continent, and formed a part of the littoral chain of Caracas and Cumana. Note. Among many such examples which the structure of the globe displays, we shall mention only the inflection at a right angle formed by the higher Alps toward the maritime Alps in Europe, and the Belur Tag which joins transversely the Moose Tag and the Himalaya in Asia. Amid the prejudices which impede the progress of mineralogical geography, we may reckon first the supposition of a perfect uniformity of direction in the chains of mountains. Second, the hypothesis of the continuity of all chains. Third, the supposition that the highest summits determine the direction of a central chain. Fourth, the idea that in all places where great rivers take rise, we may suppose the existence of great tablelands or very high mountains. In opposing the objections of some celebrated naturalists, I am far from maintaining the ancient contiguity of all the smaller West India islands. I am rather inclined to consider them as islands heaved up by fire, and ranged in that regular line of which we find striking examples in so many volcanic hills in Auvergne, in Mexico, and in Peru. The geological constitution of the archipelago appears, from the little we know respecting it, to be very similar to that of the Azores and the Canary Islands. Primitive formations are nowhere seen above ground. We find only what belongs unquestionably to volcanoes: feldspar lava, dolerite, basalt, conglomerated scoria, tufa, and pumice stone. Among the limestone formations we must distinguish those which are essentially subordinate to volcanic tufas from those which appear to be the work of madrepores and other zoophytes. We have noticed some of the above following Von Buch at Lancerota and at Forteventura in the system of the Canary Islands. Among the smaller islands of the West Indies, the following islets are entirely calcareous, according to M. Cortes: Marie Galante, La Desiderada, the Grande Terre of Guadaloupe, and the Grenadillas. According to the observations of that naturalist, Curaçao and Buenos Ayres present only calcareous formations. M. Cortes divides the West India Islands into, first, those containing at once primitive, secondary, and volcanic formations, like the greater islands; second, those entirely calcareous, or at least so considered, as Marie Galante and Curaçao; third, those at once volcanic and calcareous, as Antigua, St. Bartholomew, St. Martin, and St. Thomas; fourth, those which have volcanic rocks only, as St. Vincent, St. Lucia, and St. Eustace. The latter, according to M. Moreau de Jonnes, seems to lie on shoals of a volcanic nature. Those mountains which present traces of the action of fire more or less recent, and some of which reach nearly 900 toises of elevation, are all situated on the western skirt of the smaller West India Islands. Journal des Mines, tome 3, page 59. In order to exhibit in one point of view the whole system of the volcanoes of the smaller West India Islands, I will here trace the direction of the islands from south to north. Grenada, an ancient crater filled with water, boiling springs, basalts between St. George and St. Goave. St. Vincent, a burning volcano. St. Lucia, a very active solfatara, named Ualibu, 200 or 300 toises high, jets of hot water, by which small basins are periodically filled. Martinique, 3 great extinguished volcanoes: Vauclin, the Paps of Carbet, which are perhaps the most elevated summits of the smaller islands, and Montagne Pelée. The height of this last mountain is probably 800 toises. According to Leblond, it is 670 toises. According to Dupuget, 736 toises. Between Vauclin and the feldspar lavas of the Paps de Carbet is found, as M. Moreau de Jonnes asserts, in a neck of land, a region of early basalt called La Roche Carrée. Thermal waters of Prêcheur and La Mutin. Dominica, completely volcanic. Guadaloupe, an ancient volcano, the height of which, according to Le Bouchet, is 799 toises, according to Aimé, 850 toises. Montserrat, a solfatara, fine porphyritic lavas with large crystals of feldspar and hornblende near Galloway, according to Mr. Nugent. Nevis, a solfatara. St. Christopher's, a solfatara at Mount Misery. St. Eustache, a crater of an extinguished volcano, surrounded by pumice stone. Trinidad, which is traversed by a chain of primitive slate, appears to have anciently formed a part of the littoral chain of Cumana, and not of the system of mountains of the Caribbee Islands. Each island is not the effect of one single heaving up. Most of them appear to consist of isolated masses, which have been progressively united together. The matter has not been emitted from one crater, but from several, so that a single island of small extent contains a whole system of volcanoes, regions purely basaltic, and others covered with recent lavas. The volcanoes still burning are those of St. Vincent, St. Lucia, and Guadaloupe. The first threw out lava in 1718 and 1812. In the second, there is a continual formation of sulphur by the condensation of vapours which issue from the crevices of an ancient crater. The last eruption of the volcano of Guadalupe took place in 1797. The solfatara of St. Christopher's was still burning in 1692. At Martinique, Vauclin, Montagne Pelée, and the crater which surrounded the 5 Pop of Carbet must be considered as 3 extinguished volcanoes. The effects of thunder have been often confounded in that place with subterranean fire. No good observation has confirmed the supposed eruption of the 22nd of January, 1792. The group of volcanoes in the Canary Islands resembles that of the volcanoes of Quito and Los Pastos. Craters with which the subterranean fire does not appear to communicate are ranged on the same line with burning craters, and alternate with them. Notwithstanding the intimate connection manifested in the action of the volcanoes of the smaller West India Islands and the earthquakes of terra firma, it often happens that shocks felt in the volcanic archipelago are not propagated to the island of Trinidad, or to the coasts of Caracas and Cumana. This phenomenon is in no way surprising. Even in the Caribbees, the commotions are often confined to one place. The great eruption of the volcano in St. Vincent's did not occasion an earthquake at Martinique or Guadalupe. Loud explosions were heard there as well as at Venezuela, but the ground was not convulsed. These explosions must not be confounded with the rolling noise which everywhere precedes the slightest commotions. They are often heard on the banks of the Orinoco, and, as we were assured by persons living on the spot, between the Rio Auraca and Cuchivero. Father Morello relates that at the mission of Cabruta, the subterranean noise so much resembles discharges of small cannon, pedreros, that it has seemed as if a battle were being fought at a distance. On the 21st of October, 1766, the day of the terrible earthquake which desolated the province of New Andalusia, the ground was simultaneously shaken at Cumana, at Caracas, at Maracaibo, and on the banks of the Casanare, the Meta, the Orinoco, and the Ventuario. Father Gili has described these commotions at the mission of Encaramada, a country entirely granitic, where they were accompanied by loud explosions. Great falling ins of the earth took place in the mountain of Paurari, and near the rock Aravacoto, a small island disappeared in the Orinoco. The undulatory motion continued during the whole hour. This seemed the first signal of those violent commotions which shook the coasts of Cumana and Cariaco for more than 10 months. It might be supposed that men living in woods, with no other shelter than huts of reeds and palm leaves, could have little to dread from earthquakes. But at Aravato and Caura, where these phenomena are of rare occurrence, they terrify the Indians, frighten the beasts of the forests, and impel the crocodiles to quit the waters for the shore. Nearer the sea, where shocks are frequent, far from being dreaded by the inhabitants, they are regarded with satisfaction as the prognostics of a wet and fertile year. In this dissertation on the earthquakes of terra firma and on the volcanoes of the neighbouring archipelago of the West India Islands, I have pursued the plan of first relating a number of particular facts, and then considering them in one general point of view. Everything announces in the interior of the globe the operation of active powers, which, by mutual reaction, balance and modify one another. The greater our ignorance of the causes of these undulatory movements, these evolutions of heat, these formations of elastic fluids, the more it becomes the duty of persons who apply themselves to the study of physical science to examine the relations which these phenomena so uniformly present at great distances apart. It is only by considering these various relations under a general point of view, and tracing them over a great extent of the surface of the globe, through formations of rocks the most different, that we are led to abandon the supposition of trifling local causes, strata of pyrites, or of ignited coal. Note. See Views of Nature, on the structure and action of volcanoes in different parts of the world, page 353, Bohn's edition. Also Cosmos, pages 199 to 225, Bohn's edition. End of note. The following is the series of phenomena remarked on the northern coasts of Cumana, Nueva Barcelona, and Caracas, and presumed to be connected with the causes which produce earthquakes and eruptions of lava. We shall begin at the most eastern extremity, the island of Trinidad, which seems rather to belong to the shore of the continent than to the system of the mountains of the West India Islands. 1. The pit which throws up asphaltum in the Bay of Mayaro, on the eastern coast of the island of Trinidad, southward of Point Guataro. This is the mine of chapapote, or mineral tar of the country. I was assured that in the months of March and June the eruptions are often attended with violent explosions, smoke, and flames. Almost on the same parallel, and also in the sea, but westward of the island, near Punta de la Brea, and to the south of the port of Naparaimo, we find a similar vent. On the neighbouring coast, in a clayey ground, appears the celebrated lake of asphaltum, Laguna de la Brea, a marsh, the waters of which have the same temperature as the atmosphere. The small cones situated at the southwestern extremity of the island, between Point Icacos and the Rio Aran, appear to have some analogy with the volcanoes of air and mud which I met with at Tobago, in the kingdom of New Grenada. I mention these situations of asphaltum on account of the remarkable circumstances peculiar to them in these regions, for I am not unaware that naphtha, petroleum, and asphaltum are found equally in volcanic and secondary regions, and even more frequently in the latter. Note. The inflammable emanations of pietra mala, consisting of hydrogen gas containing naphtha in a state of suspension, issue from the alpine limestone, which may be traced from Covigliano to Raticofa, and which lies on the ancient sandstone near Scaricaracino. Under this sandstone, old red sandstone, we find black transition limestone and the grauwacke, quartzose samite, of Florence. End of note. Petroleum is found floating on the sea 30 leagues north of Trinidad, around the island of Grenada, which contains an extinguished crater and basalts. 2. Hot springs of Irapa, at the northeastern extremity of New Andalusia, between Rio Caribe, Soro, and Yaguarapayo. 3. Air volcano or salsa of Cumana, to the south of San Jose and Carupano, near the northern coast of the continent, between La Montaña de Paria and the town of Caracas. Almost constant explosions are felt in a clayey soil, which is affirmed to be impregnated with sulphur. Hot sulphureous waters gush out with such violence that the ground is agitated by very sensible shocks. It is said that flames have been frequently seen issuing out since the great earthquake of 1797. These facts are well worthy of being examined. 4. Petroleum spring of the Buen Pastor, near Rio Arroyo. Large masses of sulphur have been found in clayey soils at Guayuta, as in the valley of San Bonifacio, and near the junction of the Rio Pao with the Orinoco. 5. The hot waters, aguas calientes, south of the Rio Azul and the hollow ground of Cariaco, which, at the time of the great earthquake of Cumana, threw up sulphuretted water and viscous petroleum. 6. Hot waters of the Gulf of Cariaco. 7. Petroleum spring in the same gulf, near Maniquarez. It issues from mica slate. 8. Flames issuing from the earth near Cumana, on the banks of the Manzanares, and at Mariguitar, on the southern coast of the Gulf of Cariaco, at the time of the great earthquake of 1797. 9. Igneous phenomena of the mountain of Cuchivano, near Cumanacoa. 10. Petroleum spring gushing from a shoal to the north of the Caracas Islands. The smell of this spring warns ships of the danger of this shoal, on which there was only 1 fathom of water. 11. Thermal springs of the mountain of the Brigantine, near Nueva Barcelona. Temperature 43.2 degrees centigrade. 12. Thermal springs of Provisor, near San Diego, in the province of New Barcelona. 13. Thermal springs of Onoto, between Turmero and Maracay, in the valleys of Aragua, west of Caracas. 14. Thermal springs of Mariara, in the same valleys. Temperature 58.9 degrees. 15. Thermal springs of Las Trincheras, between Puerto Cabello and Valencia, issuing from granite like those of Mariara, and forming a river of warm water. Rio de Aguas Calientes. Temperature 90.4 degrees. 16. Boiling springs of the Sierra Nevada of Merida. 17. Aperture of Mina on the borders of the lake Maracaibo. It throws up asphaltum, and is said to emit gaseous emanations which ignite spontaneously, and are seen at a great distance. These are the springs of petroleum and of thermal waters, the igneous meteors, and the ejections of muddy substances attended with explosions, of which I acquired a knowledge in the vast provinces of Venezuela, whilst travelling over a space of 200 leagues from east to west. These various phenomena have occasioned great excitement among the inhabitants since the catastrophes of 1797 and 1812, yet they present nothing which constitutes a volcano in the sense hitherto attributed to that word. If the apertures which throw up vapours and water with violent noise be sometimes called volcancitos, it is only by such of the inhabitants as persuade themselves that volcanoes must necessarily exist in countries so frequently exposed to earthquakes. Advancing from the burning crater of St. Vincent, in the directions of south, west, and southwest, first by the chain of the Canary Islands, then by the littoral chain of Cumana and Venezuela, and finally by the Cordilleras of New Grenada, along a distance of 380 leagues, we find no active volcano before we arrive at Prussian near Popayan. The total absence of apertures through which melted substances can issue in that part of the continent which stretches eastward of the Cordilleras of the Andes and eastward of the Rocky Mountains is a most remarkable geological fact. In this chapter we have examined the great commotions which from time to time convulse the stony crust of the globe, and scatter desolation in regions favoured by the most precious gifts of nature. An uninterrupted calm prevails in the upper atmosphere, but to use an expression of Franklin, more ingenious than accurate, thunder often rolls in the subterranean atmosphere, amidst that mixture of elastic fluids, the impetuous motions of which are frequently felt at the surface of the earth. The destruction of so many populous cities presents a picture of the greatest calamities which afflict mankind. A people struggling for independence are suddenly exposed to the want of subsistence, and of all the necessities of life. Famished and without shelter, the inhabitants are dispersed throughout the country, and numbers who have escaped from the ruin of their dwellings are swept away by disease. Far from strengthening mutual confidence among the citizens, the feeling of misfortune destroys it. Physical calamities augment civil discord. Nor does the aspect of a country bathed in tears and blood appease the fury of the victorious party. After the recital of so many calamities, the mind is soothed by turning to consolatory remembrances. When the great catastrophe of Caracas was known in the United States, the Congress, assembled at Washington, unanimously decreed that 5 ships laden with flour should be sent to the coast of Venezuela, their cargoes to be distributed among the most needy of the inhabitants. The generous contribution was received with the warmest gratitude, and this solemn act of a free people, this mark of a national interest, of which the advanced civilization of the Old World affords but few examples, seemed to be a valuable pledge of mutual sympathy which ought forever to unite the nations of North and South America. End of chapter 1.14, part 3. Chapter 1.15, part 1, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 1, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1.15, part 1, departure from Caracas, mountains of San Pedro and of Los Teques, La Victoria, valleys of Aragua. To take the shortest road from Caracas to the banks of the Orinoco, we should have crossed the southern chain of mountains between Baruta, Salamanca, and the savannas of Ocumare, passed over the steppes or llanos of Orotiko, and embarked at Cabruta, near the mouth of the Rio Guarica. But this direct route would have deprived us of the opportunity of surveying the valleys of Aragua, which are the finest and most cultivated portion of the province, of taking the level of an important part of the chain of the coast by means of the barometer, and of descending the Rio Apure as far as its junction with the Orinoco. A traveller who has the intention of studying the configuration and natural productions of a country is not guided by distances, but by the peculiar interest attached to the regions he may traverse. This powerful motive led us to the mountains of Los Teques, to the hot springs of Mariara, to the fertile banks of the Lake of Valencia, and through the immense savannas of Calabozo to San Fernando de Apure in the eastern part of the province of Varinas. Having determined on this route, our first direction was westward, then southward, and finally to east-southeast. so that we might enter the Orinoco by the Apure, in latitude 7 degrees 36 minutes 23 seconds. On the day on which we quitted the capital of Venezuela, we reached the foot of the woody mountains which close the valley on the southwest. There we halted for the night, and on the following day we proceeded along the right bank of the Rio Guaira as far as the village of Antimano, by a very fine road, partly scooped out of the rock. We passed by La Vega and Carapa. The church of La Vega rises very picturesquely above a range of hills covered with thick vegetation. Scattered houses, surrounded with date trees, seem to denote the comfort of their inhabitants. A chain of low mountains separates the little river Guaira from the valley of La Pascua. Note, Valley of Cortez, or Easter Valley, so called because Diego de Losada, after having defeated the Teques Indians and their cacique Guayquepuro in the mountains of San Pedro, spent the Easter there in 1567, before entering the valley of San Francisco. In the latter place he founded the city of Caracas. End of note. And from the ancient gold mines of Baruta and Aripoto. Ascending in the direction of Carapa, we enjoyed once more the sight of the Silla, which appears like an immense dome with a cliff on the side next the sea. This rounded summit and the ridge of Galipano, crenated like a wall, are the only objects which in this basin of gneiss and mica slate impress with a peculiar character on the landscape. The other mountains have a uniform and monotonous aspect. A little before reaching the village of Antimano, we observed on the right a very curious geological phenomenon. In hollowing the new road out of the rock, 2 large veins of gneiss were discovered in the mica slate. They are nearly perpendicular, intersecting all the mica slate strata, and are from 6 to 8 toises thick. These veins contained not fragments, but balls or spheres of granular diabasis, formed of concentric layers. Note, Grunstein. I remember having seen similar balls filling a vein in transition slate near the castle of Schauenstein, in the Margravate of Bayreuth. I sent several balls from Antimano to the collection of the King of Spain at Madrid. End of note. These balls are composed of lamellar feldspar and hornblende closely commingled. The feldspar approximates sometimes to vitreous feldspar when disseminated in very thin lamellae in a mass of granular diabasis, decomposed and emitting a strong argillaceous smell. The diameter of the spheres is very unequal, sometimes 4 to 8 inches, sometimes 3 to 4 feet. Their nucleus, which is more dense, is without concentric layers, and of a very dark green hue, inclining to black. I could not perceive any mica in them, but what is remarkable, I found great quantities of disseminated garnets. These garnets are of a very fine red, and are found in the grunstein only. They are neither in the gneiss, which serves as a cement to the balls, nor in the mica slate, which the veins traverse. The gneiss, the constituent parts of which are in a state of considerable disintegration, contains large crystals of feldspar, and, though it forms the body of the vein in the mica slate, it is itself traversed by threads of quartz, 2 inches thick, and of very recent formation. The aspect of this phenomenon is very curious. It appears as if cannon balls were embedded in a wall of rock. I also thought I recognized in these same regions, in the Montana de Avila and at Cabo Blanco, east of La Guaira, a granular diabasis, mixed with a small quantity of quartz and pyrites, and destitute of garnets, not in veins, but in subordinate strata in the mica slate. This position is unquestionably to be found in Europe in primitive mountains. But in general, the granular diabasis is more frequently connected with a system of transition rocks, especially with a schist, Übergangstonschiefer, abounding in beds of Lydian stone strongly carburetted, of schistose jasper, Kieselschiefer, ampelites, Aulenschiefer, and black limestone. Near Antimano, all the orchards were full of peach trees loaded with blossom. This village, the Vala, and the banks of the Macarao furnish great abundance of peaches, quinces, and other European fruits for the market of Caracas. Between Antimano and Ajuntas, we crossed the river Guaira 17 times. The road is very fatiguing, yet, instead of making a new one, it would perhaps be better to change the bed of the river, which loses a great quantity of water by the combined effects of filtration and evaporation. Each sinuosity forms a marsh more or less extensive. This loss of water is to be regretted in a province nearly all the cultivated portions of which are extremely dry. The rains are much less frequent and less violent in this place than in the interior of New Andalusia, at Cumana, and on the banks of the Guarapiche. Many of the mountains of Caracas enter the region of the clouds, but the strata of primitive rocks dip at an angle of 70 or 80 degrees, and generally to northwest, so that the waters are either lost in the interior of the earth, or gush out in copious springs, not southward, but northward of the mountains of the coast of Niguatar, Avila, and Mariara. The rising of the gneiss and mica slate strata to the south appears to me to explain in a considerable degree the extreme humidity of the coast. In the interior of the province we meet with portions of land, 2 or 3 leagues square, in which there are no springs. Consequently, sugarcane, indigo, and coffee grow only in places where running waters can be made to supply artificial irrigation during very dry weather. The early colonists imprudently destroyed the forest. Evaporation is enormous on a stony soil surrounded with rocks, which radiate heat on every side. The mountains of the coast, like a wall, extending east and west from Cape Codera towards Point Caracas, prevent the humid air of the shore, that is to say, those inferior strata of the atmosphere resting immediately on the sea and dissolving the largest portion of water, from penetrating to the islands. There are few openings, few ravines, which, like those of Catia or of Tipe, lead from the coast to the high longitudinal valleys, and there is no bed of a great river, no gulf allowing the sea to flow inland, spreading moisture by abundant evaporation. In the 8th and 10th degrees of latitude, in regions where the clouds do not, as it were, skim the surface of the soil, many trees are stripped of their leaves in the months of January and February, not by the sinking of the temperature as in Europe, but because the air at this period, the most distant from the rainy season, nearly attains its maximum of dryness. Only those plants which have very tough and glossy leaves resist this absence of humidity. Beneath the fine sky of the tropics, the traveller is struck with the almost hibernal aspect of the country, but the freshest verdure again appears when he reaches the banks of the Orinoco, where another climate prevails, and the great forests preserve by their shade a certain quantity of moisture in the soil, by sheltering it from the devouring heat of the sun. Beyond the small village of Antimano, the valley becomes much narrower. The river is bordered with lata, a fine gramineous plant with distinct leaves, which sometimes reaches the height of 30 feet. Note: G. saccharoides. End of note. Every hut is surrounded with enormous trees of persea. Note: Laurus persea, alligator pear. End of note. At the foot of which the aristocracy, pollinia, and other creepers vegetate. The neighbouring mountains, covered with forests, seem to spread humidity over the western extremity of the valley of Caracas. We passed the night before our arrival at Las Ajuntas at a sugarcane plantation. A square house, the hacienda or farm of Don Fernando Quimones, contained nearly 80 negroes. They were lying on skins of oxen spread upon the ground. In each apartment of the house were 4 slaves. It looked like a barrack. A dozen fires were burning in the farmyard, where people were employed in dressing food, and the noisy mirth of the blacks almost prevented us from sleeping. The clouds hindered me from observing the stars. The moon appeared only at intervals. The aspect of the landscape was dull and uniform, and all the surrounding hills were covered with aloes. Workmen were employed at a small canal intended for conveying the waters of the Rio San Pedro to the farm, at a height of more than 70 feet. According to a barometric calculation, the site of the hacienda is only 50 toises above the head of the Rio Guaira at Lonaria, near Caracas. The soil of these countries is found to be but little favourable to the cultivation of the coffee tree, which in general is less productive in the valley of Caracas than was imagined when the first plantations were made near Chacao. The finest coffee plantations are now found in the savannah of Ocumare, near Salamanca, and at Rincon, in the mountainous countries of Los Mariches, San Antonio Hatillo, and Los Pedares. The coffee of the last 3 mentioned places, situated eastward of Caracas, is of a superior quality, but the trees bear a smaller quantity, which is attributed to the height of the spot and the coolness of the climate. The greater plantations of the province of Venezuela, as Aguacates, near Valencia and Rincon, yield in good years a produce of 3,000 quintals. The extreme predilection entertained in this province for the culture of the coffee tree is partly founded on the circumstance that the berry can be preserved during a great number of years, whereas, notwithstanding every possible care, cacao spoils in the warehouses after 10 or 12 months. During the long dissensions of the European powers, at a time when Spain was too weak to protect the commerce of her colonies, industry was directed in preference to productions of which the sale was less urgent, and could await the chances of political and commercial events. I remarked that in the coffee plantations the nurseries are formed not so much by collecting together young plants, accidentally rising under trees which have yielded a crop, as by exposing the seeds of coffee to germination during 5 days, in heaps, between plantain leaves. These seeds are taken out of the pulp, but yet retaining a part of it adherent to them. When the seed is germinated, it is sown, and it produces plants capable of bearing the heat of the sun better than those which spring up in the shade in coffee plantations. In this country, 5,300 coffee trees are generally planted in a fanega of ground, amounting to 5,476 square toises. This land, if it be capable of artificial irrigation, costs 500 piastres in the northern part of the province. The coffee tree flowers only in the 2nd year, and its flowering lasts only 24 hours. At this time the shrub has a charming appearance, and when seen from afar it appears covered with snow. The produce of the 3rd year becomes very abundant. In plantations well weeded and watered, and recently cultivated, trees will bear 16, 18, and even 20 pounds of coffee. In general, however, more than 1.5 pounds or 2 pounds cannot be expected from each plant, and even this is superior to the mean produce of the West India Islands. The coffee trees suffer much from rain at the time of flowering, as well as from the want of water for artificial irrigation, and also from a parasitic plant, a new species of loranthus, which clings to the branches. When, in plantations of 80 or 100,000 shrubs, we consider the immense quantity of organic matter contained in the pulpy berry of the coffee tree, we may be astonished that no attempts have been made to extract a spirituous liquor from them. Note: the berries heaped together produce a vinous fermentation, during which a very pleasant alcoholic smell is emitted. Placing at Caracas the ripe fruit of the coffee tree under an inverted jar, quite filled with water, and exposed to the rays of the sun, I remarked that no extrication of gas took place in the first 24 hours. After 36 hours the berries became brown, and yielded gas. A thermometer, enclosed in the jar in contact with the fruit, kept at night 4 or 5 degrees higher than the external air. In the space of 87 hours, 60 berries, under various jars, yielded me from 38 to 40 cubic inches of a gas, which underwent no sensible diminution with nitrous gas. Though a great quantity of carbonic acid had been absorbed by the water as it was produced, I still found 0.78 in the 40 inches. The remainder, or 0.22, was nitrogen. The carbonic acid had not been formed by the absorption of the atmospheric oxygen. That which is evolved from the berries of the coffee tree slightly moistened, and placed in a phial with a glass stopple filled with air, contains alcohol in suspension, like the foul air which is formed in our cellars during the fermentation of must. On agitating the gas in contact with water, the latter acquires a decidedly alcoholic flavour. How many substances are perhaps contained in a state of suspension in those mixtures of carbonic acid and hydrogen, which are called deleterious miasmata, and which rise everywhere within the tropics, in marshy grounds, on the seashore, and in forests where the soil is strewed with dead leaves, rotten fruits, and putrefying insects. End of note. If the troubles of St. Domingo, the temporary rise in the price of colonial produce, and the emigration of French planters were the first causes of the establishment of coffee plantations on the continent of America, in the island of Cuba and in Jamaica, their produce has far more than compensated the deficiency of the exportation from the French West India Islands. This produce has augmented in proportion to the population, the change of customs, and the increasing luxury of nations of Europe. The island of St. Domingo exported in 1700, at the time of Necker's administration, nearly 76 million pounds of coffee, note, French pounds, containing 9,216 grains. 112 English pounds equals 105 French pounds, and 160 Spanish pounds equals 93 French pounds. The island of St. Domingo was at that time, it must be remembered, a French colony. End of note. Tea could be cultivated as well as coffee in the mountainous parts of the provinces of Caracas and Cumana. Every climate is there found rising in stages one above another, and this new culture would succeed there as well as in the southern hemisphere, where the government of Brazil, protecting at the same time industry and religious toleration, suffered at once the introduction of Chinese tea and the dogmas of Fo. It is not yet a century since the first coffee trees were planted at Surinam and in the West India Islands, and already the produce of America amounts to 15 millions of piastres, reckoning the quintal of coffee at 14 piastres only. On the 8th of February we set out at sunrise to cross the Higuerota, a group of lofty mountains separating the two longitudinal valleys of Caracas and Aragua. After passing near Las Ajuntas, the junction of the two small rivers San Pedro and Macarao, which form the Rio Guaira, we ascended a steep hill to the tableland of La Buena Vista, where we saw a few lonely houses. The view extends on the northwest to the city of Caracas, and on the south to the village of Los Teques. The country has a very wild aspect, and is thickly wooded. We had now gradually lost the plants of the valley of Caracas. Note: the flora of Caracas is characterized chiefly by the following plants, which grow between heights of 400 and 600 toises: Cypura martinicensis, Panicum myranthum, Parthenium hysterophorus, Vernonia odoratissima, Pevitera, with flowers having a delicious odour of heliotrope, Tagetes caracasana, T. scoparia avlagasca, introduced by M. Bonpland into the gardens of Spain, Croton hispidus, Smilax scarabæusculus, Limnocharis Humboldtii rich, Equisetum ramosissimum, Heteranthera alismoides, Glycine punctata, Hyptis plumeri, Pavonia cancellata Cav, Spermacoque rigida, Crotalaria acutifolia, Polygala nemorosa, Stachytarfetta mutabilis, Cardiospermum ulmaceum, Amaranthus caracasanus, Elephantopus strigosus, Hydrolea mollis, Alternantheria caracasana, Eupatorium amidolinum, Elytraria fasciculata, Salvia fimbriata, Angelonia salicaria, Heliotropum strictum, Convolvulus batarilla, Rubus jamaicensis, Datura arborea, Dahlia eneophylla, Buchnera rosea, Salix humboldtiana, Wild, Theophrasta longifolia, Tornifortia caracasana, Enga cinerea, I. liguistrina, I. sapindioides, I. fastuosa, Schwenkia patens, Erythrina mitis. The most agreeable places for herborizing near Caracas are the ravines of Tacagua, Tipe, Cotacita, Catoche, Anauco, and Chacaito. We were 835 toises above the level of the ocean, which is almost the height of Popayan, but the mean temperature of this place is probably only 17 or 18 degrees. The road over these mountains is much frequented. We met continually long files of mules and oxen. It is the great road leading from the capital to La Victoria and the valleys of Aragua. This road is cut out of a talcose gneiss in a state of decomposition. Note: the direction of the strata of gneiss varies. It is either Hor 3.4, dipping to the northwest, or Hor 8.2, dipping to the southeast. A clayey soil mixed with spangles of mica covered the rock to a depth of 3 feet. Travellers suffer from the dust in winter, while in the rainy season the place is changed into a slough. On descending the tableland of Buena Vista, about 50 toises to the southeast, an abundant spring, gushing from the gneiss, forms several cascades surrounded with thick vegetation. The path leading to the spring is so steep that we could touch with our hands the tops of the arborescent ferns, the trunks of which reach a height of more than 25 feet. The surrounding rocks are covered with jungermannias and hypnoid mosses. The torrent formed by the spring and shaded with heliconias uncovers, as it falls, the roots of the plumerias. Note: the red jasmine tree, Frangipanier of the French West India Islands. The plumeria, so common in the gardens of the Indians, has been very seldom found in a wild state. It is mixed here with the Piper flagellare, the spadix of which sometimes reaches 3 feet long. With the new kind of fig tree, which we have called Ficus gigantea because it frequently attains the height of 100 feet, we find in the mountains of Buena Vista and of Los Teques the Ficus nymphaeifolia of the garden of Schönbrunn introduced into our hothouses by M. Bredemeyer. I am certain of the identity of the species found in the same places, but I doubt really whether it be really the F. nymphaeifolia of Linnaeus, which is supposed to be native of the West Indies. Note. In the experiments I made at Caracas, on the air which circulates in plants, I was struck with the fine appearance presented by the petioles and leaves of Equinoctial rosea when cut open under water and exposed to the rays of the sun. Each trachea gives out a current of gas, purer by 0.08 than atmospheric air. The phenomenon ceases the moment the apparatus is placed in the shade. There is only a very slight disengagement of air at the two surfaces of the leaves of the clusia exposed to the sun without being cut open. The gas enclosed in the capsules of the Cardiospermum vesicarium appeared to me to contain the same proportion of oxygen as the atmosphere, while that contained between the knots, in the hollow of the stalk, is generally less pure, containing only from 0.12 to 0.15 of oxygen. It is necessary to distinguish between the air circulating in the trachea and that which is stagnant in the great cavities of the stems and pericarps. Brownias and Ficus gigantea. This humid spot, though infested by serpents, presents a rich harvest to the botanist. The brownia, which the inhabitants called Rosa del Monte or Palo de Cruz, bears 400 or 500 purple flowers together in one thyrsus. Each flower has invariably 11 stamina, and this magnificent plant, the trunk of which grows to the height of 50 or 60 feet, is becoming rare because its wood yields a highly valued charcoal. The soil is covered with pines, ananas, hemimeris, polygala, and melastomas. A climbing gramen, Carica, see chapter 6, with its light festoons unites trees, the presence of which attests the coolness of the climate of these mountains. Such are the Aralia capitada, Candelero. We found it also at La Cumbre, at the height of 700 toises, the Vismia caparosa, and the Clethia fagifolia. Among these plants, peculiar to the fine region of the arborescent ferns, called by the inhabitants of the country Región de los Helechos, some palm trees rise in the openings, and some scattered groups of guarumo or cecropia with silvered leaves. The trunks of the latter are not very thick, and are of a black colour towards the summit, as if burnt by the oxygen of the atmosphere. We are surprised to find so noble a tree, which has the port of the theophrasta and the palm tree, bearing generally only 8 or 10 terminal leaves. The ants, which inhabit the trunk of the guarumo or jarumo, and destroy its interior cells, seem to impede its growth. We have already made one herborization in the temperate mountains of the Higuerota in the month of December, accompanying the Capitan General, Senor de Guevara, in an excursion with the intendante of the province to the Valles de Aragua. M. Bonpland then found in the thickest part of the forest some plants of aguatire, the wood of which, celebrated for its fine red colour, will probably one day become an article of exportation to Europe. It is the Stickingia erythroxylon described by Bredemeyer and Wildenau. Descending the woody mountain of the Higuerota to the southwest, we reached the small village of San Pedro, situated in a basin where several valleys meet, and almost 300 toises lower than the tableland of Buena Vista. Plantain trees, potatoes, Solanum tuberosum, and coffee are cultivated together on this spot. The village is very small, and the church not yet finished. We met at an inn, Pulperia, several European Spaniards employed at the government tobacco farm. Their dissatisfaction formed a strange contrast to our feelings. They were fatigued with their journey, and they vented their displeasure in complaints and maledictions on the wretched country, or to use their own phrase, estas tierras infelices, in which they were doomed to live. We, on the other hand, were enchanted with the wild scenery, the fertility of the soil, and the mildness of the climate. Near San Pedro, the talcose gneiss of Buena Vista passes into a mica slate filled with garnets, and containing subordinate beds of serpentine. Something analogous to this is met with at Zoblich in Saxony. The serpentine, which is very pure and of a very fine green, varied with spots of a lighter tint, often appears only superimposed on the mica slate. I found in it a few garnets, but no metalloid diallage. End of Part 1 of Chapter 1.15.